My name is Everett, and returning to my late grandmother's house was always a bittersweet journey through memory and time. One room, however, held a particular weight, the once vibrant child's room where my cousin Sophia once played, laughed, and dreamed. As I stepped inside, the faded pastel wallpaper and whimsical prints on the walls whispered of a childhood long past, now shrouded in melancholy and secrets. The room was nearly frozen in time. A lone teddy bear, its fur matted and eyes glassy with age, sat on a dusty windowsill. The small desk by the window, cluttered with brittled papers and long-forgotten crayons, beckoned me with silent urgency. I noticed that the atmosphere in the room seemed to shift subtly as dusk turned to night, a gentle pulsing in the shadows, as if the room itself was alive with hidden sorrows. Unable to resist, I approached the desk and discovered a worn leather diary, its cover delicately embossed with Sophia's name. With trembling fingers, I opened it, revealing pages filled with childish scrawls and cryptic entries. One particular passage sent a chill down my spine. I hear whispers when the stars come out, like little voices sharing secrets. Mama says they're the dreams of the night. The words stirred something deep within me. As the clock ticked toward midnight, the room grew colder, and the soft murmur of the wind outside seemed to blend with faint, indistinct whispers emanating from every corner. I sat on the faded rug, absorbed in the diary, when suddenly I sensed a presence behind me. Slowly, I turned, and there, near the old wardrobe, I glimpsed a tiny, translucent figure, a little girl in an antique dress, her eyes brimming with unspeakable sorrow. For a long, heart-stopping moment, I couldn't move. Then, with a gentle yet haunting voice, the apparition whispered, "Remember me." The sound was so delicate, it could have been the rustle of a curtain, yet it carried an undeniable plea. Instinctively, I spoke into the silence. "Sophia, I'm here. I remember." The response was a soft sigh, and, as if in answer, the music box on a shelf one I had overlooked until now began to play a slow, haunting lullaby. Its melody filled the room with bittersweet echoes of lost innocence and lingering regret. I reached for the music box and opened it, allowing the tune to envelop the space. Every note resonated with the diary's entries, each word now imbued with the gravity of unspoken memories. As the lullaby played, the shadows seemed to dance in gentle patterns across the walls, and the room pulsed with an ethereal light. I could almost feel the weight of Sophia's untold story pressing in around Mia's story of joy, heartbreak, and a deep loneliness that tethered her spirit to this sacred space. With each passing minute, the ghostly whispers grew more distinct, as if the room itself was urging me to uncover the truth behind her sorrow. In that fragile hour, before dawn, the boundary between past and present blurred. I sat, listening intently to the soft, spectral voices, piecing together fragments of a childhood lost and dreams left unfulfilled. The room was not just a relic of bygone days. It was a living memorial to the innocence and pain of a little soul who had been forgotten by time. The diary, the music box, and the fleeting glimpse of Sophia all wove together a narrative of remembrance, a quiet reminder that even in death, love and longing endure. Now, as the first light of day filters through the dusty window, I remain seated in that hallowed space, forever changed by what I experienced. The child's room stands as a bridge between worlds, a testament to the enduring power of memory, the fragility of life, and the whispered echoes of lost dreams that refuse to fade away. My name is Julian, and I recently returned to my ancestral home to sort through the memories of a bygone era. Amidst the dusty corridors and faded photographs, one room, once a vibrant haven of childhood laughter, caught my attention. A long-forgotten child's room that time seemed determined to preserve. The room was untouched, as if waiting for its owner to return. Faded pastel wallpaper adorned the walls, and delicate hand-painted murals of fairies and sunshine still clung to the ceiling. A small bed, draped with a once cheerful quilt, sat in one corner, while a vintage music box rested atop a worn dresser. Despite the room's nostalgic charm, a heavy melancholy permeated the air. That night, as a storm raged outside, I decided to spend a few quiet moments in the room. The only sound was the rhythmic tapping of rain against the window and the distant rumble of thunder. I sat on the edge of the bed, flipping through an old leather-bound diary I discovered tucked beneath a loose floorboard. The diary belonged to a little girl named Eliza, whose innocent scribbles and tender sketches chronicled a life filled with both wonder and inexplicable sorrow. As midnight approached, the room began to change. The soft hum of the music box, long silence, suddenly sprang to life, playing a haunting lullaby that sent shivers down my spine. The shadows on the walls lengthened and danced, as if stirred by unseen hands. In a moment of unsettling clarity, I saw movement in the corner of my Aja, small, translucent figure standing by the window, its eyes brimming with a sorrow so profound it nearly broke my heart. Frozen in terror and compassion, I watched as the ghostly child drifted closer. Her features were delicate, yet marred by a sadness that defied explanation. I could almost feel her longing for Salisa's plea that resonated with every word written in her diary. The air grew colder, and the once familiar room seemed to whisper secrets of a past tragedy, each creak of the floorboards echoing her silent lament. I gathered my courage and reached out, murmuring softly, "Eliza, I'm here. I want to help." The apparition paused, and for a fleeting moment, the room was filled with a serene stillness. The doll on the shelf, with its cracked porcelain face, seemed to nod in approval, as if acknowledging my promise. I carefully read aloud a passage from her diary that spoke of a lost dream and a yearning for peace. As my voice filled the quiet room, the ghostly presence began to fade, leaving behind an ethereal glow that slowly dissolved into the darkness. The music box's melody softened, and the oppressive sorrow that had gripped the room lifted, replaced by a fragile sense of closure. I realized then that Eliza's spirit had been bound to the room by the weight of her unspoken grief that, once recognized, could finally be released. Now, as I sit here in the restored silence of that child's room, the memory of that surreal encounter remains etched in my mind. The room is no longer just a relic of the past. It has become a sacred space where the boundary between the living and the lost is tenderly acknowledged. Eliza's diary and the lingering traces of her presence serve as a poignant reminder that sometimes the truest act of compassion is to listen to the whispers of forgotten souls and to the quiet, aching heart of a child long gone. My name is Adrian, and one fateful night, I set out alone on my small rowboat on Lake Mirage, seeking solace after a trying week. The lake, a vast mirror of dark water, seemed to invite quiet reflection under the fading twilight. As I rowed steadily away from the shore, the only sound was the gentle splash of my oars, breaking the silence. At first, the calmness of the water brought me peace, but soon an unsettling feeling crept in. The crisp air carried a hint of something metallic, scent I couldn't place. Sand. The water's surface began to distort in peculiar ways. I noticed ripples that formed shapes not born of the wind, and in the reflection of the inky water, a pale, ghostly figure emerged just beneath the surface. My heart raced as I leaned over the boat's edge. For a moment, I thought it was a trick of the lightest stray shadow or a fleeting ripple, but then I saw it clearly, an indistinct form, its presence both haunting and inexplicably deliberate, as if it were watching me from the depths. I shivered and tried to dismiss the sight as a figment of my stressed mind, yet the unease deepened. Grabbing my flashlight, I swept its beam over the water. The light revealed fleeting silhouettes that moved against the natural current, shapes that defied explanation. With every stroke of my oar, the water seemed to resist, growing strangely viscous. as though some unseen force was determined to pull me deeper into the lake's mysterious grasp. Panic surged through me, and I desperately attempted to steer the boat back toward the shore. However, as I rowed, a thick mist began to roll in, distorting the familiar landscape and amplifying the eerie murmurs that drifted across the water, soft, sorrowful voices that sent chills down my spine. Each echo felt like a lament from a forgotten soul, lost in the depths of Lake Mirage. Finally, after what felt like an eternity battling both the elements and my rising terror, I managed to land on the bank. The cold, damp ground beneath my feet did little to ease the dread that clung to me. I sat there for a long moment, listening as the mist slowly lifted and the lake returned to its deceptive calm. Yet, the memory of that spectral figure and the unexplainable force that had nearly trapped me on the water remained etched in my mind. Now, as I recount this tale in the safety of daylight, I remain haunted by the night's events. That solitary journey on Lake Mirage taught me that even in moments of isolation, the deep waters can conceal unspeakable mysteries best left undisturbed. My name is Vincent, and on a particularly restless night, I found myself drawn to the quiet isolation of Lake Sable. The full moon hung low over the water, casting silvery ripples across the dark surface as I pushed my small rowboat away from the shore. At first, the gentle lapping of water against the hull soothed me, offering a brief escape from the relentless noise of everyday life. As I rowed deeper into the lake, the distant shoreline faded into a veil of shadows. The only sounds were the soft splash of my oars and the whisper of the cool night breeze through the trees. Yet, an inexplicable chill began to settle over me. The water, usually calm and inviting, now seemed to harbor hidden depths and secrets that stirred in the darkness. Halfway across the lake, I noticed a peculiar glimmer near the water's edge, a faint, shifting light that didn't match the serene reflection of the moon. My curiosity urged me to steer closer, though every instinct screamed caution. As I approached, the light resolved into a series of small, almost imperceptible flickers, like the dying embers of a long-forgotten fire. It was then that I realized the light was emanating from beneath the water, as if something unseen was moving just out of sight. A sudden, subtle ripple disturbed the otherwise glassy surface. I paused, my heart pounding in the silence. In that brief moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of a pale face, distorted by the water, staring back at me with eyes that held an ancient sorrow. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me questioning whether it had been a trick of the light or a spectral visitor from beyond. Determined to uncover the truth behind the eerie phenomenon, I resumed rowing, following the shifting glimmers. With each stroke, the atmosphere grew denser, the air colder. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was no longer alone. The gentle sounds of nature were now punctuated by an almost imperceptible hum, a soft whisper that seemed to echo my own thoughts. It was as if the lake itself was speaking in a language older than time. I pressed on, and soon the lake's center revealed something startling. An old, weathered rowboat, half submerged and seemingly abandoned, bobbing silently in the water. Its paint was chipped, and the wood bore deep scars of time. What made it truly unsettling was the unmistakable outline of a human figure seated at its stern, a figure that seemed frozen in time. Face turned toward me in a silent plea. A cold dread washed over me. I strained to see more clearly, but the figure's features remained shrouded in shadow and mist. The silence was deafening as I lingered there, caught between the urge to flee and the compulsion to understand the mystery before me. Every instinct told me to return to the safety of the shore, yet something inexplicable rooted me to the spot. Then, as if in answer to my silent questions, a soft voice drifted through the stillness. It wasn't loud, more a murmur of wind against water, yet it carried a profound sorrow. Come, remember. The words, barely audible, sent a shiver down my spine. They resonated with a familiarity that I couldn't place. A forgotten memory, or perhaps a long-lost soul, reaching out from the depths. In that moment, the spectral rowboat and its silent passenger faded into the night, leaving only ripples on the surface of the lake. I sat motionless, my oars resting in my lap, as I struggled to process the experience. The boundaries between the tangible world and the mysterious unknown had blurred, and I was left with the lingering question of whether I had witnessed something truly supernatural. Now, as I steer my rowboat back toward the shore, the image of that abandoned vessel and the faint, mournful whisper remain etched in my mind. Lake Sable has become more than just a body of water, is a keeper of secrets, a silent witness to tales that defy explanation. And every time I pass by under a full moon, I can't help but wonder if the lake will once again reveal its hidden, haunting truths. My name is Quentin, and tonight, I embarked on what I believed would be a quiet, solitary journey across Lake Ashen. The sky was a deep indigo as twilight faded, and the gentle lap of water against my modest rowboat promised a peaceful escape. From the weight of my thoughts, I pushed off from the worn dock and began rowing steadily into the heart of the lake. The water was eerily still, reflecting the star-studded sky like a mirror, and every stroke of my oar echoed in the silence. Yet, as I ventured further, a subtle shift in the atmosphere prickled my skin, a coldness that seemed to seep from the very depths of the water. Halfway across, I noticed an odd disturbance on the surfacer's series of ripples that did not correspond to my wake. I paused, peering into the inky darkness, when I saw it. A pale, indistinct shape drifting just beneath the surface. It moved with a purpose that defied the randomness of natural currents. My heart pounded as a quiet dread took hold. Determined to understand, I adjusted my course toward the source of the disturbance. The shape gradually morphed into something more defined, a shadowy figure whose features were obscured by the murk. It hovered silently, as if observing me, its presence both unnerving and inexplicably sorrowful. I could not tell if it was real or a trick of the light and my overactive imagination as I drew nearer. The air grew colder, and an almost imperceptible whisper seemed to float over the water, carrying a mournful message that sent chills down my spine. I strained to catch the words, but they were as fleeting as the ripples that danced around my boat. The spectral figure then began to drift away, and with it, the whisper faded into the night, with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. I followed, my oar dipping into water that now felt as if it held centuries of untold stories. The lake, once a source of solace, had transformed into a realm of mystery and quiet terror. Shadows lengthened, and the gentle sound of my rowing became a solitary hymn to the unknown. Eventually, I slowed and allowed the boat to drift, compelled by an inexplicable need to linger in that haunted expanse. I felt the oppressive weight of loneliness and regret in the air, as if the lake itself bore the memories of lost souls and unfulfilled promises. I recalled local legends about Lake Ashen, a place where the boundary between our world and something other lay dangerously thin, where the past reached out to those who dared to row alone under a midnight sky. In that fragile moment, as I floated beneath a canopy of shimmering stars, the spectral figure reappeared. This time, it drew closer, its form emerging like a mirage from the depths. Its eyes, though featureless, seemed to plead silently, an echo of sorrow from a bygone era. I felt a profound connection, as if our destinies were intertwined in this haunting tableau. Then, just as silently as it had come, the figure dissolved into the dark water, leaving me alone with the lapping waves and the whispering wind. I resumed my course back to the dock, the memory of that ghostly encounter etched into my mind, a stark reminder that even in the solitude of a quiet lake, some mysteries are meant to disturb and linger long after the night has passed. Now, as I tie my boat to the dock and the first light of dawn begins to chase away the shadows, I am left with a lingering question. What if the secrets of Lake Ashen are not meant to be understood, but simply witnessed a silent testament to the true, timeless nature of sorrow and the unknown? Under a twilight sky, I, Marina, clutched my daughter Eliza's small hand as we wandered through the creaking corridors of our time-worn home. The wind outside carried eerie whispers that melded with the house's own sighs, as if the very walls bore the secrets of forgotten sorrows. Eliza's wide, inquisitive eyes reflected both wonder and apprehension. "Mom, do you think the house is alive?" she asked in a hushed tone that betrayed her unease. I offered a gentle smile, though my heart pounded with the weight of memories I had long tried to bury. That night, driven by an inexplicable pull, I led her up the narrow staircase to the attic, a place rumored to cradle the pain of our past. With every step, the wooden boards groaned beneath us, echoing stories of love lost and mistakes made. The attic's door creaked open, revealing a dim space filled with dusty relics and long-forgotten mementos. Faded photographs, yellowed letters, and a delicate diary bound in cracked leather. As I flipped through the diary's brittle pages, a sudden chill swept through the room. A soft humming sound began to resonate from the far corner, a melody that stirred both melancholy and an unspoken invitation. My eyes widened as I noticed a pale, spectral figure emerging in the half-light. It was a woman, her expression one of deep, unspoken sorrow. For a moment, I felt as if time itself had conspired to reunite us, as her familiar, ghostly features bore a striking resemblance to the portrait my grandmother once treasured. Eliza squeezed my hand tighter. "Mom, who is she?" she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustle of old memories. I hesitated, caught between fear and compassion, before replying. "I think she's part of our past, a spirit bound to this house by her own heartache." In that haunting instant, the apparition drifted closer, her eyes brimming with regret and a yearning for solace. The room felt charged with the weight of unfulfilled promises and lingering grief. Summoning every ounce of courage, I stepped forward and spoke softly. "I know your pain. We carry our own scars, too, but perhaps by facing them, we can begin to heal." My words hung in the air, mingling with the faint hum of a lullaby that seemed to rise from the attic's shadows. For a heartbeat, the ghost lingered, then, as if comforted by the acknowledgement of her suffering, she slowly receded into the dim recesses of the attic, leaving behind a silence that was both sorrowful and strangely reassuring. Eliza and I stood there, hearts entwined with the ghost's silent narrative, as the room seemed to exhale a long-held secret. As we descended back into the main hall, a fragile peace settled over our home. I knew that our encounter with the spirit was not a curse, but rather a call to confront the tangled threads of our family's past. In that bittersweet moment, I vowed to shield Eliza from the darkness, while also embracing the truths that had shaped us down. Now, whenever I hear the soft creaks of our old house, or catch a glimpse of a shadow that lingers just a moment too long, I remember that fateful night. It serves as a constant reminder that our history, both the beautiful and the broken, lives on in every whispered secret and every silent tear. And through it all, I remain determined to guide my daughter with both strength and compassion, even in the face of our most haunting memories. It was a rainy evening when I, Veronica, found myself hurrying down the creaking hallways of our old family home with my daughter, Lila, clutched tightly in my arms. The rain tapped persistently against the window panes, a constant reminder that the outside world was as tumultuous as the secrets hidden within these walls. I had always believed our home to be a sanctuary, yet tonight its atmosphere was thick with unspoken dread. Lila's wide eyes darted nervously as she whispered, "Mom, do you feel that? It's like the house is breathing." Her small voice, trembling yet inquisitive, sent shivers down my spine. I could almost hear the echo of lost memories, a chorus of voices that seemed to rise from the very foundations of the house. Earlier that day, I had discovered an old journal tucked away behind a loose brick in the hallway. Its pages, yellowed with age and filled with cryptic notes, hinted at the presence of a long-forgotten tragedy, one that had stained the family legacy. The journal spoke of a hidden room, sealed off for decades, where a sorrowful secret was said to linger like a ghost, unwilling to fade. Despite my rational mind urging me to dismiss it as mere superstition, a nagging feeling told me that the past was not ready to let go. Unable to shake the uneasy sensation that had taken root in my heart, I resolved to explore the house's shadowy corners. I led Leela down a narrow staircase that spiraled into the basement, a place of echoes and damp chill that had haunted me since childhood. Every step was accompanied by the sound of my own quickening heartbeat and the soft, steady patter of rain. Overhead, in the murky light, I discovered an unmarked door behind a row of dusty, forgotten boxes. My pulse quickened as I turned the rusty knob, and the door creaked open to reveal a small, cramped room that reeked of disuse and decay. The walls were adorned with faded photographs and cryptic symbols scrawled in what looked like hurried handwriting. It was here, amidst the relics of our family's past, that I sensed the weight of unspeakable sorrow. A sudden gust of cold air swept through the room, extinguishing the weak beam of my flashlight. Leela squeezed my hand tighter, her eyes brimming with both fear and a strange determination. "Mom, maybe we should call someone," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the wind. I forced a reassuring smile, though inside, I wrestled with conflicting emotions, a blend of dread and a desperate need to uncover the truth. As I fumbled for a match, the silence was broken by a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a sigh that seemed to emanate from the very walls. In that moment, the room transformed. Shadows lengthened, and a spectral presence seemed to materialize before us. It wasn't malevolent, but rather filled with profound sadness, as though it were pleading for release from a century-old burden. In the midst of that chilling encounter, a fragment of an old lullaby echoed faintly in my memory, one my own mother had sung to me during sleepless nights. The melody, though now warped by time, carried a bittersweet promise of healing. I knelt beside Leela, and with a trembling voice, began to sing softly, the familiar notes weaving through the oppressive darkness. Slowly, the room's hostility subsided, as if the sorrowful spirit found solace in the gentle cadence of a mother's love. In that eerie, surreal moment, I realized that the secret haunting our home was not an entity to be feared, but a lingering reminder of unresolved grief, a legacy that had bound generations in silent mourning. Lila, ever perceptive despite her youth, looked up at me with eyes that seemed to say, "I understand, Mom. We're not alone." And indeed, we weren't. The past was with us, woven into every creak of the floorboards and every whisper of the wind on. As we stepped out of the hidden room and back into the main corridor, a fragile peace had settled over the house. I knew that the journey to unearth our family's darkest chapter had only just begun. But in that moment, with Lila by my side, I felt a renewed strength and determination to face the shadows and heal the wounds of a long-forgotten past. That rainy night, as I held Leela close and listened to the rhythmic tapping of rain against the windows, I understood that true courage lies not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to confront it. And so, our quiet quest for truth continued, one whispered secret at a time. At midnight, as the old walls of my home whispered silently, I, Olivia, walked along the dark corridors with my little daughter Chloe. The moonlight filtered through dusty windows, reaching every corner of the house, filled with forgotten memories, while an indescribable unease stirred deep within me. Clutching my hand tightly, Chloe murmured, "Mom, this place feels strange. It's as if the walls are talking." In that moment, traces of an old sorrow surfaced in my heart. With every step, The creaking wooden floor carried the weight of faded memories and tears. Within me, I could sense the cold breath of a truth I had long tried to forget. That night, surrendering to Chloe's sleeplessness, I led her to one of the darkest corners of the house, the old living room. This room held the secrets of our family's past and the remnants of lost hopes. An old sofa, a coffee table displaying faded photographs, and on the wall, a portrait of a woman whose eyes brimmed with indescribable melancholia. Stranger to me greeted us. The eyes in that portrait seemed as if they wanted to reveal a dark secret hidden in the depths of our home. Then, from a corner of the room, I heard a soft rustle. It was as if an invisible hand had brushed through Chloe's hair. Her eyes lit up with terror as she whispered, "Mom, there's someone there." In that instant, the mists of the past unveiled an old pain that lay deep within our home. It was as if the house itself was eager to share a dark secret it had guarded for so long. Taking a deep breath, I clutched Chloe's hand tightly and approached that mysterious corner. With every step, the old walls echoed with forgotten sorrows and lost stories. In that moment, it felt as if the very heart of the house was beating where old loves, shattered hopes, and unfinished tales converged. I realized that the expression on the woman's face in the portrait mirrored a burden I, too, had borne. Sitting there, as I looked into Chloe's eyes, filled with deep fear and curiosity, I sensed a clue to easing the heavy load of the past. Perhaps this house was determined to reveal the secrets, lost memories, and unresolved reckonings that our family had hidden away for so long. That night, accompanied by the whispered voices of lost souls in every corner of the house, we could not escape becoming part of that dark secret. As I recount this tale, I still feel the chill of that night and the echoes of whispers resonating off our walls. Every step we took rewrote the dusty pages of the past into a story woven with fear and wonder. Remember, true horror comes not from what is seen, but from the presence felt deep within the heart. And I, Olivia, feel that every night, as I confront those silent screams, I am reborn through the pain of the past. Late at night, I, Alice, was quietly moving through the corridors of our home with my little daughter Emily. Although everything appeared normal, an indescribable unease churned inside me. That evening, a long-forgotten memory suddenly flickered before my eyes. Every night, in my recurring dreams, I heard whispers echoing among the old walls of our home. In those dreams, a cold voice from afar would say, "Get out of here, Alice." As the line between reality and imagination began to blur, shadows emerged in every corner. Emily's innocent smile warmed my heart, even as it slowly sowed seeds of fear. That night, Emily couldn't fall asleep. Anxious, I went into her room. There she sat quietly on her bed, watching the moonlight filter in through the window. "Why? Aren't you sleeping, sweetie?" I asked. Lifting her head slightly, Emily whispered, "Mom, there are voices. It's like they're whispering even when no one's around." My heart pounded for a moment. Curiosity about the origin of these voices dragged me back to old days, a terrifying truth from my past. At that moment, we heard a faint rustling from the oldest room in the house. The door to that room, long kept locked, now lay ajar as if pushed open by an unseen force. We decided to step inside. With every step, the creaking wooden floorboards seemed to whisper silent cries from the past. When we entered, faded family, photographs and worn-out furniture greeted us. Among the faces captured in those photographs was the portrait of an unfamiliar woman whose sorrowful eyes met mine. A chill, the deepest sorrow imaginable, gripped my heart. It was as if the echo of a long-ago tragedy still haunted these walls. With trembling hands, Emily whispered, "Mom, why does it feel like that woman is watching me?" In that instant, a suppressed memory from my youth surged back. A dark night, in this very house, a secret known to no one. While I had been trying to erase the traces of the past and its painful memories, an unknown force had reawakened them. The ancient walls held stories to be told in the silence of the night. In every corner, in every crevice, lay the whispers of lost souls. Then it hit me. Emily and I were not just a family, we were part of the house's dark secret. The shadows of the past had taken up residence with us, re-emerging night after night as we slowly left the room. The fear and curiosity within me mingled with uncertain hopes for the future. I knew I had to confront the truth. This house belonged to Emily and me, only in memories, but in its dark secrets as well, and I was determined to unearth them. Every step I took into the unknown that night transformed into an unforgettable journey, where fear and curiosity interwove. Now, as I recount this story to you, I remember the silent screams of the past and that horrifying truth hidden deep within our home. Every step led me back to the cold embrace of pain and loss. But know this, true terror stems from what we do not understand, and since that night, I have never escaped the clutches of that truth. At midnight, in the silence of our home, I, Madeline, walked along the dark corridors with my little daughter, Grace. The wooden floors echoed our footsteps as if carrying forgotten whispers of the past. Deep within me, the faint tremors of a long-suppressed memory stirred. I felt that moment would gradually reveal the dark secret of our house. Grace's innocent eyes always brought both comfort and fear. In that moment, her expression carried a silent warning of the unknown. "Mom, did you hear that? It's like they're whispering even when no one is around," she murmured in her tiny voice. My heart shuddered momentarily, though I tried to suppress my fear. The sounds echoing through the cold walls carried traces of old sorrows and forgotten tragedies. That evening, I headed toward the old library in the back of the house. Among the dusty shelves, relics of bygone days, old books, faded photographs, and broken memories were hidden away. On one of the shelves, a portrait caught my eye. A woman with an indescribable melancholy in her expression, someone I had never seen before. Her eyes in the portrait seemed as if they wanted to share a piece of our house's dark past with me. Suddenly, I was startled by a cold breath on my neck. When I turned around, amidst a vague silhouette, I saw a figure whose presence was felt but did not belong to anyone. Grace trembled as she whispered, "Mom, there's someone over there." In that moment, amid the mists of the past, I became aware of an old pain lying deep within our home. It was as if the house wanted to share a dark secret it had guarded for so long. As the night wore on, every corner of the house seemed to come alive with its own story. Every creak, every breeze, echoed with memories of sorrow and lost hopes. Grace and I were drawn into this mysterious atmosphere, beginning to uncover the hidden pages of our home's past. In those moments, we were not just a mother and daughter. We were witnesses to the cursed history of this house, following the trail of its dark secrets. Now, as I recount this story, I still feel the cold breath of that night in my heart, as Madeline, Grace, and I listened to the silent screams of our home, walking a path where fear and curiosity intertwined. Every step revealed the forgotten horrors of the past. Every whisper offered a clue to the painful stories hidden deep within our walls. Remember, true fear comes not from what is seen, but from those unseen presences felt in the heart. Since that night, we have learned to live with the dark secrets of our house, always standing on the edge of confronting that eerie truth once again. My name is Harrison, and I've spent the last 2 years working on the cargo vessel Aurora's Ember. At first, life aboard was as routine as it gets. Endless days of shifting containers, navigating foggy seas, and long silent nights under a starless sky. But nothing could have prepared me for the horror that unfolded one cold, moonless night. It was a typical shift when I was assigned to the engine room for maintenance. The steady hum of the engines usually served as a comforting reminder that We were all functioning parts of a larger machine. That night, however, the sound of the engine seemed to warp into something sinister, echoing with an irregular rhythm. As I tightened a stubborn bolt, I noticed a faint reflection in a puddle, a voila figure standing behind me. I spun around, heart pounding, but found only the dim glow of the engine room lights and the deep shadows of the vessel's underbelly. Unable to shake off the unnerving feeling, I returned to my bunk in the cramped crew quarters. Sleep eluded me, replaced by a cacophony of whispers carried by the ship's creaking metal. At around 3 a.m., I awoke to the sound of footsteps echoing in the corridor. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, and seemed to follow me. As I tried to calm my racing mind, I gathered my courage and stepped outside, only to find the corridor empty except for an inexplicable chill that clung to the air. The following day, I mentioned my experience to a fellow crew member, Marlowe, who was known for his skeptical nature. He dismissed it as fatigue, attributing the sounds to the natural groans of a ship battling the sea. Yet, as the day wore on, more unsettling occurrences began to disrupt our routine. Tools went missing from the workshop, only to reappear in strange, out-of-place locations, and the ship's log revealed cryptic entries from a previous voyage. Crew member named Lucien had once written about a shadow in the machine and unexplained whispers in the dark. Desperate for answers, I took it upon myself to explore the lower decks during my break. Navigating through the labyrinth of cargo holds and forgotten storage rooms, I discovered a sealed door tucked away behind an old supply closet. The door was marked with a peculiar emblem on a twisted figure that seemed to writhe in the faint light. Compelled by a mix of dread and curiosity, I managed to pry it open. Beyond lay a narrow, dust-laden passageway that reeked of decay and despair. I descended slowly, my flashlight beam trembling over walls lined with faded photographs and yellowed documents. One photograph in particular caught my eye. A black and white image of a smiling crew, their eyes oddly vacant. Scribbled in the margin was the name Isadora, a name I hadn't heard in years. The accompanying document recounted a tragic accident to mutiny, some said, or perhaps a curse that befell the ship long ago. The deeper I ventured, the more I realized that Aurora's ember harbored secrets that had festered in silence. Later that evening, as I returned to the upper decks, the ship seemed to vibrate with a spectral energy. I could feel unseen eyes tracking. My every move and every creak of the hull was like a whispered warning. In the solitude of my cabin, the voices grew louder, murmuring fragments of long-forgotten conversations and lamenting lost souls. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but deep down, I knew the truth. Something dark and vengeful had been awakened on our ship down. As I document these events, the horrors of that night continue to haunt me. Every time I walk the deck under the cover of darkness, I can't help but feel the weight of the past pressing in on me, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be feared, and that in the endless depths of the sea, the line between reality and the supernatural is disturbingly thin. My name is Sterling, and I'll never forget the voyage that blurred the line between luxury and nightmare. It all began on the Celestial, my cherished yacht, that promised an escape into tranquil waters. I had set sail with high hopes, and a few close companions, Finn and Marlowe, seeking solace from the relentless pace of city life. The sun was dipping below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the gentle waves as we ventured into open waters. At first, the sea was serene, its vast expanse lulling us into a false sense of security. We shared stories and laughter over dinner, the yacht's sleek design and modern comforts enhancing our camaraderie. But as night fell, a strange unease took root. The ocean, usually a source of calm, seemed to whisper secrets in the rustling wind. The gentle rocking of the yacht began to feel less like a lullaby and more like a prelude to something ominous. It started subtly, a fleeting shadow along the deck, a cold spot in the cabin where warmth once reigned. I noticed that Finn was unusually quiet, his eyes scanning the dark horizon with a mix of dread and anticipation. Marlowe, usually the skeptic, began to murmur about an eerie presence that had been watching us from afar. I dismissed these as mere tricks of the mind until I discovered a series of inexplicable markings on the yacht's railing, symbols that looked eerily similar to those etched on ancient relics. As midnight approached, the calm was shattered by an inexplicable hum emanating from the engine room. I ventured down the narrow corridors, my footsteps echoing off the metal walls, until I reached a small porthole overlooking the endless dark sea. There, in the reflection of the water, I glimpsed a figure standing on the deck, a pale silhouette that vanished as quickly as it appeared. My heart pounded with the realization that the presence was not confined to our imaginations. With each passing hour, the atmosphere on the Celestial grew increasingly oppressive. Unexplained whispers began to seep through the creaks of the ship, and the once inviting cabin lights flickered erratically. I couldn't shake the sensation that something was following us, a force that transcended time and logic, bound to the sea in its haunted depths. Desperate for answers, we altered course toward the coastline, hoping that the safety of solid ground might dispel the mounting terror. The journey led us to a secluded stretch of shore, where jagged rocks and receding tides carved a path through a dense fog-laden beach. As we anchored near the coast, the unsettling energy of the night seemed to intensify, as though the land itself welcomed the ominous presence. Stepping off the yacht, I felt the cold, wet sand beneath my feet, a stark reminder of our fragile mortality. The fog rolled in thick and unyielding, muffling sounds and distorting familiar shapes into grotesque shadows. Finn and Marlowe fell silent, their faces etched with fear as we made our way toward an old abandoned beach house that stood precariously at the water's edge. Its windows, dark and vacant, appeared like watchful eyes that had seen too many tragedies. Inside the decaying house, every creak of the floorboards and gust of wind through broken panes amplified the dread that had taken root in my heart. In one forlorn room, I discovered a diary bound in weathered leather, its pages filled with desperate scribbles and names long forgotten. The entries told of cursed voyages and restless spirits condemned to wander between the sea and the shore, an echo of the very presence that had followed us from the Celestial. Now, as dawn's first light battles the lingering darkness, I sit here on a creaking bed in that desolate house, still gripped by the remnants of that horrifying night. The journey from the luxurious escape of the yacht to this forsaken coastal refuge has left me with a chilling certainty. Some forces are eternal, and the true horror lies in knowing that the line between our world and the spectral realm is perilously thin. My name is Felix, and I still vividly recall that terrifying incident that occurred while working on board. It all started during the later hours of my routine shift, as everything proceeded in a quiet, orderly manner, while conducting my regular checks on the cargo vessel Celestial Voyager. An unusual signal suddenly appeared on the radar screen. At first, I assumed it was just a technical malfunction. On the screen, outside of the normal vessel track surrounding us, there was a lone object, moving slowly and without a clearly defined shape. My heart began to pound. This object bore no resemblance to anything reported or seen in regular maritime traffic. Filled with both excitement and fear, I immediately informed my colleague Tristan. He began conducting a meticulous examination, yet the signal persisted on the radar, as if an unknown presence was silently watching us. Working on deck in the cold darkness, with the low hum of the wind and the gentle crash of waves, the existence of that mysterious object was etched into my mind like a nightmare. Later, our radar operator Milo also focused on the screen and started to analyze the technical details of the object. Our observations revealed that it moved slowly, relative to our vessel, almost harmoniously with the rhythm of the waves. With no defined shape, this entity seemed to have emerged from the dark depths of the sea, Everything felt so real. The clarity of the radar signal and the object's coordinates made it seem as if it were staring right at us. Fear and curiosity intertwined. My colleagues, Tristan and Milo, maintained their composure, while I began to conduct detailed analyses in the technical room. The records confirmed that nothing like this had ever been encountered before. At that moment, all the lights on the ship seemed to suddenly dim, and a profound silence fell over us. The signal on the screen lingered, gradually morphing into a vague silhouette with indistinct lines before fading away. The terror of that moment instilled an uneasy atmosphere among the crew, as if that unknown entity was drawing near, and nothing would ever be the same again. In the later hours of the night, when the signal completely disappeared, a sense of normalcy slowly returned to the ship. Yet the horror I experienced left an indelible mark within me. Once all systems confirmed that this was not merely a technical glitch or transient interference, the extraordinary nature of that moment became the talk of the crew. Since that day, every time I stand watch on deck at night, I can still feel the haunting memory of that mysterious signal in the corner of the radar screen. Truly, it felt as if an entirely different, frightening, and unknown entity was roaming the deep waters. This experience has added an unexpected layer of terror to my otherwise routine work life, painfully revealing the fine line between reality and the unknown. Even now, as I write these lines, I cannot forget the shiver that night brought and the cold tremor that still echoes in my heart. As someone who works on a ship, despite pushing the boundaries of technology and science, I have painfully learned that some mysteries hidden in the depths of the sea are beyond our comprehension. My name is Damien, and I'll never forget that night shift when the darkness on board whispered secrets no one wanted to hear. I was working in the engine room of the cargo vessel Eclipse Voyager, a ship known more for its solitude on the open sea than for any eerie tales. The hours were long, and the hum of machinery was my constant companion, until one particular night when the shadows seemed to move of their own accord. That it was well past midnight, and the ship was cloaked in the thick silence of a starlit sea. As I methodically checked the equipment, a peculiar chill slithered through the corridors, a sensation that felt almost tangible. At first, I dismissed it as a draft caused by the ship's old infrastructure, but the cold intensified and a nagging feeling of being watched crept over me. While performing routine maintenance near the cargo hold, I noticed something odd. Amid the flickering overhead light, a dark shape appeared momentarily at the end of the hallway. I paused, heart pounding, and strained to focus on the vague outline. It was as if someone or something had been standing there, concealed by the shadows. I blinked, and the figure was gone, leaving only an unsettling void in its wake. Troubled, I decided to trace the anomaly. My footsteps echoed softly on the metal floor as I followed the path where the shape had been seen. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the low buzz of electrical circuits and the distant clatter of shifting containers. As I rounded a corner, I caught a faint reflection in a polished surface, a silhouette that did not match any crew member I knew. Its form was blurred, almost spectral, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw eyes that glimmered with a strange, sorrowful intensity. Unable to shake the feeling of impending dread, I returned to my station to report the incident. My colleagues, Orion and Cassidy, listened with a mix of concern and skepticism. They assured me that the night's long hours and the ship's creaks could easily distort one's perception. Yet I couldn't dismiss the encounter. The darkness that night seemed different, more alive, more intent. As the shift wore on, the strange occurrences multiplied. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, and soft whispers seemed to echo from empty rooms. At one point, while inspecting the navigation room, I felt a cold hand brush against my shoulder. I spun around, but no one was there. Only the persistent hum of the machinery and the distant sound of waves crashing against the hull. By the time my shift ended, a palpable unease had settled over the Eclipse Voyager. I couldn't help but wonder if the ship itself harbored a secret, a lingering presence from a past long forgotten. Some of the older crew whispered about a tale of a former sailor who vanished without a trace, his spirit doomed to wander the corridors of the ship on moonless nights. Now, as I sit alone in my quarters, the memory of that night remains etched in my mind. The darkness aboard the Eclipse Voyager was more than the absence of light. It was a living entity, a silent witness to mysteries that defy explanation. The spectral encounters and inexplicable chills have left me with an enduring question. In the endless expanse of the ocean, can the veil between the known and the unknown ever truly be lifted? Even now, I can almost hear the echoes of that fateful night, the soft footsteps, the fleeting shadows, and that distant, sorrowful gaze that continues to haunt me. My name is Dorian, and I've spent countless nights at sea aboard the cargo vessel Sea Echo. Most nights pass in a haze of routine, monitoring gauges, recording logs, and listening to the rhythmic pulse of the engines. But one particular night, as a thick fog enveloped the ship and the horizon vanished into a ghostly white, my world shifted into something unexplainable. It began during a late shift in the control room. The radar displayed the usual blips of passing vessels and distant shores, until a new, unidentifiable signal appeared, a dim, wavering shape that drifted near our course. I stared at the screen, perplexed by its slow, deliberate movement. I reported the anomaly to my colleague Edmund, who, though skeptical, agreed to monitor it further. As the hours wore on, the fog outside grew denser, and the eerie silence on board deepened. I took my routine walk along the deck, the chill of the night air mingling with an inexplicable heaviness in my heart. The ship's lights cast long, trembling shadows across the wooden deck. Amid the quiet, I heard what I first thought was the distant toll of a bell, echoing faintly over the water. But there was no bell on sea, echo only, the haunting sound of a melody, distorted and forlorn. Drawn by a mix of dread and morbid curiosity, I followed the sound toward the bow. There, amidst the swirling fog, I saw a fleeting figure. It was as if someone had been standing at the edge of the ship, staring out into the abyss. The figure was dressed in outdated, worn clothing, and its face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. I blinked, and when I looked again, it had vanished, leaving behind only a lingering whisper in the wind that seemed to say, "Remember." Disturbed and unable to shake the feeling of being watched, I returned to the control room and informed Edmund and Lydia, our navigation officer. Lydia examined the radar feed and noted that the mysterious shape had reappeared briefly before dissolving into static. Although the explanation could have been equipment malfunction, something in the way the figure moved, so human, yet so ethereal, felt far too deliberate to be a simple glitch. Later that night, as the storm began to gather strength and the sea roiled with restless energy, I found myself alone on the deck. The heavy mist wrapped around me like a shroud, and the only sounds were the creaking of the ship's hull and the distant, mournful calls of unseen seabirds. Then, amid the chaos of the rising wind, I caught sight of another phenomenon, a series of footprints appearing in the damp deck, leading toward the stern. The prints were small and delicate, as if left by someone not meant for the harsh environment of the open sea. Compelled by a force I couldn't resist, I followed the trail, my heart hammering with a mix of fear and determination. The footprints led me to a secluded corner near a storage bay, where I discovered an old, water-stained envelope wedged behind a crate. Inside, I found a faded letter addressed to Captain in spidery handwriting. The letter spoke of a tragic voyage decades ago, of a crew lost in a sudden, violent storm, and of a promise to return for redemption. The final line sent shivers down my spine. I await the day when the Sea Echo carries my soul home. At that moment, the fog thickened even more, and I sensed a presence behind me. I spun around, but the deck lay empty, except for the echo of my own rapid breaths. Was it possible that the spirit of a long-lost sailor was now haunting the ship? The letter, the footprints, and the spectral figure all converged into a single, haunting truth that I was not alone on that doomed voyage. When the storm subsided and dawn began to break, the fog gradually lifted to reveal the calm, open sea once more. Yet, even in the soft light of morning, the memory of that night remained etched in my mind. Edmund and Lydia dismissed my account as the product of an overactive imagination and the stress of the relentless sea, but I knew what I had experienced was far beyond mere fatigue. Now, as I write these words in the quiet aftermath, I remain haunted by the mysteries of that night, the gentle, ghostly melody, the fleeting figure on the deck, and the promise sealed within a weathered letter. The boundaries between the living and the lost blurred on that stormy night, leaving me with the lingering question, in the vast, uncharted depths of the sea, can the spirits of the past ever truly rest? The Silent Grove. My name is Jonathan, and I have always believed that the forest holds truths far older than our fleeting lives. One bitter autumn night, driven by a restless spirit and a longing for answers, I entered a secluded grove where time itself seemed to stand still. The trees, towering and solemn, formed a silent congregation under the shroud of darkness. Their branches, intertwined like the hands of mourners, created a natural vault that trapped the ghostly light of a hidden moon. Every step I took on the carpet of withered leaves stirred echoes of a forgotten past. Not long after my arrival, I encountered a peculiar sight, a narrow, winding trail illuminated by the eerie glow of fireflies. Along this path, I met a reclusive woman named Vivian, whose somber eyes betrayed a lifetime of secrets and silent agony. "You have come seeking what no one dares to utter," she murmured, her voice resonating with both caution and despair. Together, we ventured deeper into the grove, drawn by a mutual compulsion to unearth the mysteries that lay beneath the forest's ancient veneer. As we navigated through the labyrinth of twisted roots and shadowed clearings, Vivian recounted the harrowing tale of Nathaniel Reed, a man whose love was shattered by treachery and whose spirit was doomed to wander this very grove. His beloved Lillian had perished under inexplicable circumstances, and Nathaniel's grief had given birth to a curse, one that bound his soul to the forest, transforming every whisper of wind into a lament for a love forever lost. The very air around us grew thick with the weight of his sorrow, and I could feel the spectral presence of his tortured spirit in every rustle of leaves and distant groan of the earth. Our path eventually led us to a clearing dominated by a colossal tree whose trunk was marred by deep, jagged scars. At its base lay a weathered journal, its pages brittle and stained with time. I knelt down to read the faded words, each sentence unraveling the tragic tapestry of Nathaniel's life, a narrative of passion turned to despair, of hope crushed under the relentless march of fate. The journal spoke of clandestine meetings, promises of eternal love, and a final, heart-wrenching betrayal that sealed the fate of both Nathaniel and Lillian. As I absorbed every painful detail, the air grew colder and the silence more oppressive, as though the forest itself mourned the loss of what might have been. Vivian's expression was one of profound sorrow as she confessed that she too was haunted by the grove's tragic legacy. "Some souls," she whispered, "are so entwined with nature's sorrow that they become one with its endless lament." In that instant, I felt an overwhelming kinship with the forest and its spectral inhabitants, a bond forged through shared grief and the inexorable passage of time. The grove seemed to breathe with an ancient melancholy, each heartbeat of the earth echoing the lost dreams of those who had come before me. As dawn's fragile light began to break through the canopy, I reluctantly bid farewell to Vivian and the silent, grieving grove. My heart was heavy with the burden of untold sorrows, yet I also carried a newfound understanding of the profound connection between love, loss, and nature's eternal cycle. I emerged from the forest forever changed, knowing that its whispered secrets would forever echo within me, a constant reminder that some mysteries are destined to remain veiled in sorrow and silence. Moonlit Thorns. I am Caroline, a wanderer whose heart seeks solace in the wild, untamed embrace of nature. One fateful night, drawn by an inexplicable longing, I ventured into a dense forest where the moonlight barely pierced the thick canopy. The forest was a realm of contradictions, a place where beauty mingled with despair, and every rustle of leaves seemed to conceal a hidden lament. My footsteps, muffled by a carpet of fallen leaves, carried me deeper into this enchanted yet forbidding wilderness. Almost immediately, I sensed that I was not alone. The air was heavy with a strange energy, and every sound was amplified, as if the forest itself were alive and aware of my presence. As I pressed on, I discovered a narrow path bordered by wild thorn bushes that seemed to weep crimson droplets in the pale moonlight. It was here that I met a mysterious man named Damien, whose intense gaze belied secrets buried deep within the forest's ancient heart. "This place is cursed," he warned, his voice a mix of sorrow and urgency, "and those who wander here often carry more than just memories." His words sent a shiver down my spine, yet an irresistible curiosity compelled me to follow him. Damien led me to a clearing where the remnants of an old ritual site lay in disarray. In the center stood a shattered stone altar adorned with faded carvings and cryptic symbols. As I approached, I discovered a delicate pendant resting upon the cold stone, a pendant engraved with the initials RJ. The discovery triggered a flood of images in my mind. The tragic tale of Rebecca James, a young woman who had once been the victim of unspeakable betrayal and whose spirit was said to haunt these very woods in search of retribution. Each gust of wind and every creak of the ancient trees seemed to murmur her mournful name. The night grew darker still as Damien and I navigated a labyrinth of shadowy trails. The forest transformed around us into a surreal stage where time itself appeared to falter. Ethereal lights flickered between the trees, and phantom silhouettes danced at the edge of my vision. I could not shake the feeling that Rebecca's tormented soul was watching us, her despair woven into the very fabric of the night. Damien spoke in hushed tones of an ancient curse, one that condemned Rebecca to roam these woods, her spirit forever bound to the tragic echoes of her shattered life. In a final act of defiance against the inevitable, I reached out and clutched the pendant, feeling its cold weight as if it carried the burden of Rebecca's endless sorrow. The forest roared with a primal lament, and in that moment, I understood that my fate was entwined with its cursed legacy. Damien's eyes glistened with unspoken grief as we stood amidst the ruins of forgotten dreams, our hearts pounding in unison with the mournful rhythm of the earth. The forest had claimed us both, leaving indelible marks upon our souls that would haunt us long after the first light of dawn. As I eventually emerged from the clutches of that haunted realm, I carried with me the bittersweet memory of a night when the living and the dead converged under a moonlit sky. Every step I take now is shadowed by the echo of Rebecca's lament, a constant reminder that some wounds never truly heal, and that the forest's eternal sorrow continues to whisper its secrets to those brave enough to listen. Echoes in the thicket. I am Benjamin, and the forest has always been my sanctuary from a world that no longer felt real. That night, beneath a sky void of stars, I stepped into the dense thicket, where every leaf and branch seemed to murmur forgotten sorrows. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and an inexplicable chill settled over me as I navigated the narrow path. The silence was pierced only by the distant call of a forlorn owl, as if mourning the loss of an ancient secret. I soon encountered a peculiar clearing, its center dominated by a large, weathered stone engraved with cryptic symbols. The air vibrated with a palpable energy, and I felt drawn toward it by a force I could not explain. Just then, A soft voice broke the stillness, a voice that belonged to a woman named Serena. Her eyes, deep and sorrowful, revealed a lifetime of grief and mystery. "You must listen," she murmured, "for the forest speaks in echoes of the past." Her words stirred something deep within me, and I found myself unable to turn away. Serena led me through winding trails, lined with towering firs and creeping vines. Along the way, she recounted a tale of a lost love and a betrayal so profound that it cursed the very soul of the forest. The story was that of Oliver, a man whose promise of eternal love was shattered by treachery, leaving his beloved Elara to wander these woods as a spirit of despair. Every rustle of leaves and every gust of wind seemed to echo Elara's lament, a sorrow that had seeped into the roots of the trees as we journeyed deeper into the thicket. The surroundings grew increasingly surreal. The interplay of light and shadow created shapes that shifted with every heartbeat, and the ground beneath my feet pulsed as if alive. I began to notice subtle signs: a withered flower placed on a mossy rock, a trail of luminescent fungi that formed an unearthly path, of which pointed toward a presence that was both ancient and malignant. The deeper we ventured, the more I felt the oppressive weight of the forest's dark memories pressing in around us. At the heart of the thicket, we came upon an abandoned shrine covered in tangled ivy. The stone altar bore the unmistakable marks of grief, and in the dim glow of twilight, I could almost see the spectral form of Elara, her eyes filled with endless sorrow. Serena's voice trembled as she whispered the final part of the tale: a curse cast by a spurned lover that doomed the spirit of Elara to eternal wandering, forever trapped between the worlds of the living and the dead. In that haunted moment, as a cold wind swept through the clearing, I realized that the forest was more than a mere collection of trees and shadows. It was a living chronicle of broken promises and eternal regret. With trembling hands and a racing heart, I vowed to remember the sorrow of Elara and the secrets hidden among the ancient boughs. The forest had revealed its tragic history to me, and I could feel its spectral embrace lingering long after I had left the shrine. Every step I took away from that cursed glade was heavy with the weight of 1,000 lost souls. Even now, as I write these words, the echoes of that night persist in my mind, a relentless reminder that some tragedies refuse to be silenced by time, and that the forest's whispers will forever haunt those who dare to listen. Shadows of the Greenwood. I never believed in legends until that night in the heart of the Greenwood. My name is Lucas, and as I ventured into the depths of the forest, seeking escape from a world that had grown too loud, I instead found an eerie silence that spoke of hidden terrors. The towering oaks and whispering willows formed a natural cathedral, their ancient boughs sheltering secrets that had long been forgotten. With only the sound of my own breath for company, I pressed deeper into the dark maze of nature. My journey took an unexpected turn when I stumbled upon a narrow, overgrown trail marked by strange, arcane symbols etched into the bark of gnarled trees. The symbols pulsed faintly, as if imbued with a spectral energy that urged me onward. My pulse quickened with both excitement and fear. Just as I began to question my sanity, I encountered a figure emerging from the gloom, a slender woman named Felicity, whose eyes burned with an otherworldly intensity. "You have come for the truth," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. I followed her through winding paths that twisted like the coils of a serpent. Each step revealed more of the forest's haunted Visagia clearing, where the ground was carpeted with withered petals and a silent stream that glistened under a sickly, unnatural light. Felicity recounted a tale of love and betrayal, of a man named Donovan who had once promised eternal devotion, only to abandon his beloved, leaving her to wander these woods as a restless spirit. Her words conjured images of passion turned to despair and dreams shattered beneath the weight of treachery. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to come alive with ghostly apparitions. The wind carried the faint echoes of Donovan's anguished cries, and shadows danced in a macabre ballet. Around us, Felicity's countenance grew more sorrowful, and I felt the oppressive presence of unseen forces drawing near. In a clearing lit by a pallid, otherworldly glow, we discovered a decrepit stone monument inscribed with cryptic verses. I reached out to trace the carvings, and in that instant, a torrent of memories flooded my mind, visions of a tragic past, of promises broken and hearts left to wither in the cold embrace of the night. The spectral presence of Felicity seemed to intensify as the wind howled its mournful lament. I realized that the forest was not merely a setting for nature's beauty, but a repository for souls burdened by sorrow. The realization chilled me to the core, and I knew that I, too, had become entangled in a tale of eternal longing and spectral vengeance. Donovan's curse, it seemed, had spread like a plague through the greenwood, and I was now a reluctant witness to its dark legacy. In the final moments before dawn, as the first rays of a hesitant sun pierced the canopy, Felicity vanished, like mist in the morning light. I was left alone with the echoes of her lament and the haunting knowledge that the greenwood held mysteries far darker than I had ever imagined. My footsteps, heavy with regret and trepidation, carried me out of the forest, but the shadows of that cursed night continued to follow me, a perpetual reminder that some secrets are best left undisturbed. Whispers among the pines. My name is Ethan, and I have always sought refuge in the forest's silent embrace. Tonight, as I wander beneath ancient pines, a cold shiver of dread courses through my veins. The moon hides behind swirling clouds, leaving the gnarled branches to cast twisted shadows on the forest floor. Every snap of a twig and rustle of leaves whispers secrets of old, a language known only to the night. I had come here searching for solace after a life of isolation, yet this evening, the forest seems determined to reveal its haunted past. I round a bend and discover an oddly placed stone circle, half swallowed by moss and ivy. In the center lies a small ornate box engraved with mysterious symbols. My trembling hand reaches out, and the moment my fingers graze its surface, a gust of icy wind sweeps through the trees. From the darkness, a soft, sorrowful voice speaks. Follow me. Uncover what was lost. I hesitate, heart pounding in sync with the rhythm of my fear. Yet an irresistible compulsion forces me onward. The forest thickens as I follow the echo of that ghostly call. Amid the ancient trunks, I meet a man named Marcus, whose eyes reflect a deep, unspoken tragedy. He tells me of a forgotten tailor woman named Amelia Voss, whose spirit roams these woods after a betrayal that doomed her soul. Each step we take reveals more inexplicable signs: an abandoned locket dangling from a branch, the faint scent of lavender that recalls distant memories, and a series of cryptic carvings on tree barks that seem to narrate a story of love and lost. As midnight approaches, the forest transforms into a labyrinth of spectral forms and murmuring winds. Shadows merge into shapes that taunt my mind, and the line between reality and nightmare blurs. Marcus and I reach an ancient clearing where a derelict cabin stands as a silent sentinel of despair. Inside, yellowed diaries recount the tale of Amelia Voss, her love betrayed, and her soul left to wander eternally. Suddenly, in the dim light, a pale figure materializes before us. It is Amelia herself, her eyes brimming with sorrow, her presence both terrifying and mesmerizing. I feel an overwhelming mixture of pity and horror as she extends a trembling hand, as if begging me to free her from an eternal curse. The cabin trembles, and every creak of its decaying wood is a dirge for lost time. In that moment, the forest and I share a silent understanding. The past's agony is woven into the roots and winds, binding us together in a fate we did not choose. As Amelia's figure slowly dissolves into the darkness, Marcus and I stand frozen, our souls forever marked by the revelation of the forest's hidden lament. I depart with the weight of her sorrow in my heart, knowing that this night has irrevocably changed the course of my existence. Every step away from that cursed clearing echoes the promise that some secrets, once unveiled, can never be forgotten. A chill lingers in my bones as I retrace my path. The forest's whispered secrets now etched in my memory. The night air, filled with the murmurs of the past, assures me that I will forever carry the burden of this encounter. Burden that is both a curse and a strange, unyielding comfort. The last echo of Camp Blue Water in Cassandra, and one misty autumn evening, I journeyed with my daughter Aurora to camp. Blue Water is secluded haven once, bustling with summer laughter, but now shrouded in an unsettling quiet. The camp lay beside a vast, murky lake whose surface mirrored the dim glow of a waning moon. We set up our tent on a small knoll overlooking the water, the silence around us both inviting and foreboding. As night fell, the camp took on an eerie quality. The distant lapping of the water against the shore merged with the whispering wind, creating a symphony of sound that was both soothing and deeply unnerving. While Aurora and I sat by a dwindling campfire, I noticed ripples spreading across the lake, as though something beneath the surface stirred. A chill ran down my spine when I heard a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a mournful melody that seemed to emanate from the depths of the lake itself. Unable to ignore the pull of the unknown, I ventured closer to the water's edge, with Aurora following hesitantly behind. There, amid the fog and the soft glow of fireflies, I felt an inexplicable presence, a weight of sorrow and longing that seemed to emanate from the lake. "Mom, why does it feel like the water is calling to us?" Aurora asked, her voice small against the vastness of the night. I could only shake my head, feeling that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved. The rest of the night passed in a blur of restless sleep and fleeting shadows. By morning, as the mist lifted and the first rays of sun revealed the camp in a new light, the haunting melody had faded, leaving behind only the lingering echo of its sorrow. Aurora and I packed our belongings in silence, each of us changed by the spectral experience at Camp Blue Water. The memory of that night of ghostly echoes and a lake that whispered secrets remains with me as a reminder that sometimes the past refuses to let go, even in the quiet moments of our escape into nature. The vanishing campfire of Mophelia, and one chilly winter's evening, I ventured with my daughter Jasmine to a rugged camp nestled at the edge of a snow-covered forest. We built our fire outside our rugged tent, its orange glow offering a temporary sanctuary against the biting cold. The flames danced merrily, casting long, wavering shadows over the icy ground. As the night deepened, I began to notice something peculiar. Between bursts of laughter and whispered bedtime stories, a subtle change occurred. The fire's warmth seemed to wane inexplicably. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a figure moving behind the dancing flames. It was as if the fire itself was trying to reveal a hidden presence. I leaned closer, heart pounding, only to see the figure vanish into thin air. "Mom, did you see that?" Jasmine asked, her voice trembling with a mix of curiosity and fear. I nodded, too stunned to speak, as an unexplainable chill crept over me. The fire's glow flickered erratically, casting phantom shapes that merged with the darkness. In the following moments, the night seemed to stretch into an endless expanse of uncertainty. The forest around us whispered with an otherworldly stillness, and the memory of that vanishing figure imprinted itself upon my mind. When morning came, the campfire had burned down to embers, leaving behind only a lingering sense of loss and the nagging feeling that we'd briefly crossed paths with something beyond our understanding. Now, whenever I sit by a fire, I remain alert to the possibility of unseen presences dancing in the shadows. Whispers in the woods see Miranda, and one late summer, I took my daughter Elise to a remote woodland camp. The site was a small clearing surrounded by towering oaks and whispering birches. where the night air was alive with the rustle of leaves and distant calls of nocturnal creatures. We pitched our tent under a sky streaked with twilight hues, eager for an escape from the ordinary. That night, as Elise fell asleep to the lullaby of nature, I found myself drawn to the edge of the forest. The wind carried soft, almost indistinguishable, whispers voices that seemed to murmur secrets too ancient to decipher. With each step I took, the voices grew clearer, though still elusive, as if trying to tell me something. I paused near a copse of trees, straining to catch every syllable, when a sudden gust silenced the murmurs, leaving a deafening stillness in its wake. Returning to camp, I discovered that Elise had awakened. "Mom, the trees are talking," she whispered, eyes wide, with a mixture of wonder and fear. I reassured her, though my own heart pounded with questions I couldn't answer. The next few hours were filled with moments of eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the creaking of ancient branches. It was as if the forest itself was alive with memories of loss, of longing, of secrets too painful to forget. By dawn, the whispers had faded into the natural chorus of morning birds, yet their echo remained with me. I often wonder if the trees were speaking of forgotten tragedies or lost souls, seeking solace in the embrace of the woods. Elise and I left that camp with an unspoken understanding that the forest held mysteries beyond our reach, a silent pact between nature and those daring enough to listen. The midnight Halimizadora, and one autumn weekend, I brought my daughter Beatrice to a lakeside camp tucked away in a secluded valley. The camp was quiet, the air crisp with the promise of falling leaves and the scent of pine. We pitched our tent near a dark lake that mirrored the starry sky, and a gentle campfire provided our only comfort against the night's chill. At midnight, while Beatrice slept soundlessly in her sleeping bag, a sudden, spine-chilling howl shattered the calm. I was roused by the sound, a long, mournful cry that seemed to resonate from deep within the lake. My heart raced as I peered into the darkness beyond the firelight, the howl echoing off the distant trees. Compelled by both dread and maternal concern, I stepped outside with my lantern, calling softly for Beatrice. In the distance, under the full moon's gaze, I saw ripples on the lake stir, as though something was emerging. The haunting howl repeated, more desperate and sorrowful, sending shivers down my spine. I hurried back to the tent, rousing Beatrice. With a gentle shake, her eyes, still heavy with sleep, opened wide as I whispered, "Did you hear that, my dear?" She nodded silently, as if understanding a terror I couldn't fully explain. Throughout the night, the echo of that midnight cry haunted us, a spectral reminder of nature's unfathomable secrets. Even now, whenever the wind carries a distant howl, I wonder if the lake's sorrowful spirit still calls out for something lost long ago. The forgotten Traileme Adelaide, and one early summer, I took my daughter Lydia on a camping trip deep in the wilderness. We arrived at a remote clearing where a narrow, winding trail disappeared into an ancient forest. The day was warm, but as dusk settled, a cool mist crept in, transforming the familiar path into a shadowy passage of uncertainty. That first night, after setting up our small camp beside a trickling stream, Lydia and I huddled near a modest fire. The flames cast dancing figures on the bark of towering trees, and every rustle in the underbrush made my heart skip a beat. While Lydia dozed off beneath her woolen blanket, I sat awake, listening to the forest's chorus. It wasn't long before I noticed something, a faint, rhythmic tapping along the trail, as if unseen footsteps were pacing the woods. Unable to shake the disquiet, I quietly rose to investigate. With only a small lantern in hand, I followed the sound down the forgotten trail. Each step was accompanied by an eerie silence punctuated only by the occasional snap of a twig. At one point, I caught sight of a shadow moving in the corner of my Aja shape that vanished when I turned to look directly. My pulse thundered as I hurried back, the echo of that ghostly tap clinging to me. When I returned to camp, Lydia's wide, sleep-filled eyes met mine, as if questioning my absence. "Mom, were you walking with the trees?" she asked in a sleepy murmur. I forced a smile, though deep inside I wondered if the forest held memories of lost souls and hidden tragedies. Even now, whenever I wander near ancient trails, I feel that unspoken presence, a reminder that some paths are best left forgotten. Echoes in the mountain, Fogim Daphne, and I once took my daughter Violet to a mountain camp shrouded in an ethereal fog that seemed to blur the boundaries between the living and the spectral. The high-altitude air was crisp and invigorating, and the narrow trails wound their way through ancient groves and rocky outcrops. As we trekked along a winding path, the dense mist clung to us, turning familiar landmarks into ghostly apparitions. With every step, the forest revealed its hidden side whispers, carried on the wind, soft and sorrowful, as if the mountain itself was mourning a forgotten past. During one particularly silent stretch of our journey, a sudden gust of wind stirred the fog, and with it came a chorus of voices, barely audible murmurs that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath our feet. "Do you hear that, Mom?" Violet asked, her wide eyes reflecting a mix of wonder and unease. I could only nod, struggling to reconcile the rational part of my mind with the inexplicable phenomenon unfolding around us. That night, when we sought refuge in a small, lantern-lit cabin, the voices returned. They seeped through the wooden walls and crept under the door, forming a spectral symphony of grief and longing as we lay in our creaking beds. The mournful echoes enveloped us, and every creak of the floorboards and every sigh of the wind seemed laden with ancient sorrow. The mountain, with its time-worn trails and secretive silence, had imprinted its melancholic history onto our souls. Violet's soft, anxious questions in the dark became a shared ritual, a quiet acknowledgement of the mystery that defied explanation. By dawn, as the fog began to lift, and the mountain revealed its rugged beauty once more, I knew that the experience had changed us irrevocably. The echoes of that night still reverberate in my mind, a reminder that some mysteries are woven into the very fabric of nature, destined to haunt those who dare to listen. The cabin in the shadows me name is Serena, and one crisp autumn, I journeyed with my daughter Lacey to a remote forest camp, famed for its long-abandoned cabana, structure whispered about in local lore for its eerie past. As twilight descended, the dilapidated cabin emerged from the gloom like a relic of another era. Its broken windows and sagging roof hinting at secrets best left undisturbed. With hesitant steps, we approached the weathered building, the crunch of fallen leaves underfoot, the only sound breaking the heavy silence of the forest on side. The cabin was cloaked in darkness and decay. The air was thick with the scent of old wood and forgotten memories. Lacey, both fascinated and fearful, wandered cautiously through the dim corridors, while I felt an inexplicable chill creeping along my spine. Every creak of the wooden floor and every rustle of unseen movement set my nerves on edge. As a storm gathered outside, lightning briefly illuminated the interior, revealing faded photographs and time-worn relics that spoke of lives long past. Later, that night, as the wind howled and rain battered the fragile walls, I was startled awake by the sound of soft footsteps echoing in a narrow corridor. Rushing to Lacey's side, I found her huddled by a frosted window, eyes fixed on a dark corner where shadows seemed to twist and merge into an unearthly form. "Mom, I think someone's here," she whispered, voice quivering like the tremble of a dying flame. My heart pounded as I stepped toward the source of the sound, each step filled with dread and a desperate need to protect my child. In that long, harrowing moment, the cabin's history seemed to press in around Usa, palpable sorrow and an unseen presence that defied explanation. I felt as if the very walls were imbued with the grief of lost souls, reaching out with spectral fingers to reclaim a part of their past. With trembling resolve, I led Lacey back to our tent, the echo of unseen footsteps following us into the stormy night. At first light, as the tempest subsided, we fled the cabin, its haunted legacy etched permanently into our memories. Even now, the recollection of that stormy night lingers, a reminder that some places harbor deep, unspeakable sorrow, waiting silently in the shadows for those brave enough to listen. The lake's lament me name is Harper, and last summer I camped by a secluded lake with my daughter Fiona. Our little campsite, nestled on a crescent of land where the water caressed the shore in gentle ripples, was a haven of tranquility. By day, we built a fire near the water's edge, its orange glow reflecting on the still surface and filling us with a warm sense of safety. But as dusk gave way to night, an unsettling quiet began to settle over the lake, and the gentle lapping of water turned into a harbinger of something far more eerie. At the stroke of midnight, the calm was shattered. A sudden mournful wail arose from the depths of the lake, as if the water itself were crying out in sorrow. I bolted to Fiona's side and found her staring transfixed at the dark expanse, eyes brimming with tears and unspoken questions. "Mom, who's crying?" she whispered, voice quivering like the leaves in a gentle breeze. I peered into the darkness, but the lake offered no clear answer, only a vast, reflective surface that seemed to hold endless secrets beneath its placid veneer. The night grew colder, and a dense mist began to roll over the water, blurring the line between lake and sky. The anguished wail would rise in bursts, echoing across the silent shore, and then vanish as suddenly as it had come. Fiona and I huddled together by the dying embers of our fire, our hearts pounding in synchrony with the inexplicable cries. From the deep, each sound felt like a lament for lost souls, or a forgotten tragedy buried beneath layers of time and water. In those long, harrowing hours, the lake transformed into something otherworldly, a place where nature's grief echoed in every ripple and every sigh of the wind. When dawn finally broke, the mist lifted, and the lake returned to its deceptive tranquility. But the memory of that sorrowful night lingered like an unwelcome shadow. Fiona and I left the campsite with our hearts heavy and our minds filled with questions. The lake's lament had etched itself into our souls, a reminder that even the most serene places can harbor echoes of profound loss and mystery. The whispering Pinnaseem Clara, and one summer I took my daughter Isabel to a secluded forest camp deep in the heart of ancient pines. We arrived as dusk painted the sky in fading gold and bruised purples, and the air carried a promise of mystery. Our modest tent lay near a softly babbling creek, its murmur almost like a lullaby. That first night, while Isabel slept soundly curled in her favorite blanket, I found myself unable to rest. The towering pines outside, their silhouettes etched against the starry firmament, seemed to whisper secrets in a language only the wind could understand at first. The sounds were subtler, gentle rustle here, a distant sigh there, but as midnight deepened, a peculiar murmur grew louder. It was as if the trees were speaking directly to me, uttering my name in a soft, sorrowful tone. Heart pounding with both curiosity and dread, I slipped out of the tent, my feet crunching on the needle-strewn ground. The moon's silver glow filtered through the branches, casting wavering shadows that danced along the forest floor. Every snap of a twig made me wonder if unseen eyes were following my every step. Drawn by the uncanny sound, I ventured along a narrow, winding trail that seemed to lead deeper into the wilderness. The forest felt alive, charged with an energy both eerie and mesmerizing. I paused frequently, straining my ears for that whispered call, until I reached a small clearing where a flicker of light, soft and pulsing, danced between the trees. I called out for Isabel, but my voice was swallowed by the vast chorus of rustling leaves and distant murmurs. Returning to camp, I discovered Isabel awake, her wide eyes reflecting a mix of fear and wonder. Clutching her favorite teddy, she whispered, "Mom, did you hear it too?" Though I struggled to explain the inexplicable, that night left an indelible mark on both our souls. The forest, with its ancient pines and whispered secrets, had revealed a hidden world, one where nature itself communicated in a language of mystery and melancholy. In the days that followed, every gust of wind through the pines brought back the memory of that spectral call. Even now, whenever I walk by a stand of ancient trees, I feel that familiar tingle of unease and wonder, as if the forest is reminding me of its timeless secret. Our experience became a silent pact between Isabel and me, a bond forged in the whispering darkness of the pines, where the past and present converged in a moment of pure, inexplicable magic. Shadows by the campfire of Juliet, and one brisk autumn weekend, I embarked on a camping trip with my daughter Rosie beneath a tapestry of shimmering stars. Our campfire was the heart of our little world, a warm beacon against the chill of the night, around which we shared laughter, whispered secrets, and spun tales of wonder. The firelight painted dancing patterns on our faces and made the surrounding darkness seem almost magical. Yet, as the flames flickered and the night deepened, something unusual began to stir at the fringes of our circle. While I was lost in thought, the dancing shadows caught my attention. There was one shadow that did not mimic any movement of the other campers. It slithered along the perimeter of our firelight in a way that felt deliberate and unsettling. "Mom, there's someone watching us," Rosie murmured, her small voice trembling with a mix of fear and curiosity. Clasping her hand, I stepped away from the comforting glow of the fire and into the enveloping darkness of the forest. The woods that night were filled with the natural chorus of nocturnal creatures, yet beneath it all lay an eerie silence that seemed to press in on us from every side. Every rustle in the underbrush and every snap of a twig made my heart race. I strained my eyes to catch a glimpse of a figure among the trees, but all I saw were shifting silhouettes and the inky blackness that hid countless secrets. Rosie's grip tightened, and her whispered question hung in the air as we slowly made our way back to the tent. Even after returning to the relative safety of our shelter, the unsettling feeling persisted. Lying in the dark, I could still sense that elusive presence, as if unseen eyes were peering in through the shadows. The memory of that night, of those inexplicable silhouettes at the edge of the fire's light, has never left me. It serves as a constant reminder that sometimes the most unnerving specters are not those we can see clearly, but those that linger in the periphery of our vision, ever watchful, ever mysterious, and always just out of reach. My name is Peter Montgomery, and rational thought was once my closest ally. I never believed in ghosts or curses. I dismissed every spine-chilling rumor as the product of overactive imaginations. That mindset changed after I inherited my grandfather, Theodore's sprawling Victorian estate. The house, a maze of creaking corridors and dusty rooms, had a single place no one dared to enter: the basement. Grandpa used to mutter warnings under his breath about that lower level, his voice trembling with an uncharacteristic dread. Naturally, I assumed it was just a story to keep me from rummaging around. Everything changed the day I finally summoned the courage to venture downstairs. The rickety steps groaned under my weight as I descended into the murk. The faint scent of mildew filled my nostrils, and a single dangling light bulb flickered sporadically, casting long, twitching shadows across the stone walls. My flashlight beam caught spider webs as thick as rope, and I caught myself shuddering at the idea of anything lurking behind them. At first, the room appeared little more than a musty storage space, cluttered with rusted shelves and ancient trunks. Then, I noticed a hidden alcove carved into the far wall. Within that alcove stood a wooden statue. The figure was a woman, with her face contorted in a silent scream. Intricate carvings suggested immense craftsmanship, yet there was something unsettling about her hollow eyes. My initial instinct was to brush it off as an odd piece of antique art. As I reached out to touch it, I felt a sudden chill race down my spine. The temperature plummeted, and the light bulb dimmed, as though it were suffocating. I jumped back, heart hammering in my chest. Then, to my shock, the statue's head tilted ever so slightly, as if acknowledging my presence. Rattled, but determined, I told myself it was just my imagination. I spent the next week trying to fix up the rest of the house, to prepare it for sale, but every time I passed the basement door, I swore I heard faint knocking noises. One night, exhaustion got the better of me, and I fell asleep in the study. That's when I first dreamt of her. She stood at the foot of my grandfather's old desk, her wooden limbs creaking as she moved. Her carved eyes bore into mine with unnerving intensity, and I woke up gasping for air, covered in sweat. The next morning, I resolved to remove the statue. I marched downstairs, but my boldness evaporated as soon as I reached the alcove. The statue had shifted position, now angled toward the staircase. I rationalized it as a trick of my memory. Gathering my courage, I lifted the statue and carried it outside, dumping it by the curb. Feeling triumphant, I locked up and tried to move on. Yet that night, I was woken by the unmistakable sound of creaking floorboards. I rushed into the hallway and stared in horror. Muddy footprints led from the front door all the way to the basement, ending at the locked door. Terrified, I called my best friend, Caroline Miller, pleading for help. She came over armed with skepticism, but the moment she stepped into the house, her bravado wavered. We heard loud scraping noises beneath our feet, like fingernails digging into concrete. When we flung the basement door open, the statue was back in the alcove, its hollow eyes glaring at us. Caroline, pale as a sheet, muttered that we had to destroy it. We doused the statue in gasoline outside and lit a match. Flames devoured the wood, crackling with eerie ferocity. For a fleeting second, I thought I heard a pained cry echo through the yard. Once the fire died, only blackened ash remained. Believing the nightmare over, Caroline left, and I collapsed onto my bed, exhausted. However, that very night, I awoke to the smell of burning wood drifting through the house. I stumbled into the hallway, eyes stinging from smoke, and there it stood, the statue, fully intact, a silent sentinel in the darkness. Realization sank in like a weight in my gut. This was no ordinary artifact. It was bound to the house and to me by some unseen force. My only recourse was to flee. I sold the estate for far less than it was worth, but even after moving across the country, I can still hear those basement knocks echoing in my dreams. The statue's memory haunts me, lurking in every shadowy corner of my mind, reminding me of one undeniable truth. Once something sinister claims your soul, it may never let go. I have learned one final lesson from that accursed basement. The darkest horrors are not the ones we see on movie screens, but the ones we invite into our homes. No matter how far I run, I can sense its presence, creeping in the corners of my vision and lingering in the quiet moments before sleep. And if you ever find yourself tempted by the hidden spaces beneath old houses, remember my warning. Some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. My name is Oliver Henderson, and I've always prided myself on being a man of science. I approach everything logically, dismissing talk of hauntings or possessions as figments of overactive imaginations. That was before I purchased an old craftsman-style home with a notorious basement, said to be alive with secrets. Locals whispered that a family vanished there decades ago, leaving behind only cryptic, blood-stained letters. I chalked it up to urban legend until I discovered the antique mirror. The mirror was buried under dusty tarps in a corner of the basement. Its gilt frame, though tarnished, still exuded a strange elegance. I was renovating the house to sell, and the moment I caught my reflection in that mirror, something felt off. My eyes seemed darker, as though a shadow hovered behind my pupils. I brushed off the chill that raced through me, attributing it to the basement's perpetual dampness. Over the next few days, I noticed odd occurrences. Tools I'd left neatly stacked on my workbench would be scattered in the morning. The sound of skittering footsteps echoed through the vents late at night. Convinced it was a rodent problem, I set traps, but they remained empty. One evening, I wandered downstairs, guided by an eerie sense that something was calling me. I found myself standing before the mirror again, transfixed by a subtle distortion in the glass. My reflection was there yet. It blinked a split second after I did. Disturbed, I covered the mirror with a sheet. Hours later, I shot awake to the basement door, creaking open on its own. The mirror's corner peeked out from beneath the sheet, as though someone or something had tugged at it. The basement light flickered, revealing a dim silhouette behind me in the reflection. I whirled around, heart pounding, but the basement was empty. Desperate to regain a sense of control, I invited my friend, Matthew Holmes, to come over and help me move the mirror to the trash. Matthew, a practical man, shrugged off my concerns until he spotted a faint handprint on the glass on the inside. He pressed his palm against it and recoiled. "It's warm," he whispered, eyes wide. I felt a jolt of adrenaline as the mirror's surface began to ripple, distorting our reflections into twisted shapes. We both stumbled backward, nearly toppling over paint cans and rickety shelves. Fearing I was losing my mind, I researched the house's history. According to local archives, the family that vanished had reported seeing strange images in reflective surfaces, culminating in their mysterious disappearance. Some neighbors claimed they simply ran away, but a more sinister rumor circulated. The basement mirror served as a gateway for a malevolent presence, trapping souls inside its reflective prison. I tried smashing it with a sledgehammer. The moment the metal struck the glass, a high-pitched wail reverberated through the basement. My ears rang painfully, and for an instant, I saw a multitude of faces screaming just beneath the surface. Cracks spiderwebbed across the mirror, but it remained unbroken. Terrified, Matthew and I retreated upstairs. We slept with the lights on, each haunted by fleeting glimpses of our distorted reflections in every window or shiny surface. When morning arrived, I mustered the courage to return. The mirror was whole again, not a single scratch marring its surface. Resigned, I covered it, boarded up the basement, and listed the property for sale. Within a week, an eager buyer offered cash, ignoring my vague warnings about the home's condition. I signed the papers, hoping to be free of the nightmares. Yet freedom proved elusive, even in my new apartment. I sometimes catch my reflection doing things I'm not doing, blinking when I'm staring, smiling when my lips are set in a frown. The faint sound of that basement door creaking open echoes in my dreams. Though I tell myself it's just an overworked imagination, deep down I know the truth. Once you've looked into that mirror, it never truly lets go of you. If you ever sense that your reflection isn't quite matching your movements, heed my caution. The next time you see your eyes blink without you, it might already be too late. I'm Sophia Bryant, a travel nurse with a habit of relocating every few months. My job takes me to distant towns, where I rent old houses for cheap. The latest property was a turn-of-a-century bungalow with a dank, unfinished basement. The landlord, Mr. Russell, warned me it had plumbing issues. He insisted the pipes made odd sounds sometimes, but it was nothing serious. Eager to save money, I signed a lease without a second thought. The first week passed uneventfully, although I noticed a persistent drip coming from the basement. Late one night, I grabbed a flashlight and ventured downstairs, determined to twist a valve or tighten a bolt. The overhead bulb flickered, bathing the cinder block walls in a sickly yellow glow. The drip echoed louder than expected, as though amplified by a hollow chamber behind the walls. I followed the sound until I found a series of rusty pipes snaking around a corner. Something was off. Each drip felt almost deliberate, like a steady, rhythmic pulse. I reached out to tighten a valve, and that's when I heard a soft whisper right behind me. My breath caught in my throat. At first I thought I was imagining things, but the whisper repeated, an unintelligible murmur that sounded both desperate and angry. A chill crawled up my spine, and I scrambled back upstairs. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bedroom, convincing myself I was just tired. The next day, I confronted Mr. Russell. He brushed off my concerns, insisting the pipes occasionally trapped air, causing strange noises. Unconvinced but lacking evidence, I returned home. That evening, as I cooked dinner, the sink sputtered violently, spewing out black water. The stench was foul, reminiscent of rotting garbage. I shut off the faucet and gagged, noticing a faint, echoing whisper again. My curiosity warred with my fear, and finally, I grabbed my phone to record any unusual sounds. Armed with my phone's flashlight and recording app, I descended the creaking steps. The damp air enveloped me like a cold hand. I approached the same spot as before, and again, I heard soft murmurs. My phone captured words, this time garbled pleas and raspy sighs. Heart pounding, I shone the light along the pipes. One section near the floor looked corroded, so I gently tapped it. The metal rang hollow. With trembling hands, I pried loose a small panel and nearly dropped my phone in shock. Behind it lay a narrow space where human bones were stuffed haphazardly, smeared with rust and age. The whispers grew louder, as if I had awakened something my mind raced. Were these remains from some long-forgotten crime? Who put them there? I tried calling the police, but my phone died inexplicably. Battery drained from full to zero in seconds. Panic seized me, and I fled upstairs, slamming the door behind me. That night, the pipes rattled like mad, banging and clanging in a frenzy. Amid the noise, I heard a voice, clear as day. Free me. I barely slept. By dawn, I had decided to leave, no matter the penalty for breaking my lease. I tossed my belongings into my car and prepared to drive off. As I pulled away, I saw Mr. Russell standing on the sidewalk, staring at me with a knowing smirk. It was then I realized he was somehow involved, or at least aware. I didn't stick around to find out more. I drove until my tank hit empty, checking my rear-view mirror constantly, half expecting to see him chasing me. Weeks later, in a new city, I sometimes still hear those whispers at night. It's as if the pipes left an imprint on my psyche, an echo that refuses to fade. No matter where I go, the memory of that cramped, hollow space filled with bones haunts me. I'm plagued by one gnawing fear. Maybe whatever was behind those walls latched onto me when I discovered its grave. If you ever hear faint voices emanating from your home's plumbing, take heed. Some secrets are better left undisturbed, lest they follow you long after you've fled. My name is Charlotte Hayes, and I inherited an old colonial house from my estranged aunt, Madeline. We barely spoke, so her decision to leave me the property was unexpected. The structure stood at the edge of a small town, surrounded by towering oaks. Locals whispered about my aunt's eccentricities, how she wandered the streets at night, muttering about shadows and ghosts. I dismissed it all as idle gossip, figuring I could at least sell the place for a tidy sum. Upon arrival, the house seemed ordinary enough, though it reeked of neglect. My first step inside kicked up a swirl of dust motes glinting in the sunlight. An uneasy feeling gnawed at me like being watched. I shrugged it off and set about exploring. Eventually, I noticed a trapdoor in the kitchen floor. It creaked open to reveal a steep, narrow staircase leading to a cramped cellar. The overhead bulb was burnt out, so I used my phone's flashlight. The cellar walls were lined with stone, and the floor felt oddly hollow in places. As I paced around, I heard a soft scraping noise, like nails on wood. It echoed below me, muffled but insistent. My heart pounded, but I couldn't pinpoint the source. I convinced myself it was just an animal trapped under the floor. Over the next few days, the scraping grew louder. Sometimes, it sounded like urgent scratching. Other times, like a slow, methodical clawing. At night, I swore I heard hushed voices drifting through the vents, calling my name in slurred tones, desperate for answers. I invited a local handyman named Jackson Porter to inspect the cellar. As he tapped along the boards, one section gave way with a crack. Underneath lay a shallow pit, where we found old photographs and handwritten letters. The photos depicted my aunt in her youth, standing with shadowy figures whose faces were smudged beyond recognition. Each letter hinted at and failed attempts to contact the dead. One paragraph read, "The shadows hunger. They grow restless, reaching from beneath. I must feed them, or they will consume me instead." A gust of air blew through the cellar, extinguishing the lone flashlight we'd set on a shelf. The temperature plummeted. In the dark, Jackson and I heard frantic scratching directly beneath our feet. Then came a low growl. Fear seized me, and I scrambled upstairs. Jackson, braver than I, lingered just long enough to slam the trapdoor behind us. Neither of us spoke a word about what we'd heard. The haunted look in his eyes told me he felt it too. That night I tried to sleep, but the voices wouldn't stop. They urged me to open the trapdoor and come back down. The floorboards groaned as though something was pushing up from beneath, straining to break through. I could practically sense the shadows pooling under my bed. In a panic, I fled to the living room, intending to wait out the night in an armchair. But the scratching followed me there, reverberating through the walls. By dawn, I was packed. I told Jackson he could keep the house if he wanted, though his hollow gaze suggested he was just as terrified as I was. I left without signing any papers or tidying up, convinced that nothing would quell the malevolent presence lurking under those boards. Driving away, I felt a mix of shame and relief, leaving behind my aunt's legacy of darkness. Occasionally, I dream of that cellar, hearing the scraping and the voices calling my name. I wonder if those shadows found another victim, or if they still bide their time beneath rotted planks, waiting for someone foolish enough to trespass. If you ever hear persistent scratching from beneath the floor, heed my tale. Some hungers, once awakened, can never be sated. I'm Nathaniel Collins, a home inspector by trade. People hire me to evaluate old properties, ensuring they're safe to inhabit or renovate. Over the years, I've grown numb to rotted timber and faulty wiring, but nothing prepared me for the Bradshaw property, a dilapidated mansion rumored to have been abandoned mid-renovation. When I arrived, the agent handed me a skeleton key and warned me about the basement's unusual design. Eager to finish the job, I made my way inside, methodically jotting notes on peeling wallpaper and creaking floors. Everything seemed relatively straightforward until I descended into the basement. The space was cavernous, illuminated by a few dangling bulbs swaying gently in a draft. My footsteps echoed ominously on the concrete floor. Tucked away in the far corner was a large iron door with no visible handle on the outside. Its surface was etched with bizarre symbols, spirals, and crosses that made my skin crawl. Despite my best professional detachment, I felt an unshakable foreboding. I continued my inspection, noticing an odd draft seeping through the door's edges. Suddenly, I heard a faint clang, like metal scraping against stone. Leaning in closer, I realized the sound came from behind the iron barrier. My pulse quickened. My first instinct was to leave, but curiosity won out. I fumbled with the skeleton key, though there was no keyhole in sight. Frustrated, I pushed my shoulder against the door. To my shock, it nudged open, revealing a pitch-black corridor. I aimed my flashlight down the corridor, spotting damp brick walls lined with iron rings. Chains clinked softly, as if recently disturbed. Every step I took reverberated with a metallic echo. The air felt heavy, like wading through invisible sludge. Farther in, I discovered a small chamber containing an altar. On it rested a tattered notebook filled with unsteady handwriting. One passage read, "The ones behind the door must remain locked away. They feed on fear and blood. Do not open it." My stomach lurched. A sudden slam behind me made me spin around. The iron door had swung shut on its own. My flashlight flickered, and in its intermittent glow, I glimpsed a shifting shape in the corner, something tall, contorted, with eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness. It moved closer, dragging a chain behind it. My throat went dry. I heard ragged breathing and realized it wasn't mine. Desperate, I yanked the door open just enough to squeeze through. A guttural hiss echoed from the chamber, sending my heart racing. Once back in the main basement, I locked the iron door, jamming a nearby metal rod through the latch. My mind reeled with questions. Had someone or something been imprisoned here? Was it still trapped? I abandoned the rest of the inspection, sprinting to the surface. The listing agent found me pale and shaking, but I gave no explanation. I knew no one would believe me. In the following days, I replayed the scene in my mind, haunted by the memory of those glowing eyes. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the light, an illusion born of stress. Yet even now, I dream of the corridor and the clinking chains. Each time, the door stands ajar, that thing waiting just beyond the threshold. The nightmares feel so real. I sometimes wake up expecting to hear metal scraping outside my bedroom. I've refused every job since. Word has spread that I ran from the Bradshaw property in terror. But rumors don't matter to me anymore. I'd rather be considered a coward than risk unleashing whatever lurks behind that iron door. If you ever stumble upon a locked entrance in a forgotten basement, remember this cautionary tale. Some doors are meant to stay sealed, for what lies behind them hungers for a freedom that should never be granted. I'm Daphne, and all my life I'd been drawn to the silent majesty of Redwood Vale. Its towering trunks and fragrant needles always offered solace until the night I discovered a hidden ritual site deep within its shadows. My mother used to say I had a knack for finding trouble, but I never imagined how right she'd be. One moonlit evening, I hiked beyond the usual trails, lured by a faint humming that seemed both soothing and sinister. The deeper I ventured, the older the trees became, their bark scarred by deep gashes. I spotted strange symbols etched into the wood, and with each step forward, my apprehension grew. Still, I pressed on, curiosity overriding caution. I eventually stumbled upon an overgrown clearing where robed figures formed a circle around a colossal statue carved from a single redwood trunk. The statue portrayed a woman with elongated limbs, her expression twisted in agony. My heart fluttered in disbelief as I watched the group sway in unison, their humming vibrating the still night air. The leader stepped forward, hands raised toward the statue's face. With a trembling voice, they invoked a name I didn't recognize, a name that pulsed in my mind like a heartbeat. The statue's carved eyes then glowed faintly, and a creeping unease took hold of me. I should have turned and run, but I was spellbound, locked in place by dread and fascination. Suddenly, the humming escalated into a chorus of discordant notes. The statue's wooden surface rippled, as if alive. A shrill crack echoed through the clearing, and the statue's torso split open, revealing a hollow interior. From this cavity emerged a vile stench of decay, and something writhed inside, scraping against the wood in desperate fury. The robed figures reached into the opening, each withdrawing a handful of writhing, glistening centipedes. I froze, nausea gripping my insides. One by one, they placed the centipedes onto their tongues before swallowing them whole. The leader turned toward me, as though sensing my presence, and I realized my horrific mistake. I had intruded upon a forbidden communion. In a surge of panic, I attempted to step back, but my foot caught on a route. I crashed to the ground, the sound echoing in the hushed clearing. The robed figures whipped around, and their murmuring gave way to frantic whispers. My mind screamed at me to flee, but adrenaline pinned me in place. Then the leader raised a staff, and a scorching red light erupted from its tip, illuminating the entire clearing. A wave of heat slammed into me, and the statue's eyes blazed like embers. I felt an immense pressure building in my chest, making it impossible to breathe. The robed assembly advanced, arms outstretched, as if beckoning me to join their ghastly rite. My vision blurred, spots dancing before my eyes. I knew I had only seconds to break free. Summoning every ounce of courage, I rolled to my knees and bolted into the darkness. The forest seemed to conspire against me. Roots snagged my ankles, branches tore at my skin. Behind me, the chanting resumed, louder and more urgent. My lungs burned as I sprinted through the maze of ancient trunks, the leader's voice echoing through the shadows, promising retribution. At last I spotted a faint glow from my abandoned campsite. I lunged for the lantern, nearly collapsing. In relief, the chanting faded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest itself watched me leave, disappointed I had escaped. Even now, I wake in cold sweats, recalling the red glow, the splitting wood, and the unholy communion. I've learned that Redwood Vale holds a dark heartbeat, one that resonates with those who dare venture too far. I left that cursed clearing, but the memory of it still clings to me like sap, a sticky reminder that some secrets are better left buried in the silence of the trees. My name is Lawrence, and I was a skeptic before I stepped into the cursed reaches of Ravenshade Woods. People in town warned me about sinister rites carried out under the old oaks, but I dismissed them as tall tales. I was a historian, after all, accustomed to separating fact from folklore. How wrong I was. I ventured in alone, armed with historical texts and a stubborn disbelief. The forest canopy was so dense that daylight struggled to penetrate, rendering the atmosphere dim even at noon. The air was thick, smelling of damp earth and something sulfurous. I pressed on, each footstep accompanied by the soft rustle of dead leaves and the distant caw of a lone crow. After hours of trudging, I discovered a stone archway engraved with cryptic symbols. This structure matched old records, describing a gateway used in secret druidic rituals centuries ago. My heart raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation. I carefully stepped beneath the arch. The temperature dropped instantly, and a dense fog materialized around me as if summoned by unseen hands. In the clearing beyond, I found a circle of stones arranged around a crude altar. Faded runes marked each stone's surface, radiating an unsettling energy I couldn't explain. As I approached, a sudden gust of wind extinguished the sunlight, leaving me enveloped in shadow. Then I heard a low, rhythmic chant from somewhere, just beyond the fog. I squinted, trying to make out silhouettes in the gloom. Slowly, hooded figures emerged from the tree line, their voices weaving an ominous lullaby. One by one, they encircled the altar, each holding a torch whose flame burned a deep, unnatural green. The color flickered across their faces, revealing hollow cheeks and eyes that sparkled with deranged fervor. They placed their torches in iron brackets, illuminating an ancient tome resting atop the altar. The tome's cover was made of a leathery material I dared not identify. My skepticism warred with an instinctive dread as I crept closer. The lead figure opened the book, finger tracing lines of text in a language I couldn't recognize. The chanting intensified, each syllable hammering into my mind. Suddenly, the circle parted to reveal an emaciated creature shackled to a wooden stake. Its sunken eyes darted frantically, pleading for mercy. My stomach churned at the sight of raw wounds covering its body. Without hesitation, the lead figure plunged a dagger into the creature's chest. A tortured scream pierced the night, and the chanting surged to a fevered pitch. To my horror, the blood that gushed from the creature's wound glowed an eerie green, matching the torchlight. The ground trembled, and an otherworldly roar echoed through the clearing. The shackled being collapsed, but its lifeblood seeped into the altar, making the runes burn with a flickering luminescence. I realized I was witnessing an ancient sacrifice meant to rouse something best left dormant. Unable to remain silent, I let out an involuntary gasp. Every hooded head snapped toward me. The chanting ceased, replaced by an unnerving silence. My heart thundered in my chest as they advanced, torches raised. I turned and sprinted into the fog, branches whipping my face. I could still hear their footsteps pounding behind me, closing in like a pack of wolves. I didn't stop running until I burst through the archway again. The air warmed, and the fog lifted as if a veil had been removed. Gasping for breath, I stumbled onto the main trail. Though I escaped with my life, my nights remain haunted by green flames and unholy chants. I abandoned my skepticism that Daysome legends, I learned, are grounded in nightmarish truths. I left the forest with more questions than answers. But the terror in my dreams tells me that knowledge sometimes comes at a horrifying cost. My name is Harris, and if I'd known the price of my ambition, I'd never have filmed that documentary in the heart of Harrowroot Forest. I was desperate for a breakthrough project, and local legends about forbidden ceremonies seemed like the perfect angle. My small crew and I arrived at dusk, camera gear rattling in the back of our van, each of us jittery with a blend of excitement and dread. We followed a narrow, overgrown trail into the forest's depths. The deeper we went, the quieter everything became. No bird calls, no rustling animals, just our own breathing and the crunch of twigs underfoot. The towering pines stood like silent sentinels, blocking out the evening sky. Every so often, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement among the trees, but when I looked directly, nothing was there. Eventually, we discovered a small clearing, where the ground was littered with withered flowers and charred bits of cloth. It felt like we'd stumbled upon the remnants of a forgotten ceremony. My cameraman, Joel, began filming, panning across the unsettling evidence. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through, carrying with it the faint echo of distant chanting. The hairs on my neck bristled. Compelled to investigate, we moved toward the sound. Dusk surrendered to night, and the moon's glow pierced the forest canopy in thin, silver ribbons. We paused at the edge of another clearing. There, a large stone circle enclosed a patch of blackened soil. In the center stood a figure draped in ragged robes, arms raised to the heavens. Something about the posture radiated an unearthly menace. With a surge of journalistic zeal, I signaled Joel to record. As soon as we stepped forward, the figure whirled around. A pale face emerged from the hood, a face without eyes, just smooth skin stretched across empty sockets. A rasping sound emanated from its lipless mouth, like an attempt to speak, but forming no coherent words. A wave of dread washed over me, and I realized we had trespassed on something profoundly evil before we could react. The figure dropped to its knees and pounded the ground with both fists. Dark fissures spread across the stone circle, seeping a thick, tar-like substance. The chanting we'd heard earlier grew louder, though no one else was present. It was as if the forest itself had joined the ritual. My crew and I stood paralyzed, cameras rolling, hearts pounding. Then, from within the cracks, twisted vines emerged, writhing as though they possessed a life of their own. They latched onto the roped figure, wrapping around its limbs in a grotesque embrace. To our horror, the figure began to laugh, a shrill, maddening cackle that echoed through the clearing. The vines burrowed into its flesh, and instead of blood, a black sap oozed out, steaming in the cool air. Suddenly, the vines lurched in our direction. Joel was the first to scream. One vine ensnared his leg, dragging him violently across the ground. I yelled for everyone to run, but chaos erupted. Two of my crew bolted back into the forest, while I tried to help Joel free himself. The vine's grip was impossibly strong, and a foul odor emanated from an nauseating blend of decay and sulfur. Desperate, I grabbed a nearby rock and hammered at the vine until it slackened its hold. Joel gasped in pain, his ankle, likely, broken. Supporting him, I half-limped, half-dragged him toward the edge of the clearing. Over my shoulder, I saw the robed figure convulsing under the vines, face upturned to the moon. The chanting intensified into a frenzied wail, as if the entire forest was screaming in unison. We escaped into the trees, stumbling over roots and branches until we found the van. The others were already inside, eyes wide with terror. Without a word, we sped away. Later, when I reviewed the footage, it was all static. The camera had failed to record the most horrifying moments. Even so, that night remains etched into my soul, a constant reminder that some stories aren't meant to be told. I learned too late that true evil doesn't always hide in shadows. Sometimes it calls to you, whispering promises you're too eager to hear. I remember how the cold wind pierced my jacket as I trudged deeper into the wilderness with Adam, my longtime friend. The trail was obscure, barely lit by our flickering flashlights. Towering pines blocked the moonlight, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move on their own. We weren't simply camping this time. We had heard rumors of a clandestine group holding a ritual in these woods. Our curiosity outweighed our caution, and so we continued in silence, feeling the weight of the night. I first noticed the footprints near a gnarled oak, prints too large and spaced too closely to belong to any normal walker. They led us onto a narrower path, where we found unsettling clues: melted candle wax hardened over roots, small wooden effigies hanging from branches, and cryptic markings carved into the bark. Each step felt like a silent invitation into a realm we were never meant to enter. Adam and I exchanged uneasy looks, but pressed on. Soon, we reached a clearing bathed in a ghostly glow. In the center stood a crudely fashioned altar made of stone slabs, surrounded by half-burnt black candles. A stagnant odor hung in the air, akin to rotting leaves mixed with something metallic. My heartbeat thumped against my ribcage. We were on the brink of discovering something horrifying, yet some twisted sense of fascination held us captive. My throat felt dry, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from that altar. Suddenly, I saw movement at the edge of the clearing, a line of hooded figures, each grasping a thick wooden staff. They marched in eerie unison, forming a circle around the altar. One figure, taller than the rest, lifted a ceremonial dagger carved with strange symbols. The chanting that followed resonated through the darkness, a guttural melody that rattled my nerves. I wanted to run, but found myself rooted to the spot, paralyzed by dread and awe. As the chant grew louder, the shadows beneath the figures began to writhe, as though they were alive. Adam tugged at my sleeve, signaling that we should leave, but part of me needed to see more to understand the forbidden practice unfolding before my eyes. That was when the tall figure raised its arms, revealing pale, skeletal hands. A wave of cold air struck us, and I saw the candle flames flicker wildly, as though responding to an unseen force. In one terrifying instant, the dagger plunged into a small wooden effigy on the altar. An agonized howl erupted from the circle, echoing through the trees. The effigy snapped open, revealing a blood-soaked scrap of cloth. I realized, with a bolt of horror, that this was no mere performance. This was a summoning, a call to something ancient and malevolent lurking in the shadows. My stomach twisted as I fought the urge to vomit. Suddenly, a piercing cry tore through the night. A monstrous silhouette emerged from the darkness, eyes glowing like embers. It towered over the robed figures, and they dropped to their knees in reverence. My mind reeled at the sight of this abomination, part stag, part decaying human form. Slowly, it turned its gaze toward me. Even from a distance, I felt its hunger, a primal urge that demanded sacrifice. Adam clutched my arm, and I heard his panicked breath. Without warning, the beast lunged forward, snatching one of the acolytes in its jaws. Screams shattered the ritual's rhythm, and the hooded circle dissolved into chaos. Adam and I snapped out of our trance and sprinted back into the woods, branches clawing at our clothes. We fled blindly, fear fueling our every step. Even now, I can still hear that unearthly roar echoing through the pines. I sometimes wake at night, drenched in sweat, convinced it's stalking me still, hungry for another offering. In the aftermath, word of the forest's malevolent presence spread quietly among the locals. Some whispered of cursed land and an ancient spirit that demanded blood. Others dismissed the tales as hysteria. Adam and I never spoke openly about what we witnessed, but the memory grew into a silent wedge between us. My nights became fraught with nightmares, visions of hooded congregants chanting under a pale moon, shadows warping into horrors beyond comprehension. Now, whenever I pass that old trail, I sense a watchful presence lingering among the trees. My flashlight beam reveals nothing but dense foliage, yet I know better. The forest has eyes, and it remembers those who witness its forbidden rites. Though my rational mind urges me to forget, my conscience won't let me ignore the truth. We disrupted something that night, something that thrives on fear, and I fear it may one day call me back. I pray it never finds me, but in my bones, I sense it's only a matter of time. My name is Evelyn, and I once believed no secret was too dark to uncover. That arrogant curiosity led me to a remote forest near Blackwood Creek, where rumors spoke of cryptic gatherings. I packed a bag armed with nothing but a camera and my blind determination. The twisted pines seemed to whisper warnings in the night air as I ventured into the gloom, guided only by the faint hush of distant chanting. I should have turned back the moment I found a scattering of bleached bones near a moss-covered rock. Instead, I pressed on, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Every branch seemed to scratch at my jacket like a bony finger, urging me to reverse course. I told myself it was just my imagination, a side effect of my single-minded pursuit of the unknown. Little did I know, I was stepping into a realm where human eyes rarely dared to linger. I reached a hidden hollow, ringed by ancient oaks. My heart hammered against my chest as I crouched behind a fallen log to observe. In the clearing stood a circle of hooded individuals, their bodies swaying in a rhythmic dance around a central totem carved from a colossal tree trunk. The totem bore a faceless visage with hollow eyes and a gaping mouth, as though perpetually crying out in silent agony. A single red candle flickered at its base. The chanting was low and hypnotic, punctuated by the snapping of twigs. One figure lifted a clay bowl, passing it around as others dipped their hands inside. Through my camera lens, I saw a thick, dark substance coat their fingers. Then they smeared this foul liquid onto the totem's wooden face. The sight made my stomach churn. An unnatural hush descended, and for a moment, the forest itself seemed to hold its breath. I nearly gasped aloud when the totem's carved eyes appeared to glisten, as if reacting to the vile offering. My pulse quickened, and I struggled to steady my shaking hands. The hooded assembly sank to their knees, chanting a phrase I couldn't decipher. Waves of cold air rippled through the hollow, sending leaves spiraling upward. I felt an immediate, primal terror. Something beyond my comprehension was about to manifest, suddenly. The totem's wooden mouth began to move, releasing a guttural moan that resonated through the clearing. My camera slipped from my grip, but I caught it before it hit the ground. The worshippers prostrated themselves, pressing their foreheads into the damp earth. My mind raced as I questioned my own sanity. Could Wood truly groan like a living creature? The moan built into a roar, shaking the surrounding trees. As the roar subsided, the lead figure rose and turned directly toward my hiding place. Though I couldn't see their face under the hood, I felt the weight of their gaze. The group pivoted in unison, silent yet menacing. My breath caught in my throat as they began to advance toward the fallen log, slow and deliberate steps crunching on the dried leaves. I realized that witnessing their secret had condemned me. Panic erupted within me, but my legs refused to move. I recalled stories of people vanishing in these woods, their possessions found near strange markings etched into the bark. Now, I feared I would become just another legend to be whispered about in local taverns. Gathering a final burst of courage, I bolted from my hiding spot, clutching my camera like a talisman. The hooded figures broke into a chase. I sprinted blindly, branches tearing at my face, footfalls pounded behind me, closer with every frantic heartbeat. I dared not look back. The forest was a labyrinth of shadows that seemed to warp and shift, guiding me deeper into its clutches. A single misstep sent me tumbling down a slope, smashing my knee against a jagged stone. Pain shot through my leg, but I forced myself up, limping onward as a shrill cry echoed behind me. At last, I stumbled upon an old ranger's cabin. I threw myself against the door, sobbing in relief when it gave way. No one was inside, but I slammed the lock shut and sank to the floor. Through the window, I caught one final glimpse of a hooded figure standing at the tree line, head tilted in silent warning. That night, I vowed never to chase such darkness again. Yet sometimes, under the moon's pale glow, I swear I can still hear that unholy totem's roar. I survived, but the memories cling to me like a curse, reminding me that some doors should remain forever closed. My name is Abigail, and last winter, I took a late-night trip through winding mountain roads. Snow whipped across my windshield, and the temperature gauge dipped well below freezing. My gas tank beeped empty, forcing me to stop at a remote station, labeled Blackwood Fuel. It looked deserted, except for a single, faint light inside. Stepping in, I rubbed my gloved hands together, scanning shelves of dusty supplies. A clerk named Jared emerged from a back room. He gave a tight smile, but couldn't hide the tremor in his voice. Something about his eyes said he'd seen too much. While I explained my situation, the lights flickered ominously. He pointed toward a weathered door. "Generators failing," he muttered. "I'll show you the canisters." I followed him, outside into the howling wind. The generator shed stood behind the station, covered in ice and half buried by snow. We pried it open to find empty canisters and a single flashlight flickering in the gloom. Jared cursed under his breath. Suddenly, an odd rumble echoed through the surrounding trees. It sounded like an avalanche, but the ground stayed still. Gripping the flashlight, we hurried back to the station, only to notice strange footprints in the snow leading around the corner. They were large, uneven, as though made by a massive creature dragging its feet. Inside, we locked the doors. The overhead lights sputtered to life one last time, then died completely, leaving us in near darkness. I pulled out my phone, no signal. Jared's radio emitted static. The wind battered the walls, and between gusts, I heard scraping near the front window. My mouth went dry, shining the flashlight. I saw a silhouette pressed against the glass, towering, covered in thick fur, with burning eyes. Its breath fogged the pain, revealing massive fangs. Before I could react, it roared and slammed a clawed hand against the door, rattling the frame. Jared and I retreated behind the counter. We heard it circling the building, each heavy step crunching through snow. Occasionally, it pounded on the walls, testing for weakness. Fear clawed at my mind. Then came a deafening crash. The creature had ripped an air vent loose, and we heard it crawling inside. I nearly screamed, but Jared clamped a hand over my mouth in the flashlight's beam. We spotted a vent cover in the ceiling push upward. A chunk of ice and insulation fell, revealing a massive paw. We scrambled toward a side hallway leading to a storage room. Slamming that door, we barricaded it with shelving. My heart felt like it might explode. A furious snarl reverberated overhead. The metal duct creaked. We braced for the creature to drop on us at any moment. In a desperate move, Jared shattered the small, frosty window to the outside. I climbed, through into waist-deep snow, shards of glass scraping my coat. Jared followed, whimpering in pain as he cut his arm. We fled around the station, the flashlight beam bouncing through swirling snow. Near the pumps, my car sat partially buried. We risked everything in a frantic attempt to refuel. The beast roared from somewhere above, knocking loose snow from the station's roof. The nozzle clicked, indicating we'd gotten just enough gas. Leaping into my car, we started the engine. Headlights sliced through the storm as the creature lunged into view, monstrous silhouette with glowing eyes. I floored the accelerator. We plowed through drifts, skidding onto the highway. In the rearview mirror, I glimpsed that hulking form, bounding after us, but gradually it vanished into the blizzard. Even now, I can't shake the memory of those footprints, that ear-splitting roar. Sometimes in winter, when the wind howls, I recall those burning eyes at the window. Blackwood fuel remains a frozen nightmare in my mind, proof that some legends about mountains in the dead of night might just be real. I go by Owen, and I once prided myself on being fearless. Late-night drives had always soothed me, especially through isolated highways. But one autumn, I pulled into a cramped gas station in the middle of nowhere. The battered sign said Aldridge, service. Something about the crooked letters unsettled me, but I needed fuel. The inside was dim, smelling faintly of mold. An elderly attendant named Franklin dozed behind the register. I cleared my throat, and he jolted awake. He gave me a polite nod, but his expression soon shifted to dread. "You shouldn't be out there after dark," he muttered, eyes darting toward the windows. Pumping my gas, I noticed a dusty old RV parked on the far side. No lights on, no signs of life. I peered inside the RV's window. Empty seats covered in stains. Suddenly, a hand smacked the glass from within. I jerked back, heart thudding. The blinds snapped shut, leaving me spooked. I returned to pay, but Franklin looked shaken. "Is someone living in that RV?" I asked, forcing a casual tone. He swallowed hard, then whispered, "It arrived 3 nights ago. Ain't seen a soul come out, except at odd hours. Strange noises, ... moans, rattling chains." My skin prickled. I tried to brush it off as superstition. Moments later, the station's lights flickered. A raspy groan emanated from somewhere outside. Franklin's face drained of color. Clutching my receipt, I hurried to my car. Before I could shut the door, I heard a metallic clang from inside the RV, against my instincts. I crept closer. The RV's door swung open with a slow creak, revealing darkness. A foul stench hit me, like decaying food and something else I couldn't identify. Summoning a shaky courage, I stepped in. My flashlight revealed tattered seats, scattered junk, and a thick chain bolted to the floor. That chain led to a contorted shape huddled in the corner, an emaciated figure, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. It lifted its head, exposing hollow eye sockets and a swollen tongue. My stomach churned. Suddenly, it lunged, yanking the chain taut. I stumbled backward, nearly dropping my flashlight. A keening wail filled the RV, echoing off the stained walls. I bolted outside, slamming the door. Trembling, I turned to see a face staring at me from the front window, gaunt features pressed against the glass, drooling. Then that face vanished into the darkness within. I sprinted back to the station, adrenaline roaring in my veins. Franklin looked at me knowingly. "Can't do anything for it now," he murmured. My mind spun with questions, guilt, and horror. Could that thing once have been human? Without a word, I dashed to my car. As I sped off, the RV's taillights suddenly flared. It lurched forward, engine roaring, headlights cutting across the lot. I watched in the mirror as it veered onto the highway behind me, swerving erratically. Franklin's station shrank into the distance, the sign flickering until it disappeared. The RV followed for miles, weaving from lane to lane. At times, I glimpsed that contorted figure pressed against the windshield, teeth bared in a silent snarl. Eventually, the vehicle drifted behind a bend, its lights fading. I drove on, heart hammering. I told no one. Who would believe that a chained horror dwelled in an abandoned RV, haunting a lonely station? But I do believe, even now, whenever I see an old motorhome crawling down the road, I grip the wheel tight, half expecting to spot that grotesque silhouette glaring back at me. I'm Marina, and my wanderlust led me to cross remote highways in search of solitude and open skies. One evening, my car sputtered to a halt outside an old station marked Carter's Fuel. Desperate for help, I pushed the door open, stepping into a half-lit shop where a lanky man named Brock manned the counter. He nodded politely, but had an odd look in his eyes, as though he was forcing calm. I explained my car trouble, and he said a mechanic might be summoned from the nearest town, though it'd take hours. I decided to wait, sipping a flat soda from their cooler. The place smelled stale, and the hum of overhead lights resonated like a swarm of insects. Suddenly, I noticed movement in one of the cooler's glass reflections, a dark outline crossing behind the rows of snacks. Turning around, I found nothing there. My pulse quickened. Brock caught my gaze, murmuring that he'd been hearing things for weeks, scratching in the vents, footsteps after closing. Most employees quit, but he stayed, lacking options. Moments later, a loud thump echoed from the supply closet. We exchanged glances. Reluctantly, I joined him to investigate. Inside, boxers lay toppled. A pungent smell hit me, reminiscent of rotting meat. In the dim light, I saw a handprint smeared in what looked like blood across a metal shelf. We stepped back. A hiss emanated from beneath the sink. Brock aimed his flashlight, revealing a figure crouched low, its back turned. My heart raced. With an unnatural twist, it craned its neck toward us. I froze at the sight of milky white eyes and a sunken face, mouth stretched into a silent scream. Its skeletal arms ended in blackened nails, scraping the floor. Brock shouted, and the creature lunged. We scrambled out, slamming the door. Something pounded from inside, each hit making the shelves shudder. Panting, we realized the lock on the door was broken. Frantic, Brock pushed a heavy cabinet against it. We retreated to the shop, the overhead lights flickering. I tried calling for help, but my phone displayed no signal. Outside, wind whipped dust across the forecourt. Then the pounding stopped, replaced by eerie silence. Adrenaline buzzed in my veins, but part of me hoped the thing had fled. That hope was shattered when the metal cabinet screeched sideways. The door burst open, revealing the creature again. It moved with frantic speed, lurching into the store. I grabbed a broom handle in futile defense. Brock and I sidestepped its grasp, diving behind the counter. Its ragged breathing filled the stale air. In desperation, Brock flung a metal canister. It connected with the creature's shoulder, staggering it briefly. We seized the moment to dash outside. I fumbled for my car door, but remembered I had no power. The creature bounded through the broken doorway, scanning the lot with those horrifying eyes. We sprinted to Brock's old truck parked behind the station. He started it on the second try, engine coughing, headlights illuminating swirling dust. Through the rear window, I glimpsed that pale figure glaring at us, its features contorted, in rage, but it made no sound, just a chilling stare that felt like a curse. We tore off into the night, leaving Carter's Fuel behind. I never retrieved my own vehicle. Even now, I wonder if it's still there, luring drivers who need a mechanic. The nightmares remain vivid. That silent scream, the bloodied handprint, the relentless pounding from the closet. Some encounters you can't forget, and this was mine. I remember remember the night with unsettling clarity, even though I've spent years trying to erase it. My name is Vincent, and I worked a lonely graveyard shift at a gas station off Interstate 47, under buzzing fluorescents. The rows of snacks and soda seemed normal enough, but I sensed something off in the air. Our neon sign blinked erratically, and the security camera feeds kept cutting out. It was well past midnight when I heard a faint scraping noise near the rear supply closet. At first I thought it was just the wind rattling loose panels, but the sound grew louder, more persistent, like nails scraping across metal. Gripping a flashlight, I tiptoed down the narrow hallway, my heart hammering. Inside the closet, I noticed wet footprints trailing across the floor. They were long, inhuman, shaped almost like webbed hands. My breath caught in my throat. The overhead bulb flickered, casting my shadow in frantic bursts. Then a shape glided behind a stack of boxes. It looked hunched, but impossibly fast. I tried to follow, stepping carefully around soggy cardboard, but the closet was empty. Returning to the counter, I saw that the cameras had frozen on static again. A chill shot down my spine. Something had interfered with them. The scraping noise resumed, this time from behind the station's exterior wall. The fluorescent lights flickered, revealing glimpses of a figure with elongated arms, sliding past the windows. Its skin glistened with moisture, as though fresh from some dark lagoon. Panicked, I dialed the local sheriff. The line hissed with static, and I thought I heard a distant croak or gargle before it cut out entirely. I fumbled for my cell phone, no signal. Alone, I glanced outside, glimpsing that shape weaving through the gas pumps. Moving to the door, I locked it. A rational part of me insisted I was imagining things, but the footprints on the floor told a different story. Suddenly, the station lights blinked off, plunging me into darkness. The only illumination came from a single emergency lamp near the coffee machine, casting jagged shadows. My flashlight beam quivered over the aisles, revealing nothing. Then a wet slapping sound echoed from the glass doors. I spun around, heart pounding. Two gleaming eyes stared at me through the pane, set within a gaunt face with flaking scales. The gaping mouth emitted a low hiss. Its bony fingers tapped the glass, testing my makeshift barricade. I backed away, breath ragged. The thing slithered out of view, but I knew it was circling. Moments later, I heard a loud crash near the back exit. Grabbing a mop handle as a makeshift weapon, I crept toward the storeroom. Through a dusty window, I watched the shape hauling itself onto the roof, dripping water onto the gravel below. My pulse soared. If it got in through the vents, I stood no chance. Without warning, a ceiling tile caved in, showering me with debris. The creature dropped onto a shelf, knocking down cans that clattered across the tile floor. Its limbs bent unnaturally, as if jointed in reverse. I shuddered at the slime trailing down its torso. Slowly, it raised its head, those eerie eyes fixing on me. I could barely breathe. It lunged, letting out a guttural rasp. I swung the mop handle, striking its shoulder. It hissed and recoiled, giving me a precious second to dart past it. My only option was to flee outside. Racing through the main store, I ripped open the front door and sprinted into the lot. The overhead lights buzzed like angry hornets, illuminating puddles of stagnant water where it had slithered. My car was parked at the edge of the asphalt. Fumbling the keys, I glanced back just in time to see the creature emerge under the sign, droplets glistening on its scaly arms. It let out a shriek that made every hair on my neck stand on end. Adrenaline surging, I managed to start the engine and peel away, gravel spraying behind me by the time local deputies arrived. The station showed no sign of forced entry, nor any trace of that aquatic horror. They chalked it up to stress, an overactive imagination. Yet I know what I saw. Even now, when I pass a lonely gas station at night, I scan the pavement for wet footprints. Sometimes, I hear that scraping in my dreams, a horrible reminder. that something from the murky depths once found its way onto dry land. They call me Raymond, and I used to drive night routes delivering supplies across several states. One evening, my rig rumbled low on fuel near a place called Raven's Gulch, so I pulled into a dilapidated gas station. The pumps looked rusted, the storefront windows grimy, and a half-broken sign flickered overhead. Inside, a single bulb buzzed like an insect, revealing a cluttered counter strewn with papers. A teenage clerk with pale skin, his namatag read Sawyer, stood there, seemingly startled by my arrival. I offered a nod and asked for directions, but he responded with nervous gestures. His voice came out trembling, as though something weighed on him. While I grabbed a coffee from the ancient machine in the corner, the lights dimmed. A tremor rattled the metal shelves, causing candy bars to tumble. Sawyer locked eyes with me, sweat beading on his forehead. "Don't go outside," he whispered. Confused, I peeked through the window anyway. Darkness cloaked the pumps, but something large moved between them, its silhouette, unnaturally tall, limbs bent, as though broken. I asked Sawyer what it was, but he just shook his head. Moments later, the lights fluttered back on. The shape vanished. I couldn't decide if I believed what I saw. Grabbing a flashlight, I figured I'd top off my tank and leave. Sawyer tried to stop me, muttering that it would only appear again, brushing aside his warnings. I stepped out under the buzzing neon. The night was still, no wind to rustle, even a scrap of litter. About halfway to my truck, I heard a scraping sound on metal. I spun around to find a slender figure perched on the roof of the station. Its limbs stretched too long, fingers like hooks. Moonlight glinted off a featureless face, a smooth mask of pale skin. My heart pounded as it dropped, silently to the pavement. Its limbs folded, spider-like, and I realized it was studying me. Terror rooted me in place, then it lunged. A shriek tore from my throat, but I managed to leap behind my truck's open door. The creature's spindly arms raked the metal, leaving deep gashes. Sawyer burst from the store, yelling for me to get back inside. The creature pivoted toward him, letting out a keening wail that rattled the windows. I dashed toward the station, practically dragging Sawyer in with me. We slammed the door, flipping the lock as the thing skittered across the concrete. Its featureless face pressed against the glass, a faint hiss emanating from behind the smooth exterior. For a moment, it just stared, as if measuring our fear. Then, with a swift motion, it smashed the glass. Shards flew everywhere. Sawyer screamed, and the lights flickered. I grabbed an old tire iron off a shelf, brandishing it like some feeble sword. The creature crept in, limbs contorting, its eyeless, head swiveling. Suddenly a siren wailed in the distance. Local authorities. Perhaps. The creature hissed again, then scrambled back into the night, vanishing behind the pumps. Disbelieving my own senses, I pushed Sawyer to come with me. We bolted for my rig. Whatever that thing was, I wasn't staying to find out. We raced off, headlights illuminating nothing but empty road. When the sheriff finally showed up, the station was in ruins, the door destroyed, yet there was no trace of the intruder. Sawyer was whisked away for questioning, and I ended up telling a tale no one believed. Since that night, I've changed. Routes entirely. Whenever I pass a lone gas station now, my heart clenches at every shifting shadow. Sometimes, I still see that faceless silhouette perched high on a rooftop, waiting for the next foolish soul to appear. I'm Julian, and I started as a radiology intern at Whitbridge Hospital, a place boasting state-of-the-art equipment. My mentor, Dr. Everett, was known for late-night MRI scans on critical patients. One stormy evening, she asked me to help with a peculiar case, a patient who'd arrived with unexplained seizures and half-remembered nightmares. We wheeled the unconscious man into the MRI suite. Rain pounded on the roof, and the fluorescent lights flickered as lightning struck nearby. While Dr. Everett prepped the machine, I placed the patient's file aside. It mentioned no family, no identification, just scribbled notes about strange symbols carved into his forearms. A creeping unease settled in my stomach. Halfway through the scan, the power fluctuated. The MRI console emitted bursts of static. Dr. Everett frowned at the monitor, adjusting knobs, but the images flickered with bizarre distortions. Suddenly, the screen displayed a Fisa monstrous visage with hollowed cheeks and pitch-black eyes. It vanished in an instant, replaced by normal brain imaging. I blinked, doubting what I saw. Then the patient began to convulse within the machine. We rushed to stop the scan, but the control panel wouldn't respond. He jolted upright, eyes rolling back, chanting an eerie guttural phrase. My spine tingled. The overhead lights dimmed, and a foul odor seeped into the room, like sulfur and decaying flesh, with a final snap of electricity. The MRI shut down, releasing the patient. He collapsed onto the stretcher. We scrambled to revive him, but then Dr. Everett gasped. The man's forearm carvings now glowed faintly in the darkness, as though lit from within. A harsh wind, impossible indoors, whipped around us. Instruments clattered to the floor, rolling in chaotic circles. The patient's eyes snapped open. He grabbed my wrist with an iron grip, murmuring a phrase that sounded ancient. My vision swam with horrifying images. Dark corridors, hooded figures, chanting in unison. Some unspeakable entity rose from a pool of black liquid. I felt my sanity teeter. Dr. Everett pried him off me, injecting a sedative. The storm outside intensified, windows rattling violently. Finally, the man went limp, the glowing marks dimming. We secured him and rushed to call for backup. A moment later, the monitors flatlined. By the time other staff arrived, the patient was dead. Administration demanded we keep silent. They labeled it a freak electrical surge, an unavoidable tragedy. Yet Dr. Everett and I couldn't ignore the unnatural circumstances. We studied the MRI data, finding inexplicable frames, glimpses of a horned silhouette, cryptic runes scattered across the scan. It was as if something from beyond had seeped into our reality. I left Whitbridge soon after, haunted by nightmares of that chanting voice. Sometimes, I wake in a cold sweat, convinced I see faint glowing lines etched onto my own arms. Perhaps I only imagine it, but I can't dismiss the thought that whatever invaded our MRI suite might not be done with me or with this world. They call me Meredith. I was once a resident surgeon at Oakwood Memorial, a place renowned for advanced medicine. My confidence soared there, until a chilling incident left me questioning reality. It happened in the old recovery wing, long sealed, off due to structural issues. Late one night, I had to retrieve supplies from that restricted area and order from a supervisor, who claimed we were short on certain equipment. As I stepped through double doors marked authorized personnel only, a wave of stale air enveloped me. The corridor lights flickered erratically. The walls bore cracks and peeling paint, revealing water damage. I passed abandoned rooms, each containing broken beds and dusty monitors. Then, from one of these rooms, I heard ragged breathing. Cautiously, I peered inside. An operating table stood under a dim emergency light. On it lay a patient's form draped in a blood-stained sheet. My pulse surged. The hospital record stated this wing was empty. Approaching slowly, I called out, but no reply came suddenly. The figure twitched. Its hand emerged from beneath the sheet, reaching for me. I stumbled back in horror. The patient's eyes blinked open, revealing mismatched irises. "Help me," came a rasping plea. Torn between terror and duty, I moved closer to check vitals. As I reached for the wrist, a horrid jolt shot up my arm like an electric shock. The overhead light buzzed, flickered, and everything went black. When the light returned, the table was empty, the sheet folded neatly. My heart hammered. Had I imagined it? Footsteps echoed behind me. I spun around to see a silhouette in a surgeon's coat, face hidden in shadows. The figure grasped a rusted scalpel, stepping closer with each heartbeat. I demanded it identify itself, but it only tilted its head, as if studying me. Panic flared. I backed away, only to find the door locked. The figure laughed a hollow, echoing sound that set my nerves on edge. Suddenly, it rushed forward, scalpel raised. I let out a cry, diving aside. My knee hit the floor painfully. When I looked up, the figure was gone. The door swung open on its own, revealing the hallway again. Shaken, I fled back to the main ward, breath ragged. No one believed my story. The staff insisted that old wing was locked and vacant, but I couldn't forget the image of that patient, calling for help, or the phantom surgeon stalking me with a scalpel. Determined to uncover the truth, I searched archived files. I found references to an infamous doctor who once conducted unauthorized procedures there. Rumors claimed he lost his mind after a series of patient deaths and simply vanished. I resigned soon after. Even the normal wards felt tainted by the memory of that night. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of the morning, I still see that abandoned corridor in my dreams. I run my gloved hands along the walls, and then I hear the screech of a scalpel on metal. A twisted laugh reverberates behind me, and I know I'll never escape the ghosts of Oakwood Memorial. I'm Atticus, a traveling paramedic who's been stationed temporarily at Greenvale General. The building's facade seemed normal enough, but there was an unsettling rumor. Something sinister haunted the hospital chapel, a place usually reserved for solace. One rainy evening, I learned the truth in the most harrowing way. I'd just finished a frantic Earth shift and sought refuge in the chapel, hoping for a moment of peace. Soft lamp glow revealed rows of chairs and a small altar adorned with artificial flowers. The stale scent of wax lingered in the air as thunder rattled the windows. I noticed a flicker in the corner, like a figure standing in the shadows. "Hello," I called gently, expecting a visitor in prayer. The figure stepped forward, into the weak light. It wore a dark cloak, its hood obscuring most of its face. Yet I caught a glimpse of hollow cheeks and eyes that looked unnervingly vacant. My instincts prickled, and I realized I wasn't alone in that sacred space. Rain pelted the stained glass, windows harder, and a sudden gust extinguished the lamps, plunging us into darkness. I scrabbled for my phone, using its screen as a feeble light source. The figure stood mere steps away now, silent as a grave. My pulse throbbed in my ears. Then, in a voice that crackled like static, it whispered, "Leave now." A jolt of fear shot through me. I tried to back away, but my heel caught on a chair leg, sending me crashing to the floor. My phone skittered across the chapel. Thunder boomed, illuminating the hooded figure in a white flash. It knelt down, revealing a face both gaunt and twisted, as though warped by agony. "You can't save them," it hissed, voice dripping with despair. Behind me, I heard the chapel doors slam shut on their own. The figure extended a skeletal hand toward my forehead, and an overwhelming cold seized me. Vivid, nightmarish visions filled my mind. Patients screaming on gurneys, doctors weeping over lost causes, souls wandering corridors in endless torment. My heart pounded so hard, I thought my chest would burst. Summoning all my willpower, I tore free from the figure's grasp, scrambling to my feet. The lamps reignited, bathing the space in trembling light, but the hooded presence had vanished. My legs shook as I approached the doors, trying to yank them open. They finally gave way, releasing me into the hallway. Gasping for breath, I stumbled into a passing doctor who looked alarmed by my pale, sweat-soaked face. When I explained what happened, he simply shook his head. "That chapel's been off limits at night for years," he said quietly, hinting that I wasn't the first to encounter such horror. Other staff members had reported ghostly visions of a hooded reaper or guardian spirit, warning them of impending doom. Some believed it collected the souls of those who couldn't be saved. I haven't set foot in that chapel since. Even walking past it fills me with dread, as if the figure waits just beyond the door, eager to show me more horrors. Sometimes, when storms roll through, I catch a glimpse of black fabric drifting across the threshold. I squeeze my eyes shut and hurry on. Whatever resides within those walls is no ordinary spirit, and I fear it might someday lay its chilling hand upon me again. I am Theodore, and I used to shrug off hospital rumors as mere folklore. That changed when I started my night shift as a volunteer in St. Helens Medical Center. The corridors were harshly lit, the disinfectant smell clinging to my nostrils. On my first night, an elderly patient named Mrs. Porter told me about a ghostly child roaming the pediatric wing. I laughed politely, believing she was delirious from her medication. Around midnight, I was delivering supplies to the pediatric ward. The overhead fluorescents buzzed, flickering intermittently, casting shadows that danced along the pale green walls. Suddenly, I saw movement. A small figure darted across the hallway. My pulse quickened, yet I convinced myself it was just a nurse's aide. Curiosity nagged at me, so I followed. The corridor led to a dimly lit lounge, where stuffed animals lined the shelves. There, in the glow of a single lamp, stood a boy in a hospital gown. His head was shaved, revealing thin scars across his scalp. When he turned, his eyes locked onto mine. A chill rippled through me as I realized he was slightly transparent, like a flickering image on an old TV. I tried to speak, but my throat closed. The boy raised one hand, beckoning silently. My mind screamed at me to run, yet my feet inched forward. He led me to a door at the end of the lounge, one marked storage. The handle felt freezing beneath my fingertips. Inside, I found a battered wooden toy box and a large plastic bag filled with dusty documents. Kneeling down, I rummaged through the files. They detailed the final days of a child named Martin who'd succumbed to a terminal illness decades ago. The records mentioned suspicious negligence, staff errors, even pleas from the boy's parents that were ignored. My chest felt tight, a wave of guilt washing over me, though I had no direct link to the tragedy. I heard a faint sobbing behind me. Turning, I saw the boy's spectral form trembling, tears shimmering on his cheeks. Instinctively, I reached out. My hand passed through him, sending an icy current up my arm. He mouthed words I couldn't hear, his gaze brimming with sorrow. Then the lounge lights flickered, and he vanished. A sudden crash jolted me. The toy box had toppled over by itself. Heart pounding, I picked it up. Inside lay crumpled letters addressed to hospital administration, all unanswered. As I stood, the door slammed, locking me in. Darkness swallowed me. Panicking, I pounded on the door, but no one answered. My phone flashlight illuminated faint. Footprints on the tiled floor, each step leading back toward the lounge. Gathering courage, I followed them until they stopped at the wall. The corridor felt different now longer, quieter, as though the hospital itself had shifted around me. Distantly, I heard a child's whisper calling my name. The overhead lights sputtered back on, and the door clicked open. I stumbled into the hallway, disoriented. A passing nurse scolded me for wandering off, but I barely heard her words. My mind spun with images of that sad boy and the heartbreaking files. I tried to tell her, but all that came out was a shaky breath. Days later, I found the resolve to mention the encounter to my supervisor. She grimaced and said, "We don't talk about that. Too many staff reported seeing him." She warned me that the boy's appearance foreshadowed turmoil. The authorities had hushed the case long ago, but some secrets never rest. I quit soon after. I still have nightmares. I'm trapped in that lounge, hearing distant sobs echo off sterile walls. The boy stands before me, eyes full of despair, guiding me toward more hidden truths. Sometimes, I jolt awake, gasping for breath, convinced I see him flicker in the corner of my bedroom. Perhaps he's pleading for justice, or maybe he's forever lost, wandering those halls in search of solace that will never come. My name is Georgina, and last month, I joined the nursing staff at Morningside Hospital. I'd heard rumors about strange incidents on the 4th floor, things moving on their own, unexplained shrieks in the night. I used to chuckle at ghost stories, but the laughter died on my lips when I worked my first overnight shift. It was 3 in the morning when an emergency alarm rang from room 408. My heart pounded as I raced down the hallway. Inside, the patient's bed lay empty, the sheets tattered and strewn across the floor. The room reeked of antiseptic, mixed with a dank odor that made me gag. Flicking on the overhead light, I saw deep scratch marks etched into the wall, as though by massive claws. Alarmed, I ran to the nurse's station to call security. That's when I heard low growling echo down the corridor. My pulse thundered. A harsh clang rang out, and I watched in horror as a steel gurney slid across the floor, with no one pushing it. I dared to inch closer, the hallway lights flickering, giving me fleeting glimpses of something crouched behind the gurney. I peered around the metal frame, nearly dropping my flashlight at the sight. A creature hunched on all fours, its pale skin stretched tight over protruding bones, and its face half covered by an oxygen mask. 2 sunken eyes glared at me, full of an animalistic rage. A chilling hiss escaped from behind the plastic mask, sending cold sweat down my back. Before I could react, it sprang forward, slamming the gurney into me. I stumbled, catching my arm on a protruding corner, pain flashing hot through my veins. The creature scuttled along the ceiling, its nails scraping the plaster. I screamed, staggering away as overhead lights cracked and rained down shards of glass. Desperate, I bolted into a supply closet, barricading the door with a heavy cart. My breath came in ragged gasps. Through the thin door, I heard it sniffing, nails scraping, searching. Each scratch sent shivers through my body. My mind spun. Was this patient mutated somehow, or was it something else entirely? Minutes felt like hours. Eventually, the scraping faded, replaced by distant alarms and frantic footsteps. I mustered enough courage to peek outside. The corridor lay wrecked, flickering lights, shattered equipment, bloody streaks on the tiles. Security guards rushed in, exchanging panicked shouts about an intruder or wild animal, but there was no sign of the creature. I explained what I saw, but my words made no sense, even to me. The hospital administration hushed the incident, claiming a patient had become violent. Yet the scratch marks overhead made no logical sense for any human. Other nurses whispered about a hidden lab that once existed beneath the hospital, rumored to perform horrific experiments. Though shaken, I remained on staff. Every night, I feel a prickling fear that it lurks in the rafters, biting. It's time. Sometimes I hear that same low growl when I pass room 408, even though it's remained unoccupied since that night. I can't forget those sunken eyes, or the rancid stench. Part of me wonders if it's still crawling through the ventilation shafts, searching for the next victim it can claim in the shadows of Morningside Hospital. I'm Benjamin, and the highway has always been my escape until that fateful night when the ordinary morphed into the inexplicable. I had been driving home after a long day when I noticed an unusual anomaly, a series of abandoned vehicles lining the roadside, as if dropped there by unseen hands. The eerie stillness of the highway, combined with an oppressive fog, sent shivers down my spine. My pulse quickened as I passed by, each car a silent witness to a story best left untold. A sense of foreboding urged me to pull over near one of the vehicles. I stepped out and, in the fading light, inspected a rusted sedan. The interior was coated in a fine layer of dust, and scattered personal items hinted at a sudden departure. I felt an inexplicable pull toward one object, a faded photograph of a young woman labeled Charlotte. Her eyes seemed to plead with me, imploring me to remember something long forgotten. Without warning, I heard distant footsteps behind me, but every time I turned, there was nothing but the oppressive mist, compelled by curiosity and an unshakable dread. I returned to my car and resumed my journey. The highway gave way to a narrow rural road that led me toward a dense forest. With every mile, the weight of the mystery grew heavier, and I felt as if I were driving toward a destiny I couldn't escape. In the forest's edge, where the trees grew so thick that light was a rare commodity, I encountered a decrepit cabin. Its windows were dark voids, and the door hung loosely on its hinges, creaking in the cold wind. Inside the cabin, remnants of a bygone era lay scattered: old diaries, broken furniture, and cryptic symbols etched into the walls. As I flipped through one of the diaries, I discovered entries detailing the tragic fate of a family haunted by inexplicable phenomena. The recurring mention of Charlotte struck me as though the past and present were colliding. An oppressive presence seemed to swirl in the stagnant air, and I felt eyes watching my every move. In the midst of that chilling encounter, the cabin door slammed shut, trapping me in a prison of my own making. Desperate to escape, I burst out of the cabin and raced back into the forest's depths. The trees loomed like silent judges as I navigated the labyrinth of shadows and twisting paths. At a small clearing, the remnants of a stone monument inscribed with a name. Fiona offered a momentary pause, a final resting place for a soul lost in time. There, as the wind whispered secrets among the leaves, I realized that my encounter on the highway had been merely the prelude to a deeper, more harrowing truth. In that forest, amidst memories and spectral echoes, I vowed to carry the legacy of those forgotten and unravel the mystery that had claimed them. I was driving along the desolate highway at dusk when I first sensed something was off. My name is Ethan, and that night, the road seemed to whisper secrets I couldn't ignore. The hum of my engine was the only sound as I merged onto the lonely stretch of asphalt. I'd left behind a chaotic day in the city, desperate for solitude, when I noticed a dim light flickering in the distance. As I neared, I saw a battered truck parked on the shoulder, its windows dark and inviting. I slowed down, curiosity mixing with an inexplicable dread. I pulled up beside the truck and, against my better judgment, approached it. The metallic scent of rust and old oil filled the air as I stepped out, my heart pounding in a rhythm I couldn't control. A chill ran down my spine when I heard a low moan emanating from within. My trembling hand reached for the door handle, and as it creaked open, I caught a glimpse of something that defied explanation: a figure, transparent and glowing, silently pleading with eyes full of sorrow. The apparition's face was hauntingly familiar, yet I couldn't recall ever meeting it. Frozen in disbelief, I stumbled back and retreated to my car. The highway had transformed. The once sterile road now pulsed with an eerie luminescence. I drove on, the spectral image etched in my mind, until the asphalt gave way to gravel. The landscape shifted. Roadside trees arched overhead like silent sentinels. I soon found myself at the edge of a vast, forbidding forest. The towering pines loomed as if guarding long-forgotten secrets, and the wind carried murmurs of lost souls. Inside the forest, the air was damp and heavy with decay. Every step I took felt as if I were trespassing in a domain where time had long since withered away. In the dim light, I encountered relics of an abandoned settlement, a rusted sign reading Oliver's Rest, and remnants of a fire pit, still smoldering with embers that refused to die. I pressed on, desperate for answers, yet terrified of what lurked beyond the next bend. The spectral presence, now an obsession, haunted every shadow, every rustle of leaves. I finally reached a clearing where the forest opened to reveal an ancient stone monument draped in moss. At that moment, the ghostly figure from the truck reappeared, its eyes brimming with silent anguish. I felt an overwhelming compulsion to uncover its story, as though my destiny was intertwined with the mysteries of that cursed night. Trembling, I knelt before the monument, vowing to remember the spectral warning and honor the lost soul's plea. In that forest, beneath a canopy of haunted whispers, my life was forever altered. My name is Amelia, and I never imagined a routine drive on the highway could lead to such dread. It began on a rainy evening when I left my friend's house, seeking refuge from a storm. The highway stretched out before me like an endless ribbon of wet despair. Raindrops blurred the headlights, and the rhythmic patter on my windshield created an almost hypnotic cadence. As I navigated the slick curves, I noticed a strange figure standing by the roadside, dressed in a vintage coat, its eyes reflecting a sorrow that chilled my blood. Against my instincts, I slowed and rolled down the window. The figure didn't speak, merely raised a trembling hand in silent plea. I couldn't shake the feeling that this person was not what they appeared to be. The storm grew fiercer, and as lightning split the sky, the figure vanished. My pulse raced as I continued down the highway, each mile intensifying the sense of foreboding. I began to suspect that the rain itself was concealing more than just water. It was a shroud for a hidden terror. Eventually, the asphalt gave way to a winding country road leading to an expansive forest. I parked on the side and stepped out into the torrential rain, drawn inexplicably toward the murmur of the trees. The forest was dark, the rain muted into a drumming symphony on the leaves. With each step, the air grew colder, and I felt the oppressive weight of unseen eyes watching me. In a clearing, I discovered a peculiar relic, a shattered pocket watch, engraved with the name Gideon. Its ticking, though broken, echoed in the silence. Each pulse a reminder of time lost. Haunted by the spectral encounter on the highway, I continued deeper into the forest. The path became erratic, overgrown with vines and tangled roots. Every rustle in the underbrush made my heart leap. Then, in a moment of bone-chilling terror, I heard soft, desperate whispers surrounding me. They were indistinct, as if carried on the wind from another realm. The voices merged into a mournful chorus that spoke of betrayal and loss. I knew that the figure I'd seen earlier was somehow connected to this place, a tragic soul cursed to wander between worlds. At last I reached a clearing where ancient oak trees encircled a forgotten graveyard. In that eerie tableau, I felt the full force of the horror that had stalked me from highway to forest. The rain ceased, leaving an oppressive stillness that magnified every heartbeat. I knelt beside a weathered tombstone, silently promising to seek the truth behind the haunted figure and the cryptic legacy of Gideon. In that frozen moment, amidst spectral echoes and the rustle of ancient leaves, I realized that some mysteries are destined to remain forever unsolved. My name is Charlotte, and I once believed that a drive on a quiet highway was the perfect antidote to life's chaos. That belief shattered one night when I found myself hurtling down an isolated road under a sky heavy with storm clouds. The highway, slick with rain and lit only by my headlights, soon became a stage for a terror I could scarcely comprehend. A sudden flash of lightning revealed a peculiar sight. A series of inexplicable tire tracks veering off the road, as if drawn by an invisible hand. I slowed my car, heart pounding as I tried to piece together the strange phenomenon. Compelled to investigate, I pulled over near a stretch of deserted pavement and stepped out into the lashing rain. I had barely reached the curb when I noticed a shadow moving swiftly among the puddles, a figure, cloaked in darkness with eyes that glinted like shards of glass. I couldn't discern any features, only the overwhelming sense that this presence was not of this world. Its silent pursuit sent waves of terror through me, and I dashed back to my car. The memory of that piercing gaze seared into my mind. With trembling determination, I resumed driving, the highway now a blurred montage of rain, fear, and unanswered questions. Soon the road narrowed, giving way to a serpentine path leading into a vast, foreboding forest. The trees loomed like ancient titans, their branches clawing at the heavy sky. I parked at the forest's entrance and stepped into a realm where nature itself seemed to mourn. The forest floor was littered with decaying leaves and shattered dreams, each step echoing the sound of my rapid heartbeat in the depths of the forest. I discovered an abandoned clearing dominated by a crumbling stone altar. Scrawled upon its surface were cryptic symbols and a single name, Harper. The air was thick with the coppery scent of old blood, and the whisper of secrets too terrible to voice aloud. As I circled the altar, a spectral wind picked up, stirring the fallen leaves into a frenzied dance. The presence from the highway seemed to manifest here, its energy mingling with the raw, ancient power of the forest. I felt as though I were caught in a time loop of despair, destined to witness a ritual that defied mortal understanding. With every fiber of my being, I resisted the pull of that dark force. I retreated slowly, never once daring to glance back at the altar or the swirling shadows that surrounded it. But as I reached the forest's edge, a final echoing wail followed me, a mournful dirge that promised the terror was far from over. That night, I learned that the highway's mysterious omen had led me into a labyrinth of ancient curses and spectral rituals. In that forsaken forest, my soul was indelibly marked by a darkness that defied explanation. I'm Daniel, and nothing prepared me for the night I encountered true malevolence. Driving along the open highway, under a starless sky, I felt the freedom of the road until an unsettling vibration in the air disrupted the silence. As I cruised through the night, the asphalt shimmered strangely beneath my tires, as if concealing a secret. Then I noticed a peculiar sight, a small antique car parked awkwardly at the roadside, its engine off and its windows fogged. The name? Isabella was etched delicately on its door, a detail so out of place it made my skin crawl. Against every instinct, I pulled over. I stepped out into the chill and approached the car, my breath visible in the cold night air. The interior was adorned with relics from another Tima porcelain doll, with cracked features, faded letters in a neat cursive, and a photograph of a family I'd never known. I sensed that the car was a time capsule of forgotten grief. As I reached to touch the steering wheel, the silence shattered with a distant scream that reverberated through the still night. I jerked my hand back, adrenaline surging as I realized that some force was urging me to uncover a sinister history. I hurried back to my vehicle and resumed my journey, my mind in turmoil. The highway soon gave way to a narrow road that slithered toward an ominous forest. With each passing mile, the landscape grew wilder, the trees denser, until the modern world was nothing more than a fading memory. Arriving at the forest's edge, I parked and stepped into a realm that felt like the domain of nightmares. The forest was alive with rustling leaves and unspoken warnings. I could almost hear the echoes of long-forgotten voices pleading for release. Deep within the forest, I found myself before a crumbling mausoleum enveloped in ivy. The inscription Jasper was barely visible, worn away by the relentless passage of time. Inside, the air was thick with decay and the unmistakable aura of dread. I wandered the shadowy corridors, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. Then, in a final, heart-stopping moment, the antique car from the highway materialized beside me, a spectral echo of the past, its headlights flickering like dying embers. I felt the overwhelming presence of a malevolent force that had lured me from the safe familiarity of the road to this nightmarish sanctuary. In that haunted mausoleum, as the full gravity of my situation settled in, I understood that I was entangled in a horror beyond mortal reckoning. The forest seemed to pulse with an ancient, unspeakable power, and I knew that leaving would not erase what I had seen. My journey from the highway to the forest had become a descent into darkness, a merging of past and present that would haunt my dreams forever. I left that place with a burden of terror and a resolve to remember every details so that others might be warned of the hidden evils lurking just beyond the familiar light of the road. I arrived at Camp Hollow Pine hoping for a carefree summer, not the harrowing nights that now stain my memory. The moment I stepped off the old bus, I felt an unsettling hush lingering beneath the laughter of excited campers. Our cabins were nestled around a lake whose waters sparkled by day, but seemed ominously black at night. I shared cabin B with Lucy, an adventurous spirit, and Kevin, whose humor often kept us sane when fear crept in. On our first evening, Mr. Hartford, the head counselor, led us in a round of ghost stories by the campfire. I remember thinking they were silly attempts to spook us until I woke around midnight to the sound of soft crying just outside our window. Initially, I assumed it might be a homesick camper, but the sobs faded into a whisper of wind. The eerie quiet made my skin crawl. The next day passed in a blur of canoe races and makeshift obstacle courses. Lucy teased me for jumping at every creaking branch, while Kevin made light of our nighttime scare, calling it my overactive imagination. Still, I couldn't shake the sensation that someone or something was watching me from the edge of the forest. Each time I glanced back, I saw only swaying pine trees. Night fell again, and after lights out, I heard it once more, a faint weeping drifting from the lake shore. Heart pounding, I slipped out of bed. Lucy and Kevin followed, curiosity and worry etched on their faces. We crept through the moonlit clearing toward the water, where we found nothing but silent reeds and the gentle lapping of waves. Then, without warning, an icy breeze caressed my neck. A shape materialized at the shoreline, a pale figure, translucent, in the moonlight, clad in dripping clothes. I stifled a scream. Lucy grabbed my arm, eyes wide. Kevin whispered, "Do you see that?" We all did. The figure let out a wail that echoed across the lake. Before we could blink, it vanished into the night, leaving ripples behind. We raced back to our cabin, adrenaline surging through our veins. The counselors tried to calm us in the morning, attributing our sighting to a vivid dream or prank. But Mr. Hartford's forced smile told me he suspected more. Later, I overheard him discussing a tragedy from years past, a camper who drowned under mysterious circumstances. Some claimed her spirit never left the lake. That afternoon, Lucy decided we should gather evidence. We staked out the lake shore with flashlights after curfew, each step crackling on the gravel. An hour passed in tense silence, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl. Suddenly, Kevin gasped. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the same apparition gliding toward us. She stretched out a trembling arm, mouth opening in a soundless plea. My blood ran cold as the figure reached the shallow water, eyes brimming with sorrow. A faint voice murmured, "Help me," before fading into mist. Lucy's bravado shattered. She broke into sobs. Kevin crouched by the shore, as though transfixed by what we had witnessed. I felt a crushing sadness, a deep sense of loss. The following night, storms pummeled the camp. Lightning flashed, illuminating the lake in stark white bursts. Through my window, I saw her silhouette, drifting amid the storm's fury. Sleep was impossible. The next day, the counselors announced we'd end the session early, citing severe weather. In hushed tones, we acknowledged it was more than just the rain dot. As we prepared to leave, I felt compelled to approach the lake one last time. Lucy and Kevin stood by my side. We saw no ghostly figure, only churning, rain-soaked waters. Yet the air felt charged with lingering sorrow, as though the spirit still sought release. I offered a silent prayer for peace. When the bus finally pulled away, I glanced back at the rustling pines and the haunted shoreline. Camp Hollow Pine would forever be stained by that mournful presence. Some nights, I dream of her pale hand reaching out for mine, pleading for help I cannot give. The memory remains, an echo of grief that still resonates whenever I hear the sound of waves. though I've told myself it was just a ghost story come to life. Deep down I know we saw something real. The chill in the air, the trembling voice, all lingers, reminding me that sometimes the dead cannot find rest, even beneath the darkest waters. I remember arriving at Camp Redwood with uneasy anticipation, my parents' car kicking up dust as it drove away. The towering pines seemed ancient, their needles whispering secrets. I was assigned to Cabin C with Blake and Fiona, both friendly enough to calm my nerves. Still, I sensed something was off, as though the forest carried a silent warning. On our first night, we sat around a crackling campfire, while Ms. Winchester, our lead counselor, recounted local legends, phantom lights, and eerie howls. Most campers snickered, but I felt a chill trickle down my spine. Later, in the darkness of Cabin C, I heard a noise, something between a growl and a hiss outside our thin walls. My heart pounded, but exhaustion finally pulled me under. The next day passed with archery, canoeing, and bug spray galore. Yet whenever I neared the tree line, I felt watched. Fiona admitted she'd heard the nighttime sound too. Blake brushed it off as an overactive imagination. Still, curiosity gnawed at me. After lights out, we crept along a moonlit trail behind the cabins. Fog curled around our ankles. Suddenly, a large shape darted across the path, too fast to see clearly, but unmistakably massive. We froze, flashlights trembling. I caught a single gleaming eye before it vanished. Back in our bunks, sleep evaded us. The next morning, Ms. Winchester led a brief search. We found enormous footprints and claw marks on a tree, though she tried to stay calm. Her eyes betrayed her concern. That night, the camp sank into a tense quiet. Even the crickets seemed hesitant to chirp. I lay awake, bracing for something terrible. It came around midnight, a blood-curdling cry from near the lake. We rushed outside to find a younger camper shaking like a leaf. He insisted he saw a hulking creature stalking him. As we tried to calm him, a low snarl ripped through the darkness. My blood ran cold. A tall shadow lurked at the edge of the pines, then slipped away into the mist. Morning brought frenzy. Some campers demanded to leave, others blamed a rabid bear. The counselors announced we'd be going home early. While we packed, rumors flew. A cursed spirit, a monstrous cryptid, or something worse. Blake's face was pale, his disbelief gone. As the bus rumbled away, I stared at the forest. Even now, I recall that dreadful presence, watching from behind the trees, waiting. Camp Redwood taught me that nightmares thrive in the places we consider safe. Sometimes, they watch us with hungry, glowing eyes, and their memory lingers long after we flee. I still can't shake the memory of that single eye, gleaming in the beam of my flashlight, reflecting an intelligence both predatory and disturbingly aware. It moved with a fluid grace no normal animal could possess. At night, I'd hear it breathing, or perhaps that was my own terror echoing inside my head. Fiona told me her grandmother believed in forest spirits, creatures that roam hidden corners of the world. She swore they only appear when humans trespass too far into their domain. I tried to laugh it off, but the claw marks were too high, the prints too wide to be a mere bear. One afternoon, I found Blake standing by the lake, staring at the water. He'd gone for a midnight stroll earlier that week and spotted something taller than any person. He heard heavy breathing and felt an oppressive weight on his chest, as if fear itself had taken form. He hadn't told us because he didn't want to spread panic. The counselors tried to maintain order, but every snap of a twig sent a wave of anxiety through the camp. By the time the session ended, none of us wanted to stay. Leaving felt like escaping a nightmare that might erupt at any second. Even in my dreams, that presence haunted me. I couldn't banish the image of that towering silhouette from my mind. Sometimes, I wonder if it still prowls those woods, waiting for another soul to stray. Even the memory chills my spine. Some secrets I've learned should remain hidden. I won't forget. I signed up for Camp Crestmore, expecting a break from city life. The camp brochure boasted of towering cliffs, lush trails, and nightly bonfires. It seemed perfect until I noticed a heavy crate being unloaded from the supply van. One of the staff, a jittery young man named Derek, guarded it anxiously. Something about that box set me on edge. I told myself I was just being paranoid. My cabin mates, Lindsay and Oliver, teased me about my curious nature. On the second day, I saw Derek hurrying into an old storage shed carrying a worn leather book. I followed at a distance, slipping behind a stack of crates as he pried the crate open. Nestled in straw was an ornate wooden idol, its surface etched with sinister symbols. Derek whispered frantically, "Not here. It's too dangerous." Felt an inexplicable urge to see more. That night, while everyone else sang songs by the fire, I snuck back to the shed. My flashlight flickered on rotted boards and cluttered shelves before revealing the idol's grotesque face. Its hollow eyes seemed to peer straight into me. My heart thumped wildly as I lifted it from the crate, ignoring the voice in my head, screaming that I should leave it alone. A rush of cold air wrapped around me. Footsteps scraped behind me, and I nearly dropped the idol. Derek stood there, panic etched across his features. "Put it back," he hissed. He snatched it away and warned me never to touch it again. In the dim glow of the flashlight, I saw genuine terror in his eyes. From that moment on, eerie occurrences plagued Camp Crestmore. Doors slammed shut without a breeze. Weird scratching sounds echoed through the dining hall at night. Oliver woke up with strange bruises on his arms, shaped almost like claw marks. Lindsay claimed she heard whispering whenever she passed the storage shed. Determined to understand, I confronted Derek one afternoon by the lake. At first, he refused to talk, but my relentless questions finally broke his resolve. He explained that the idol was discovered during a dig in a remote region, rumored to be cursed by vengeful spirits. Its keepers were told to seal it away, never to let it see the moonlight. Camp Crestmore's owners had agreed to store it temporarily, thinking it was just a trinket. That night, the wind howled as storm clouds blotted out the stars. I was jolted awake by shouts. Grabbing my flashlight, I raced outside to find a group of campers near the bonfire pit, staring at a figure in the shadows. It looked human, but its movements were unnaturally stiff. In its outstretched hand, it clutched the idol. Lightning flashed, revealing a twisted expression on what might have been Derek's face or something controlling him. A jolt of raw fear coursed through me as I realized he was muttering in a language I didn't recognize. The bonfire flames roared higher, as if feeding off his frenzied words. Smoke stung my eyes, but I couldn't look away. Lindsay screamed, and Oliver tugged at my sleeve, urging me to run. I couldn't move, transfixed by the ritual unfolding before us. Suddenly, a gust of wind extinguished the flames, plunging everything into darkness. By the time my eyes adjusted, Derek was gone, leaving the idol propped against a log. We rushed forward, dousing it with water, half hoping to break whatever power it held. Thunder rumbled overhead, shaking the ground. The next day, the counselors announced the camp would close early, citing maintenance issues. Most campers seemed relieved, eager to escape the creeping dread. We later learned Derek was found, wandering in the woods, dazed and incoherent, with no memory of what he'd done, or so they said. Before I boarded the bus, I sneaked back to the storage shed one last time. The crate was empty. The idol had vanished. I felt a mixture of relief and terror, unsure if it was truly gone, or if it had simply found another hiding place. As the bus rumbled away from Camp Crestmore, I shivered at the thought of what might still be lurking in those shadowy pine groves. Even now, I hear echoes of Derek's chanting in my mind. I wonder if the idol's curse remains unbroken, drifting like a malignant cloud, waiting for another unsuspecting soul to stumble across its ancient power. The memory clings to me, a grim reminder that some artifacts carry secrets best left buried. I never believed in supernatural forces until my weeks at Camp Whispering Elms. I'd expected the usual camp routine: songs, hikes, and lazy afternoons by the lake. Instead, we became victims of an invisible threat that spread like a slow poison. I remember the day I arrived. The mossy cabins, the towering elms swaying in the breeze. The air felt unusually thick, heavy with foreboding. My cabin mates, Darren and Melissa, noticed the tension too. On the second morning, we found one of the counselors, Ms. Connolly, pale and listless. She claimed she felt dizzy, but the nurses' station was overwhelmed with other campers experiencing the same symptoms. Strange rashes appeared on arms and necks, accompanied by fevers and nightmares that left everyone drained. We tried to continue camp activities, but the laughter was forced. Hushed conversations revolved around who had fallen ill next. Some whispered of a contagion drifting in the elm trees. Others spoke of a cursed spring somewhere deep in the forest. I tried to stay rational, telling myself it was just an outbreak, a fluke. Yet every night brought fresh screams echoing through the cabins, and I'd wake drenched in sweat from nightmares of twisted silhouettes in the moonlight. One afternoon, Darren went missing for hours. When he finally returned, his eyes were bloodshot, and he could barely stand. He muttered incoherently about hearing voices calling him to the heart of the woods. Melissa and I helped him to the nurse, but the staff looked overwhelmed and frightened. Day by day, more campers exhibited odd behavior, wandering aimlessly, muttering strange phrases, collapsing in the dining hall. Determined to find answers, Melissa and I ventured into the forest. A rumor suggested there was an old well that once supplied the camp, abandoned after several unexplained incidents. Following a faint trail of footprints, we spotted a stone structure choked with ivy. The well's opening gaped like a maw. As we approached, an overpowering stench hit us, and we gagged. Strange markings adorned the stones, as though someone had carved symbols into the moss. Melissa shone her flashlight into the darkness, revealing shallow water at the bottom. Something about that water seemed disturbingly wrong, tinted a sickly green. A faint whisper echoed from the well's depths, too low to understand. A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, carrying what sounded like a moan. We backed away, hearts racing. That night, the sickness spread faster. Campers tossed and turned, plagued by fevers and delirium. Even the counselors seemed helpless. Darren, now gravely ill, reached for my hand and rasped something, calling from below, before drifting into a trembling sleep. The words chilled me to my core. In desperation, Melissa and I confronted Mr. Landon, the camp director. He admitted that an eerie legend surrounded the old well, claiming its water was tainted by a restless entity. Generations ago, a caretaker fell in and was never recovered. Locals believed his tormented spirit poisoned the water and anyone who lingered too long near it. As the situation worsened, Mr. Landon finally decided to shut down the camp. We had to evacuate, yet many campers were too weak to travel. That final night, lightning lit the sky, revealing skeletal branches thrashing in the wind. I couldn't sleep, haunted by the knowledge that a malevolent presence was suffocating this place. Early the next morning, ambulances arrived to transport the most serious cases. I boarded a bus, numb with dread. Through the window, I watched the ancient elms sway, their leaves rustling like distant whispers. I couldn't shake the sense that whatever lurked in that well would continue to fester, reaching out with ghostly fingers to claim any who ventured near. Weeks later, I learned some campers recovered fully, while others suffered lingering nightmares. Darren eventually regained his health but refused to speak of Camp Whispering Elms. As for me, I still hear echoes of that insidious voice whenever I close my eyes. The memory is a grim reminder that some evils cannot be contained by locked gates or forest walls. They seep into your mind, haunting you long after you escape their source. I try to move on, yet the image of that moss-eaten well returns each night. I see a pale hand rising from the murky water, beckoning me to come closer. In my dreams, I stand transfixed, powerless to look away. Perhaps that's the final curse of Camp Whispering Elms, a quiet, lingering terror that clings to your soul and refuses to let go. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I'd never believe that a single, seemingly ordinary counselor could hold such dreadful power. But at Camp Silver Valley, I learned that darkness can wear any face. It all began on a sweltering afternoon, when we arrived, eager for canoe trips and campfire songs. The first person who greeted me was Harper, a charismatic counselor with a bright laugh and an easy smile. My cabin mates Tristan and Rob thought Harper was the coolest. She cracked jokes, led thrilling hikes, and seemed to know every star in the night sky. Yet something about her eyes unsettled me. At times, they looked almost glazed, as though she were a puppet forced to grin. Late one evening, I overheard a hushed argument between Harper and the camp director, Ms. Bradley. Harper's voice sounded sharp, almost angry. Before it dropped to a low murmur, I couldn't make out. Over the next few nights, bizarre incidents rattled Camp Silver Valley. The bonfire logs were found hacked into strange shapes. Our cabin doors swung open without a breeze. I awoke once to see Harper standing outside, staring at nothing, arms limped by her sides. She turned slowly, eyes reflecting the moonlight like dull mirrors. In a raspy voice, she whispered, "Go back to sleep." The following morning, Tristan claimed to have seen Harper wandering near the old chapel ruins at the edge of camp. Rumor had it the chapel was built on cursed ground, abandoned after a series of unexplained accidents. Rob and I decided to investigate, convinced it was all just exaggerated gossip. We followed a narrow trail, brambles scratching our legs, until we spotted the crumbling stone walls. To our shock, Harper was inside, standing in the middle of the debris, her arms raised as if in prayer. A faint chanting drifted through the shattered windows. Her eyes snapped open, and we ducked behind a fallen beam. She strode out of the chapel with an eerie grace, heading deeper into the forest. Once she was gone, we crept inside. In the dust, we found intricate symbols drawn in a circle. At the center lay a small leather-bound journal stuffed with odd sketches. The writing was illegible, but one phrase stood out, "Bound to the darkness." That night, Ms. Bradley approached me, concern etched on her face. She asked if I'd seen Harper acting strangely. Reluctantly, I described the chanting and the journal. Ms. Bradley's expression darkened. She explained that Harper had been found wandering in the forest a week before camp started, disoriented and clutching an ancient pendant. Ever since, her behavior had fluctuated wildly. During the next campfire gathering, Harper insisted on telling a story. Her words flowed in an odd cadence, describing a time-worn entity that seeks human vessels to carry out its will. I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. As she finished, the campfire flared unnaturally high, sending sparks into the air. A hush fell over the group. Later that night, screams erupted from the girls' cabins. Rob, Tristan, and I sprinted over to find doors scratched with strange symbols. Inside, campers cowered as the lights flickered. Footsteps thudded on the roof, accompanied by muffled laughter. We burst outside just in time to see Harper leaping down, eyes glowing with an unholy gleam. She bolted into the woods. Ms. Bradley called an emergency meeting, telling us all to gather in the mess hall until sunrise. Half the counselors combed the forest, searching for Harper, but by dawn, there was no sign of her. Exhausted and terrified, we agreed to cut the session short. Everyone packed with trembling hands. The next day, Harper stumbled back into camp, disheveled, her voice gravelly and words disjointed. She claimed to remember nothing, I watched from a safe distance as Ms. Bradley and two others guided her into a van. Nobody tried to stop them. We were just relieved to be leaving that place. On the bus ride home, I replayed the images. Harper's moonlit eyes, the chanting in the ruined chapel, the unnatural flame towering above us. Even the air around her had felt charged, as though alive with some ancient, malevolent presence. To this day, I wonder if Harper truly was possessed by a force lurking in those woods, or if she unlocked something dark within herself. The memory of her lifeless gaze still haunts my dreams, reminding me that evil doesn't always wear a monstrous face. It can smile, laugh, and even guide you through the forest before unveiling the horror beneath. No matter how many times I try to rationalize, I can't erase that final image. Harper standing atop the cabin roof, moonlight burning in her eyes, arms spread wide like a dark omen. If I learned anything at Camp Silver Valley, it's that the worst monsters might be the ones wearing our own skin. The night we arrived at the cabin, the moon was red. I should have turned back then. I should have known, but we laughed it off, called it an omen of good luck, a sign that our little weekend getaway would be special. And it was just not in the way we expected. There were 5 of us. Me, Daniel, Claire, Mark, and Lucy. Old friends looking to escape life for a few days, to drink, tell stories, and relive our youth. The cabin was deep in the woods, isolated, exactly what we wanted. It started with the symbols, carved into the walls, etched into the floorboards. Circles with sharp angles, intricate designs that made my stomach churn just looking at them. Probably just old markings, Mark said. People messing around. But Claire found something worse. A book bound in something that wasn't quite leather, filled with pages that smelled of decay. The writing inside wasn't English, wasn't anything we recognized. The last page, however, had something new. Fresh ink, written in shaky letters. Blood Moon, 1 of 5. We joked about it, made stupid dares. Then Lucy, always the bravest, ran a knife across her palm, pressing it against the page. Now we're part of the club. She laughed. The wind outside howled. The cabin door slammed shut on its own. We tried to shake it off, blamed the booze, the paranoia of being out in the wilderness. But that night, I woke to the sound of whispering. I thought it was Claire. She was in the bunk below mine, but when I peered over, she was dead asleep. The whispering wasn't coming from inside the room. It was coming from beneath the floor. I held my breath, my body frozen in place. The whispers grew louder, shifting between voices, overlapping like a chorus. Some were pleading, others were laughing, and one was saying, my name. I shot up, nearly falling out of bed. The cabin was silent again. My heart pounded as I stepped carefully toward the living room, but I wasn't the only one awake. Lucy stood by the fireplace, her back to me. The book lay open in front of her. Her lips moved silently, tracing the unreadable words. Lucy. My voice was barely above a whisper. She turned. Her eyes were hollow, empty. We have to finish it, she said. Mark's scream cut through the night. We ran to his room, but when we opened the door, he was gone. The window was shattered, glass, and blood on the floor. The woods outside were black, an endless void, but in the distance, something moved between the trees. Tall, wrong, watching. Panic set in. We grabbed our things, ready to leave, but the door wouldn't budge. The windows wouldn't break. The symbols on the walls had changed new words. Fresh carvings. Blood Moon. 2 of 5. Daniel lost it, started screaming, slamming his fists against the walls. Claire was crying, and Lucy was smiling. She took the knife from her pocket, dragging it across her palm once more. We have to finish it, she whispered. I ran. I don't remember how I got out. I don't remember the door opening, the woods parting. I just remember running until my lungs burned, until the whispers faded behind me. I reached the road by dawn, bloody, bruised, alone. The cabin was gone. No one believes me. They say we got lost, that Mark and the others were never real, that I made it all up, but I know what I saw, and every time the moon turns red, I hear Lucy's voice in the wind. We have to finish it. I should have listened to the warnings. The old man at the gas station had given me a long, pitying look when I told him I was staying in the abandoned cabin deep in the woods. "You don't want to go there," he said, shaking his head. "That's Hollow Man's Land." I laughed it off. Just another backwoods legend, I thought. I was wrong. The first night was uneventful, but something about the cabin felt off. The air inside was stale, like it hadn't been disturbed in decades. The walls were covered in deep scratches, long and deliberate, as if something had clawed at them for years. At first, I told myself they were from animals, but animals don't carve words. The markings weren't random. As I ran my fingers over them, I realized they formed letters. A single sentence, repeated over and over. "Don't let him in." I told myself it was just an old prank, maybe a scare tactic to keep people away. But that night, I woke up gasping for air, my lungs burning as if something was pressing down on my chest. The cabin was silent, but I had the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone. I reached for my flashlight and scanned the room. Nothing, but when I turned toward the window, my breath hitched. There was a figure standing just beyond the tree line, tall, thin, featureless. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but then it moved. Not like a person, there was no natural rhythm to its steps. It lurched forward, like something trying to imitate human movement, but failing. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling as I tried to dial for help, but there was no signal. My heart pounded as I locked the door and backed away. Then, the scratching started. Not from the walls, not from the floor, from inside the cabin. I turned slowly, my stomach twisting into knots. The words on the walls, "Don't let him in," were changing. The scratches deepened, shifting before my eyes, reforming into something else. Too late, the room went cold. My breath formed in misty clouds in front of me. The door rattled violently, the handle twisting as if something was trying to force its way inside. I stumbled backward, heart hammering, and that's when I heard it, a slow, ragged whisper right behind me. "Let me in." I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I bolted for the door, yanking it open, not caring what was outside, as long as it wasn't inside. But as I stepped onto the porch, I froze. The figure was gone, but the door had been locked from the inside. I never saw it, never heard it enter, but it had. And somehow, it had locked me out. The realization hit me like a freight train. Whatever had been scratching at the walls, whispering in the darkness, it was inside now, and I was the one left outside. I ran. I didn't look back. By the time I reached my car, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the keys in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I sped down the dirt road, my headlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. But just as I reached the highway, I caught one final glimpse in my rearview mirror. The cabin's door was wide open, and something was standing in the doorway, watching me leave. I came to the cabin to escape, to disconnect from the world. I didn't know then that some places should be left forgotten. The cabin belonged to my great-grandfather, a man whose name was only whispered in my family. No one spoke of what happened to him, only that he was lost to the woods. When I inherited the place, I was warned not to go, but I dismissed their fears as old wives' tales. The moment I arrived, something felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy, as if the forest was holding its breath. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp wood and time. The furniture was covered in dust, except for one thing, a book resting on the kitchen table. Its leather cover was cracked with age, and its pages were filled with strange symbols and unfamiliar words. I should have left it alone, but I didn't. That night, I woke to the sound of something moving beneath the floorboards. A rhythmic, deliberate scraping. At first, I thought it was an animal, but the sound was too precise, too steady. I grabbed my flashlight and followed the noise to the corner of the cabin, where a rug lay strangely out of place. Beneath it, a trap door. The air that rushed out when I lifted the hatch was stale, rotten. A narrow staircase led downward, swallowed by darkness. I hesitated, but curiosity overpowered fear. The steps groaned under my weight as I descended into the hidden chamber below. The room was small, carved into the earth itself. Symbols, identical to those in the book, covered the walls, drawn in something dark, something that smelled like rust and decay. And in the center of the room stood a stone altar, its surface cracked and worn. Chains hung from the walls, broken and rusted. Then I saw it, a figure, twisted and bound, lying atop the altar. Its flesh was shriveled, but its mouth was open in a silent scream, and its eyes sunken in black were locked onto mine. I stumbled back, my breath caught in my throat. The book slipped from my grip, hitting the ground with a hollow thud. And that's when the whispering started. Not from above, not from the woods, from the thing on the altar. I couldn't understand the words, but the voice was deep, guttural, ancient. The chains rattled as its limbs twitched, the dry skin stretching, as if it were still alive. Then the whispers turned to laughter. The air in the room grew suffocating, pressing against my chest like unseen hands. I bolted up the stairs, slamming the trapdoor shut behind me, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. But the whispers didn't stop. They seeped through the floorboards, through the walls, through me. I grabbed my keys, ready to flee. But when I reached the door, I froze. My reflection in the small window wasn't my own. My face was pale, sunken. My mouth twisted in the same silent scream as the thing on the altar. The laughter swelled, filling the cabin, the woods, my mind. The floor trembled beneath me, as if something massive was waking below. I ran. I don't remember the drive back to town, only that the whispers followed me. That night, I burned the book, watching the symbols blacken and curl in the flames. I thought it was over, but every night, just before I fall asleep, I hear a Tay voice in the darkness, whispering my name. The cabin stood at the heart of the forest, nestled between towering pines, untouched by time. I had been warned not to stay here, but the idea of complete solitude, away from the noise of the city, was too tempting. The place belonged to my grandfather, who vanished decades ago, leaving behind only cryptic stories of voices in the trees. I didn't believe in such things, at least not until the first night. The moment the sun dipped below the horizon, the whispers began. Faint, indistinct murmurs, drifting in with the night breeze. I stood on the porch, my flashlight scanning the dense tree line. The forest was eerily still. No crickets, no rustling leaves, just the whispers, weaving through the air, like tendrils of fog. I strained to listen, but the voices never formed into words. Just a maddening hum that settled into my bones. I told myself it was the wind, but then the knocking started. A single, deliberate tap against the window behind me. I spun around, my breath caught in my throat. The glass reflected only my own terrified face. But the moment I looked away, tap, 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 dot. I locked the windows, bolted the door, and retreated to the cabin's bedroom, clutching the old hunting knife I had found in a drawer. The whispers grew louder, more urgent. It was as if dozens of voices were murmuring just outside the cabin, their hushed tones overlapping in a twisted lullaby. I barely slept, my ears filled with the ceaseless, inhuman chorus. The next morning, I ventured outside. The ground around the cabin was undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of visitors. But something felt off. The trees seemed closer than before, their gnarled branches reaching toward the cabin like skeletal fingers, and the whispers, they hadn't stopped. Even in broad daylight, they slithered through the air, curling around my ears like invisible vines. I shouted into the woods, demanding whoever was out there to show themselves, and they did. A figure stood between the trees, motionless, watching. Its features were obscured by shadows, but I could feel its eyes on me, piercing and hollow. I took a step back, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. But the whispers, they were closer now. Inside the cabin, I ran back, slamming the door behind me, my pulse hammering in my skull. The old wooden floor creaked beneath my feet, but I wasn't moving. I stood frozen as the whispering voices rose to an unbearable crescendo. And then, they spoke. "Join us." A scream tore from my throat as the bedroom door swung open. The air inside was thick with shadows, and in the center of the room stood my grandfather. No, not him. Something wearing his face. His mouth moved, but the whispers came from all around, seeping from the walls, the floor, the very air I breathed. I ran. I don't remember grabbing my bag. Don't remember flinging open the door. Only remember sprinting through the forest. The whispers chasing me. The trees shifting as if trying to trap me inside their labyrinth. I didn't stop until I reached my car, gasping for air. The cabin loomed in the distance, barely visible through the tangled branches. The whispers faded as the engine roared to life. But as I drove away, my rearview mirror showed something I will never forget. The cabin was gone. In its place stood nothing but trees, their bark carved with hundreds of silent, screaming faces, and they were still whispering. I never should have come here. That thought echoed in my mind as I sat in the corner of the old wooden cabin, my back pressed against the cold, rotting walls. The candle in front of me flickered violently, casting erratic shadows that danced along the walls, whispering unspeakable things in the silence. Outside, the wind howled through the dense forest, making the trees sway like skeletal fingers, reaching for something unseen. I had come to this remote cabin for solitude, a break from the chaos of my life. It belonged to my late uncle, who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. They never found his body, only his journal, its pages filled with unsettling entries about shadows that moved on their own and whispers that came from the walls. I thought he had lost his mind. Now, I wasn't so sure. The first night, it started smaller, dark shape flickering at the edge of my vision. The feeling of being watched, a whisper so faint I could almost convince myself I imagined it. But the second night, I couldn't ignore it any longer. I woke up to find my chair overturned, the door slightly ajar, despite locking it before bed. The air smelled of damp wood, and something else, something metallic. Blood. I found a trail of dark stains, leading to the cabin's back room, a place I had yet to explore. My uncle's journal lay open on the floor, as if someone had been reading. The latest entry was dated the night before his disappearance. It read, "They come when the candle burns low. They live in the shadows. They whisper to me. They want me to join them." The candle beside me sputtered again, as if in response. I turned my head slowly, my pulse hammering in my ears. The shadow in the corner was darker than the rest of the room, a void where light should have been. It wasn't cast by anything, no furniture, no objects. It was just there, and it was moving. A chill gripped my spine as the shadow stretched toward me, shifting like liquid darkness. The whispers grew louder, unintelligible, yet insistent. I scrambled backward, knocking over the candle. The room plunged into total darkness, and I swore I felt something brush against my arm, cold, dry, like brittle leaves. I fumbled for my phone, its weak light barely illuminating the room. The shadow was gone, but I could still hear the whispers, circling me, filling my head. I bolted for the door, but it slammed shut on its own. The old wooden walls groaned as if the cabin itself was breathing, and then I saw them, faces emerging from the darkness, hollow eyes staring, mouths twisted in silent screams. They clawed at the walls, pressing against them as if trying to break through. My uncle's voice echoed in my head. They live in the shadows. I don't remember how I got out. I ran, stumbling through the thick undergrowth, branches tearing at my clothes, the whispers chasing me through the night. When I reached the town, I was covered in scratches, breathless, my mind a whirlwind of fear. The next morning, I returned with the sheriff, but the cabin was wrong. It looked older, more decayed than before. The furniture was covered in a thick layer of dust, untouched for years. My uncle's journal was nowhere to be found. The back room, it didn't exist. There was no door, no space where it should have been. But the worst part, the candle I had knocked over the night before was still there, standing upright, its wick freshly burned, as if something had relit it. I never went back. I never should have come here. I should have never stopped. I should have kept driving, even on an empty tank. But the fuel gauge was on E, and the only thing between me and total darkness was a dimly lit gas station at the edge of the woods. The moment I stepped inside, I knew something was wrong. The attendant stood behind the counter, staring at me with dull, unblinking eyes. His uniform was dusty, his skin pale, his expression hollow. "You lost?" he asked, his voice flat. I shook my head. "No, just need some gas." He nodded once. "Pump 4. I pulled out my wallet. "How much for a full tank?" His lips twitched upward, in something that was almost but not quite a smile. "No charge." I froze. What? Gas is free tonight. Every instinct in my body screamed, "Get out." But I needed to leave this place, so I forced a stiff nod and hurried back to my car. The pump clicked into place. The numbers on the screen started running, and that's when I saw it. A man stood at the edge of the trees, just beyond the stations. Flickering lights. His face was obscured by the darkness, but his eyes, they glowed. My stomach dropped. Then another figure appeared beside him, and another, and another. More of them, stepping forward, one by one, their glowing eyes locked on me. I turned to the station. The attendant was still staring at me. "You should hurry," he said softly. I ripped the pump out of the car, spilling gas onto the pavement. I didn't care. I threw myself into the driver's seat, turned. The car didn't start. The figures were moving closer now, slowly, deliberately. I twisted the key again, nothing. The attendant sighed. "They don't like it when people stop here." I turned. Panicked. "Who are they?" His dull eyes met mine. "Customers." My blood ran cold. The first figure stepped into the gas station's light dot. It was me, same clothes, same terrified expression. A loud knock rattled the driver's side window. My own face stared back at me, grinning. The car roared to life. I didn't think I just drove. The station disappeared in my rearview mirror, swallowed by the dark. Didn't stop until I was miles away. When I finally dared to check my gas gauge, it was still empty. The forest was dense, the towering trees blocking out even the moonlight. My breath fogged in the cold air as I followed the dirt path, my phone's flashlight barely piercing through the thick mist curling around my ankles. I shouldn't have taken this shortcut. My car had broken down miles back, and the nearest gas station was just past the woods. I thought it would be quicker. I thought I could handle a simple walk through the trees. I was wrong. The fog grew thicker with every step, swallowing the trees, the path, everything. It muffled the world, turning the woods into an eerie, soundless void. Then I saw her, a woman, stood just ahead, her long black dress blending into the mist. Her hair was dark, cascading over her face, her posture unnaturally still. I stopped. "Hey, do you need help?" My voice felt small in the silence. Slowly, her head lifted, my breath caught in my throat. Her face, it wasn't right. Her eyes were black pits, her mouth stretching too wide, too wrong. And worst of all, she was smiling. A deep, guttural whisper slithered through the air. "You shouldn't be here." The fog around her twisted like living shadows. I turned and ran. The trees blurred past me as I sprinted through the suffocating mist. The sound of my own footsteps pounded in my ears till I realized I wasn't the only one running. Something was chasing me. A distorted, breathy giggle echoed through the fog, growing louder, closer. I could feel it just behind me, a presence reaching, waiting the gas station. The neon light flickered in the distance. I pushed harder, my legs burning, lungs screaming for air. I slammed through the door, nearly collapsing against the counter. The clerk barely looked up from his magazine. "Let me guess," he muttered, flipping a page. "You saw her?" I turned, panting. The fog pressed against the glass, swirling like something alive, and just beyond it, the woman stood, still smiling, still watching. The fog thickened and she was gone. I never took that shortcut again, but sometimes, when the fog rolls in, I swear I see her standing just beyond the trees, waiting. I don't know why I decided to take the forest trail. Maybe I was tired of waiting for help on that empty road. Maybe I thought it would be quicker. But as I walked through the gnarled trees, the night pressing in around me, I felt that something was off. It wasn't just the unnatural silence. It wasn't just the cold air thick with the scent of damp earth. It was the gas station. It stood there, flickering neon sign buzzing in the dark. The same gas station I had seen miles back before my car broke down. The exact same one. I stopped. My stomach twisted. That wasn't possible. I had been walking straight toward town. How the hell was I back here? The glass door slid open with a creak. A man stood inside, staring at me from behind the counter. His face was eerily blank. "You lost." His voice was flat, emotionless. I swallowed hard. "I think so. This place I don't understand. I was walking toward town, but I keep ending up here." The man nodded, as if he had heard it 100 times before. "Yeah," he muttered, lighting a cigarette. "That happens." I frowned. "What do you mean?" He exhaled a long trail of smoke. "Once you enter the woods, you don't leave. You just come. Back here?" The hair on my arms stood up. "That's insane." He shrugged. "Sure is." I turned back toward the forest. No way, no way, this was real. I just had to keep walking, get back on the road. But as I took a step forward, the neon sign flickered and suddenly, I was standing at the entrance again. I never moved. A cold sweat broke over my skin. I turned to the clerk. His blank stare hadn't changed. "How do I get out of here?" My voice barely came out as a whisper. "You don't," he said simply. "But if you're lucky, something will take your place." The door creaked open. A man walked in. My heart stopped. He looked just like me. Same jacket, same expression of terror, frozen on his face. The clerk smiled. "Looks like you're free to go." I didn't think I just ran, but as I reached the road, the cold realization settled in my chest. I had escaped, but whoever that was, he hadn't, and someone had to take my place. The night was eerily quiet as I made my way through the forest, my phone's flashlight barely illuminating the winding dirt path ahead. My car had run out of gas miles back, and the only sign of life was the flickering neon glow of a gas station just beyond the trees. It seemed like an easy walk until I realized I wasn't alone. At first, it was subtle, the sound of footsteps crunching the leaves behind me, perfectly synchronized with my own. I stopped. The sound stopped. A chill ran down my spine. I forced a laugh. "Hello? Anyone there?" No response. Just the whisper of the wind through the trees. I kept walking, but faster this time. The footsteps followed. Every time I stopped, they stopped. Every time I moved, they moved. My pulse pounded in my ears. Someone or something was mimicking my every step. Then I saw it, a figure, just a few paces behind me, standing deathly still. My heart slammed against my ribs. "Who are you?" I shouted. The figure didn't move, didn't speak, but something was wrong. I pointed my flashlight at it, tanned. My blood ran cold. The figure was me. Same clothes, same height, same terrified expression. It tilted its head in an unnatural way, then slowly raised its hand. Mirroring my exact movement, I bolted. I didn't care where I was running, as long as it was away from that thing. My legs ached, branches scraped my arms, but I pushed forward. The gas station was close. I could see the lights, feel the safety of civilization just ahead. I dared one last glance behind me. The figure was running too, and it was getting closer. I lunged into the gas station, nearly knocking over a rack of snacks. The clerk behind the counter, middle-aged man with sunken eyes, didn't even flinch. "You saw him, didn't you?" he muttered. I turned, panting. The figure was gone. Who was that?" I gasped. The man lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke through his nose. "Ain't nobody," he said. "That's the problem." I never should have taken the shortcut. That thought pounded in my skull as I trudged through the dark forest, the beam of my flashlight barely cutting through the thick mist. My car had broken down on an old highway, and the only sign of civilization was a flickering neon light in the distance and old gas station. The problem: a dense patch of woods stood between me and it. At first, the forest seemed normal. Twisted roots snaked across the path, and the wind whispered through the leaves. But as I walked deeper, the atmosphere thickened. The trees loomed, taller, their bark gnarled like grotesque faces. I could hear my own breath, ragged and shallow, but something else, something moving behind me. I stopped. The crunch of twigs stopped as well. My heart pounded. I turned, flashing my light through the dense trees. Nothing. Just darkness stretching in all directions. I forced myself to keep moving, but the deeper I went, the stronger the sensation became, that horrible, primal feeling of being watched. Then, a whisper slithered through the trees. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was barely audible, like a breath against my ear. I spun around. Again, nothing. That's when I saw it. A figure stood between the trees, just at the edge of my vision. It was tall and impossibly thin, with elongated limbs and hollow, glowing eyes. The moment I looked at it, my body locked in place. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It tilted its head. Then it moved fast. Panic broke my paralysis. I turned and ran. The branches tore at my clothes, the ground uneven beneath my feet. Behind me, the thing followed, its limbs cracking unnaturally as it lunged between trees. The gas station was close. I could see the flickering light through the trees, if I could just make it. I burst out of the woods, my legs aching, my lungs burning. The gas station's fluorescent lights spilled onto the cracked pavement. I sprinted toward the door and slammed inside, gasping for breath. An old man stood behind the counter, eyes dull with age. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "Let me guess," he said, lighting a cigarette. "You saw it." I swallowed hard, still trembling. "What? What the hell was that?" He exhaled a long trail of smoke. "Something that don't like trespassers." He nodded toward the dark forest. "Lucky you made it out." I turned back toward the trees. The mist had thickened. The shadows between the branches deepened, and those glowing eyes, they were still there, watching. I never believed the stories about this place. I'd heard the whispers from the other. Employees don't look at the man who stands near the gas pumps at night, but no one ever told me why. I thought it was just a joke until the night I looked it. It was 3:12 a.m., and I was alone in the store, staring at the flickering security monitors. Business had been dead all night. The wind howled outside, making the old metal sign above the entrance rattle. I was about to grab another energy drink when I noticed something strange on the cameras. A man standing by pump #4. He wasn't moving, just standing there, staring directly at the store. I leaned closer. Something was wrong. His face looked blurred, like a bad photograph. His clothes were soaked, hanging off his body like he had just climbed out of a lake. My stomach twisted. No cars had pulled up in hours. I would have heard if someone had walked across the lot. I checked the live feed again. He was closer now, standing just outside the glass doors, but I hadn't seen him move. I swallowed hard. The automatic doors hadn't opened. The motion sensors hadn't beeped. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Then, the lights flickered. When they came back on, the man was inside the store, standing at the end of aisle 2. My body refused to move. I reached for the emergency phone, but before I could dial, the register screamed GLITCHED, and words began typing across the screen. "Do you see me now?" The lights flickered again. He was right in front of the counter. The air turned ice cold. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. He leaned forward, his blurry face distorting further, his lips stretching into something not human. And then, he whispered, "Now, you're mine." Everything went black. When I woke up, the store was empty. The clock read 3:13 a.m. I checked the security. Footage up. It showed me at the counter, frozen in place. The lights flickering, and then nothing. The man had never appeared on the cameras, but when I turned off the monitors, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the dark screen, and standing right behind me was him. I had only been working the night shift at the roadside market for 2 weeks when I found out why the last guy quit. Or at least, that's what I thought it was. Around 1:45 a.m., when I first noticed something strange. I was at the register when I heard a soft shuffling sound coming from the stockroom. That was weird, no one else was here. I glanced at the security cameras. Nothing, just empty aisles. I sighed, grabbed my flashlight, and headed toward the back. The stockroom door was slightly open, the flickering fluorescent light casting weird shadows inside. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I stepped inside. Everything seemed normal. Boxes of chips, soda crates, cleaning supplies. I was about to leave when I noticed something. One of the locker doors was open. We only had one employee locker, and it hadn't been used since I started working here. The last guy, Dan, had quit suddenly. No one told me why. I stepped closer. Inside the locker, I saw a name tag, .Dan, and beneath it, a note, crumpled and YELLOWED. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. It was written frantically, as if someone had scribbled it in a hurry. "If you're reading this, it's already watching you." My stomach dropped. I turned instinctively toward the stockroom door and froze. There was a face peeking through the gap, but it wasn't a person. The head was too thin, the eyes too black, the mouth stretched too wide, revealing rows of uneven, jagged teeth. I stumbled back, knocking over a shelf of cleaning supplies. The bottles crashed onto the floor as I scrambled out of the stockroom. The second I reached the register, I slammed the door shut and locked it. My breath came in short gasps. My hands were shaking as I checked the cameras. Nothing. I rewound the footage. At exactly 1:45 a.m., the stockroom door had creaked open on its own. At 1:46 a.m., something had crawled out. Long limbs, pale skin, a grin too wide for a human face. At 1:47 a.m., it disappeared, not into the aisles, not through the doors, just gone. I quit the next day, but before I left, I checked Dan's employee file. He had never officially quit, just disappeared. The manager never filed a missing persons report. I guess now I know why. Night shifts at the roadside market were usually dull. A few truckers stopping by, some insomniacs buying cigarettes, and the occasional drunk looking for snacks. I had worked there for 3 months, and nothing truly strange had ever happened, until that night. It was 2:37 a.m. The only sound in the store was the hum of the refrigerators and the occasional rustle of the wind outside. The road was completely empty, no headlights, no signs of life, just me, a dimly lit parking lot, and endless darkness stretching in both directions. I was behind the counter, scrolling through my phone, when the automatic door slid open with a chime. I looked up. A man had entered at first. He seemed ordinary tall, wearing a long dark trench coat with the hood pulled over his face. But something about him immediately made my stomach tighten. He moved ... strangely. His steps were slow and deliberate, almost as if he was measuring each one. His breathing was deep and controlled, like someone trying to suppress something. "Good evening," I said, forcing a smile. He didn't respond, didn't even look at me. Instead, he walked toward the refrigerators in the back, where the energy drinks were. He stood there for too long, not opening the door, not reaching for anything, just standing there, his head tilted slightly, as if he were listening to something I couldn't hear. I shifted uneasily behind the counter and glanced at the security monitors. That's when my stomach dropped. On the screen, I could see the back of the storeman standing by the refrigerators. But something was wrong. His reflection was missing. The refrigerators had glass doors, and everyone's reflection showed up when they stood in front of them. But his, nothing. I felt a cold sweat forming on my back. My fingers hovered over the emergency button beneath the counter, but I hesitated. What would I even say? That a guy's reflection wasn't showing. The cops would laugh me off the phone. Then, he moved. Slowly, he turned and walked toward the counter. His footsteps were completely silent, despite the old tiles always creaking underfoot. He placed a single item on the counter, an energy drink. Then, slowly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a $5 bill. It was old, wrinkled, and wet. I reached out to take it, but as soon as my fingers touched the surface, I recoiled. It felt wrong, too soft, like flesh, and then I saw it. The bill wasn't normal. It had no face, no president's portrait, no text, just blank, empty paper. My throat went dry. Sir, this isn't real money." My voice barely came out. The man finally moved his head, looking straight at me for the first time, and my entire body froze. He had no eyes, no mouth, no features, just a smooth blank expanse of skin where a face should have been. I stumbled backward, my breath coming in panicked gasps. My legs refused to move. The man's head tilted slightly, as if he were studying me. Then, slowly, he raised his hand and pointed toward the security cameras behind me. I didn't want to turn, but I did, and what I saw on the screen made me scream. The camera feed showed the store, showed me behind the counter, showed the shelves, the refrigerators, everything. But the man, he wasn't there. I spun back around. He was gone. The door had never opened. There was no sign of him anywhere. The energy drink was still on the counter, untouched. My heart pounded as I turned back to the security screen. I rewound the footage, played it back. The store door had opened by itself. No one had entered. But when I looked down at the counter, the $5 bill was still there. But now, words had appeared on it, scrawled in deep black ink. "You're next." I quit my job the next morning. Working the night shift at a roadside market wasn't exactly thrilling, but I preferred the quiet. Fewer customers meant fewer problems. That was, until the freezer door started opening by itself. At first I thought it was just a faulty latch. It was an old store, and the freezers were ancient. Maybe the cold air was causing pressure shifts. But after the 5th time I had to close it in one night, I started getting uneasy. It was always the same freezer, the one at the very back, the one we hardly used. One night, around 3 a.m. I was restocking snacks when I heard it again. Creeeaak. The unmistakable sound of the heavy freezer door swinging open. I sighed, grabbing a mop to brace it shut properly this time. But when I turned the corner, there were footprints leading away from the freezer. Wet, bare, human footprints. A chill ran down my spine. The floors had been dry all night. I swallowed hard and stepped forward, gripping the mop tighter. The freezer door stood wide open. Inside, thick frost covered the walls. The air was so cold it hurt my skin. And then I saw it. A handprint, pressed against the frost-covered glass on the inside of the freezer. It was fresh. I slammed the door shut and locked it. My heart pounded as I staggered back, trying to rationalize what I just saw. There was no way someone had been inside, right? I checked the security cameras. The footage showed me walking toward the freezer. The door was already wide open when I arrived, but there was something else. At exactly 2:59 a.m., the door had swung open by itself, and for exactly 1 second, something stepped out. Something tall, something with no face, and then it just vanished. I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I ran. The next day, my manager asked why I left early. I told him. He just stared at me for a long moment before sighing. "You're not the first to see it," he muttered. He handed me my last paycheck, then added, "But you're lucky. The last guy never made it out." I never asked what happened to him, and I never went back. The roadside market I worked at was small, old, and always had a strange, lingering smell of damp cardboard and something metallic. The night shifts were boring, but easy money at least. That's what I told myself, until I noticed aisle 6. It started about 2 weeks into my job. Every night, at exactly 2:42 a.m., I would hear it. A faint whispering sound, barely audible, over the hum of the coolers. It was coming from the canned goods aisle. At first, I thought it was the old AC vents, but then I realized the whispers were saying my name. Ethan. I snapped my head toward aisle 6, my heart pounding. The aisle was empty, but the whispering continued. I laughed nervously, shaking my head. Sleep deprivation, that's all. But then, something moved. A can. One of the soup cans rolled off the shelf and hit the floor with a loud clatter. I stood frozen. There was no one there. I walked over, picking up the can. My fingers trembled slightly, and then I saw it. A face pressed against the glass of the freezer behind me, pale, hollow-eyed lips, moving soundlessly. I turned so fast that I nearly fell backward, but when I looked at the freezer's reflection, there was nothing there. My skin prickled as I backed away. I decided to check the security cameras. The footage showed me standing in the aisle, picking up the can, but the reflection in the freezer glass was still there. It was watching me, and then it turned its head to stare directly into the camera. I didn't sleep that morning. The next night, I kept my back away from the freezers. The whispering started, again at 2:42 a.m. on the dot this time. I didn't check. I didn't look. I didn't turn around. And when I quit the following week, I never went back. But I still dream about aisle 6, and sometimes, in the silence of my apartment, I still hear it, Ethan. My name is Jake, and I've been a long-haul trucker for over 20 years. I thought I had seen everything the road had to offer: storms, accidents, even the occasional strange hitchhiker. But nothing compares to what happened last month, when I took a route through the mountains and found a tunnel that shouldn't have existed. It was just past 3 a.m. when I saw it. The highway curved sharply ahead, and as I rounded the bend, there it was, a long dark tunnel stretching into the mountain. I didn't remember ever seeing it before, but my GPS insisted it was the correct route. Maybe I had just never driven this way at night. I flicked on my high beams and entered. The moment I crossed the threshold, my radio cut to static. My dashboard clock froze at 3:17 a.m. A deep unease settled in my chest. Something was wrong. The tunnel was endless. I should have emerged within minutes, but the road stretched on, a monotonous, unchanging path. The yellow lane markings glowed, faintly under my headlights, repeating in a pattern that started to feel unnatural, as if I were driving in place. I pressed the gas, but my speedometer stayed the same. Then, I saw something in my mirror, a shape, vague, shifting, just at the edge of the darkness. I forced myself to focus on the road. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or exhaustion playing with my head. But deep down, I knew something was there. Watching then, the whispers started, soft, unintelligible at first, like a distant radio transmission. Then, clearer. Keep driving. I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles white. My headlights flickered, and for a split second, the tunnel around me seemed to ripple, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a single drop. My hands started to sweat. The air grew thick, heavy, making it hard to breathe. I checked my phone though. Signal. The GPS screen had gone black. That's when I saw the sign. A road sign on the right side of the tunnel, barely illuminated by my lights. The words were faded, almost unreadable. Turn back. A deep, primal fear surged through me. I slammed the brakes, but the truck didn't slow. My foot pressed uselessly against the pedal as the whispers grew louder. Keep driving. I looked in the mirror again. The shape was closer now. It had no form, no features, just darkness, shifting like smoke. But I could feel its eyes. A single thought consumed me. I couldn't let it reach me. I wrenched the wheel to the side. If stopping wasn't an option, maybe I could break free another way. The truck veered sharply, scraping against the tunnel wall with a metallic scream. Sparks flew. The whispers turned to shrieks. Then dash light, blinding golden light, flooded my vision. The truck lurched forward, and suddenly, I was outside, skidding onto a deserted highway. I slammed the brakes. The truck groaned to a stop. My heart pounded in my chest as I stared at my surroundings. The road was unfamiliar. The stars above were all wrong, brighter than they should be, arranged in constellations I didn't recognize. And the sign next to me, it wasn't in any language I had ever seen. My radio crackled back to life, but the voice that came through wasn't dispatch. Welcome back. I didn't stick around. I threw the truck into gear and sped down the highway, hoping I'd find my way home. But deep down, I knew I had left something behind in that tunnel, and something had followed me out. My name is Luke, and I've been a highway patrol officer for almost a decade. I've dealt with reckless drivers, drug smugglers, and even the occasional high-speed chase. But nothing has unsettled me more than the night I encountered the convoy. It was just past midnight when the call came in. A trucker had reported an unusual sighting on Highway 17, a line of old, rusted military vehicles moving slowly down the road without any visible drivers. At first I thought it was a joke, but something in the caller's voice told me he was dead serious. I was only a few miles away, so I decided to check it out. As I approached, my dashboard lights flickered, and my radio filled with static. That was my first sign that something wasn't right. Then, I saw them. 6 trucks, all identical, moving in perfect synchronization. Their headlights were dim, as if struggling to stay lit, and the metal of their bodies was covered in patches of rust and grime. They looked decades old, out of place on the modern highway. I switched on my sirens and pulled up behind them, signaling for the convoy to stop. Then I grabbed my radio. This is Officer Luke Daniels, requesting identification from the drivers of the military convoy on Highway 17. Pull over immediately. No response. The trucks continued forward, undeterred. I sped up alongside them, trying to get a look at who was inside. That's when I realized the cabs were empty. No drivers, no passengers, just empty seats behind cracked windshields. A shiver ran down my spine, but I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe it was some kind of remote-controlled experiment, a government test gone wrong. Still, I had to act. I pulled ahead of the lead truck and angled my cruiser sideways, blocking the road. For the first time, the convoy slowed. I stepped out, my hand hovering over my holster, and took a cautious step forward. The trucks were silent now, their engines idling, their presence oppressive. The air around me felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. Then, as if someone flipped a switch, all their headlights went out at once. Darkness swallowed the highway. My heart pounded in my chest. I reached for my flashlight, but before I could switch it on, a voice whispered through my radio. "You weren't supposed to see this." The breath left my lungs. I spun around, searching for the source of the voice. But I was alone. I grabbed my radio, my fingers trembling. "Who's there?" Static. Then, another whisper. "Turn around." I ignored it. I had to figure out what was happening. I stepped closer to the nearest truck and reached for the handle. My fingers barely brushed the cold metal when the truck shuddered violently. The sound of grinding gears and screeching metal filled the air as the convoy roared to life again. Before I could react, the trucks began reversing fast. They moved in perfect unison, retreating down the highway at an impossible speed. My cruiser's lights flickered, and my radio continued to whisper unintelligible words. I jumped back, my breath coming in short gasps. As the convoy disappeared into the night, I stood there, frozen, listening to the silence that followed. The road was empty again, no tire marks, no lingering sounds of engines, as if they had never been there at all. I rushed back to my cruiser and called it in. Dispatch said there were no military convoys scheduled on Highway 17. No reports of missing vehicles. Nothing. But I know what I saw, and I know they saw me, too. My name is Rebecca, and I've been a rideshare driver for the past 3 years. It's not the safest job, especially at night, but I've never been one to scare easily. At least, that's what I used to believe before what happened last Friday. It was nearly 2 a.m., and I was about to call it a night when I received a ride request from an old, abandoned rest stop on Highway 47. I hesitated. The place had been shut down for years after a string of unexplained deaths. Still, curiosity got the best of me. Against my better judgment, I accepted the ride. When I arrived, the parking lot was empty. No cars, no people, just flickering lights, and a dilapidated building covered in graffiti. I checked the app again. The request was still active. The name on it simply read, Michael. I waited a few minutes, drumming my fingers against the steering wheel. Just as I was about to cancel the ride, my back door clicked open. My heart jumped. I hadn't seen anyone approach. I glanced in the rearview mirror, but the seat was empty. A cold dread settled over me. I turned in my seat, scanning the back. Hello? No response. The door shut by itself, and the air inside the car grew freezing. My breath came out in white puffs. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of there, but my hands wouldn't move. It was like something was keeping me in place. Then, the app's voice navigation spoke. Drive. The screen updated with a new destination, a location deep in the woods, far from any known roads. My phone refused to close the app, and the car's engine roared to life on its own. I wasn't in control anymore. With no other choice, I pressed the gas. The road ahead was shrouded in fog, the highway barely visible. The longer I drove, the stronger the feeling of being watched grew. Shadows flickered in my peripheral vision. My radio crackled, though it wasn't on. A whisper crawled through the speakers. "You picked him up." I gripped the wheel tighter, my knuckles white. "Who's there?" The voice ignored me. "Don't look back." My pulse pounded. I kept my eyes on the road, resisting every urge to check the mirror. I didn't need to see it, I could feel it. Something was in the back seat, breathing, watching. The car suddenly jerked to the right. I glanced, and the car was moving. I knew it was something. I knew it was something. The car suddenly jerked to the right. I glanced, and the car was moving. I knew it was something. I knew it was something. The car suddenly jerked to the right. I glanced, and the car suddenly jerked to the right. My hands remained locked on the wheel, but it turned on its own, steering me onto a dirt road leading into the forest. The lights of the highway disappeared. Behind me, I was completely alone. "Please," I whispered. "I don't want to do this." The whisper in the radio returned. Almost there. The trees on either side grew denser, their branches clawing at the car, like hands trying to drag me in. Then, up ahead, I saw it a small, decrepit house, with a single light glowing in the window. The car came to a stop. The back door opened with a slow creak. I didn't look. I didn't breathe. For several agonizing seconds, nothing happened. Then, the door shut. The weight in the car was gone. The cold lifted, and I could move again. My hands trembled as I gripped the wheel. I didn't dare check the mirror. I just slammed my foot on the gas and sped back toward the highway, my heart hammering in my chest. When I reached the interstate, I pulled over to catch my breath. My phone vibrated. I hesitated before looking at the screen. The ride had ended. No charge, no record of the trip, and the name Michael was gone. My name is Daniel, and I have spent the past 5 years working as a long-haul truck driver. I enjoy the solitude, the long stretches of open road, and the sense of freedom that comes with being constantly on the move. But after what happened last night, I don't think I'll ever be able to drive the interstate at night again. It started around 2 a.m. On a particularly desolate stretch of highway. The road was empty, save for the occasional passing car, and the only lights came from my high beams cutting through the thick darkness. I was somewhere in the middle of nowhere when I saw her standing on the side of the road, thumb outstretched, her pale face barely illuminated in the glow of my headlights. She was young, maybe in her early 20s, with long dark hair and a simple white dress that seemed oddly outdated. Something about her made me uneasy, but I'd picked up hitchhikers before. Maybe she'd run out of gas, or her car had broken down further up the road. Against my better judgment, I slowed to a stop and rolled down the window. "Need a ride?" I asked. She nodded but said nothing. Up close, she looked even paler than before, her skin almost translucent in the dim light. I motioned for her to get in, and she climbed into the passenger seat without a word. As soon as she shut the door, a sudden chill filled the cab, making my breath visible in the air. "Where are you headed?" I asked, trying to shake off the creeping unease. She finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Just a little further up the road. I'll tell you when to stop." I nodded and kept driving, the silence stretching between us. Every so often, I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She sat unnaturally still, her hands folded neatly in her lap, staring straight ahead. I tried to make small talk, but she didn't respond. The unease in my stomach twisted into something heavier, something closer to fear. About 10 miles later, she finally spoke again. "Here." I slowed down and pulled onto the shoulder, but when I turned to tell her we'd arrived, my breath caught in my throat. The seat was empty. The door hadn't opened. There had been no sound, no movement. She was just gone. My heart pounded as I scanned the road, half expecting to see her standing outside, but there was nothing. Just the vast, empty highway stretching endlessly in both directions. Swallowing hard, I reached for my phone and pulled up a map. I needed to know where I was. I zoomed in on the nearest town and saw a diner about a mile ahead. Desperate for human contact, I started the truck back up and drove straight there. The diner was small, the kind that looked like it hadn't changed in decades. I parked and stepped inside, the warm scent of coffee and bacon momentarily grounding me. A few late-night customers sat at the counter, and an older man in a flannel shirt glanced up as I walked in. "You look like you've seen a ghost," he said, half-dashed joking. I let out a nervous laugh. "Maybe I have." He gestured for me to sit, and I did, ordering a black coffee. As I stirred in some sugar, I hesitated, then decided to ask, "Have you ever heard stories about a woman hitchhiking on the highway out there?" Dark hair, white dress. The man's face darkened. He set his coffee down, his fingers tightening around the mug. "You saw her?" I nodded slowly. I picked her up, but she disappeared before we got to her stop. He exhaled sharply and shook his head. "You're not the first. That woman died on that road 10 years ago. She was on her way home from a wedding when her car broke down. A truck driver stopped to help, but he wasn't a good man. They found her body in a ditch a week later." A cold shiver ran down my spine, and she's been hitchhiking ever since. The man nodded, trying to get home. I didn't finish my coffee. I barely made it out the door before my legs gave out beneath me. When I finally got back in my truck, I swore I'd never drive that stretch of road again. But as I merged back onto the highway, I glanced in my rearview mirror. For a split second, I saw her, sitting silently in the back seat. My name is Mark, and I've been a trucker for over 15 years. I've seen my fair share of strange things on the road, but nothing not the ghost towns, the wandering figures on the roadside, or even the stories truckers tell each other. At rest stops prepared me for what happened on exit 66. I was hauling cargo through a long stretch of highway that night. The road was quiet, the moon high, and the only sound was the steady hum of my truck's engine. I'd been driving for nearly 10 hours straight, and exhaustion was beginning to set in. That's when my GPS blared out a sudden, unexpected direction. "Take exit 66 in 1 mile. I frowned. I didn't remember ever seeing an exit 66 on this stretch before, but maybe I had just overlooked it. Figuring I could use some gas, and maybe a quick coffee, I decided to follow the GPS's suggestion. As I approached, the exit loomed ahead, barely lit, the sign weathered and covered in grime. Something about it felt oofa-fi. Turned onto the exit ramp, and that's when my radio crackled to life. "Turn around." The voice was distorted, barely audible. I grabbed the receiver. "Who is this?" Silence then. Another crackle. "Get off this road." A chill ran down my spine. I looked at the radio, then back at the road ahead. The ramp led to an empty, 2-lane road stretching into the darkness. No gas stations, no buildings, just endless pavement lined with skeletal trees. My headlights flickered, and my dashboard clock froze. 3:17 a.m. Something wasn't right. I reached for the gear shift, ready to turn back, when I noticed something in my side mirror. Headlights, approaching fast. My grip on the wheel tightened. Another truck, but there hadn't been any vehicles behind me a moment ago. The lights grew brighter, closer, until they were nearly blinding. I squinted, trying to make out the shape of the vehicle, but it wasn't right. It was distorted, shifting, like it wasn't entirely there then. My truck's engine sputtered. Panic surged through me. The headlights behind me began flashing, and the radio crackled one last time. Too late. My truck lurched forward on its own. My hands were on the wheel, but it wasn't me controlling it. The road twisted and stretched unnaturally, as if I was no longer on the same plane of existence. The sky above seemed deeper, the stars wrong. And then, I saw it. A gas station appeared up ahead, flickering like a mirage. I slammed the brakes, forcing the truck to stop just in front of the entrance. The second I did, the headlights behind me vanished. My truck's clock began ticking again. 3:18 a.m. The gas station looked abandoned, the neon sign buzzing weakly. I stepped out, my boots crunching on gravel, and approached the small, dust-covered window. Inside, a single old man sat behind the counter, staring at me with wide, knowing eyes. "You took the wrong exit," he said before I could even speak. "They don't let you leave." I swallowed hard. "Ooh." He just shook his head. "You best hope they didn't notice you." A cold wind blew through the empty lot, and I knew, deep in my bones, that whatever he was talking about, it had already noticed me. I didn't ask any more questions. I got back in my truck, turned it around, and sped back toward the highway. As I merged back onto the interstate, I looked in my rearview mirror. Exit 66 was gone. The sign, the road, everything, like it had never existed. But I know it did, and I know something was waiting for me there. My name is Aaron, and 2 months ago, my wife Megan and I moved into what we thought was our dream home. It was an old colonial-style house, spacious and filled with history. The previous owners had left in a hurry, selling the place at a fraction of its value. We didn't question it. We should have. From the very first day, something felt wrong. The house had a locked room on the second floor. The realtor told us it had been a storage space, and the owners had lost the key. We figured we'd deal with it later, but as the days passed, my curiosity grew. At night, we started hearing noises coming from the other side of the door. Soft scratching sounds, like nails dragging against wood. Megan insisted it was mice, but I wasn't so sure. One night, I woke up to the sound of something tapping against the walls. Rhythmic, deliberate. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. Then, a whisper slithered through the air. "Let me out." I froze. The voice was faint, but it was there, coming from behind the locked door. I shook Megan awake. She mumbled sleepily until she saw my face, then sat up, fully alert. The scratching had stopped. The house now silent, except for our breathing. That morning, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a crowbar from the garage and went upstairs. Megan protested, saying we should just leave it alone, but I was done ignoring it. I wedged the crowbar into the doorframe and pushed. The wood groaned in protest. Dust rained down from the top of the frame, but I kept at it. Finally, with a loud crack, the lock snapped. The door swung open. The room was empty. No furniture, no boxers, just for bare walls and a wooden floor covered in dust. But the air inside was heavy, thick with the scent of mildew and something metallic. Then I saw them. Faint scratches lined the walls, dozens, maybe hundreds of them. Some were deep, carving into the wood like desperate claw marks. And at the very center of the room, written in shaky, jagged letters, "Don't let IT out." A chill ran down my spine. Then something shifted. A shadow moved in the far corner of the room. At first I thought it was just a trick of the light, but then I saw it slither along the floor, stretching unnaturally, like ink spilling across paper. Megan screamed. The shadow lunged toward me. I stumbled backward, barely managing to slam the door shut. My heart pounded as I pressed my weight against it, feeling something push back from the other side. The whispering started again, louder this time, pleading, "Let me out." I ran. That night, we packed our things. We didn't sleep, didn't talk. We just left. The house is still there, waiting for its next owners. But the door is open now, and whatever was inside isn't locked away anymore. My name is Lucas, and last month, my wife Sarah and I moved into what we thought was the perfect house. It was an old but beautiful home, nestled in a quiet neighborhood with a spacious backyard. It needed some work, but we were excited to make it our own. From the beginning, something felt off. The house had a basement, something I had always wanted for extra storage. But the moment I stepped inside for the first time, a heavy sensation settled in my chest. The air was thick, damp, carrying a faint, sour smell. The walls were lined with old shelves, and in the farthest corner stood an old wooden wardrobe, its doors slightly ajar. Sarah didn't want to go near the basement. "It gives me a bad feeling," she said. I laughed it off. "It's just a basement. A little creepy, maybe, but nothing sinister." I was wrong. The first few nights were normal. Then, things started happening. It began with the noises, faint shuffling sounds, as if something was moving below us. At first I assumed it was the house settling, but then we started waking up to the basement door being open. I was certain I had locked it before bed, but every morning, there it was wide open, the darkness stretching beyond the threshold like an open mouth. One night, I decided to check it out. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way down the stairs. The air grew colder with each step. My breath came out in small white puffs. I shone the light around the room, scanning the shelves, the dusty floor, the wardrobe in the corner. Then, I saw it. The wardrobe door was wide open. Inside, there was nothing but darkness. But as I stepped closer, the beam of my flashlight flickered. My stomach twisted as I noticed something carved into the back wall of the wardrobe. "Don't let it out." A chill ran down my spine. The words were etched deep into the wood, frantic, desperate. My pulse pounded in my ears. Then, the door slammed shut behind me. The basement lights flickered and died, plunging me into complete darkness. My flashlight stuttered, barely illuminating the space around me. My breath came in quick, shallow gasps as I reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. Then, from inside the wardrobe, I heard breathing dud, slow, raspy breaths, coming from the darkness within. I stumbled backward, my flashlight flickering violently. The wardrobe door creaked as something shifted inside. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. Then, a whisper slithered through the air. "You opened it." The door behind me flew open, and I didn't hesitate. I bolted up the stairs, slamming the basement door shut behind me. My hands trembled as I turned the lock. That night, Sarah and I packed our bags. We left everything behind. The house is still there, waiting for new owners. But I know one thing for certain. The basement isn't empty, and now, whatever was inside the wardrobe isn't locked away anymore. My name is Daniel, and 3 weeks ago, my wife Claire and I moved into what we thought was our dream home. A spacious old house in a quiet neighborhood filled with charm and character. We were excited to start fresh, to build new memories together. But there was something about the house that felt off from the very first night. I noticed it, the mirror in the upstairs hallway. It was a massive antique mirror with a gilded frame bolted to the wall between our bedroom and the guest room. The previous owners had left it behind, and something about it unsettled me. It wasn't just its size, it was the way it seemed darker than it should be. The way reflections moved just a fraction too slow. Claire thought I was imagining things. "It's just an old mirror. Danny, you're being paranoid." I wanted to believe her, but then the reflections started changing. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I caught a glimpse of movement in the mirror. Claire was already asleep, and at first, I thought it was just my own reflection shifting in the dim light. But then I realized something horrifying. The reflection of our bedroom door was open. The real door was closed. I spun around, my heart hammering, but everything in. The room was as it should be. When I turned back to the mirror, the reflection had corrected itself. I barely slept that night. Over the next few days, it got worse. The mirror would show me things that weren't there, shadows moving in the corners, doors opening on their own. One night, as I walked past it in the dark, I saw something else, a figure standing in our bedroom. I stopped dead, my breath caught in my throat. It was tall, its features obscured in the dim reflection. It stood near the bed, watching Claire sleep. I turned, hoping to see nothing, but the figure was gone. I didn't tell Claire. I didn't want to scare her. I convinced myself I was exhausted, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew the truth. The mirror wasn't just reflecting our home, it was showing something else, something watching us. That weekend I decided to take it down. I grabbed my toolbox and tried prying it from the wall, but it wouldn't budge. It was as if the house itself didn't want it removed. Frustrated, I hammered at the edges, but the frame barely shifted. Then, Claire screamed. I turned to see her standing in the bedroom doorway, her face pale. "Daniel," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Look." I turned back to the mirror. I wasn't in it. Claire was. The room was. The hallway behind me was. But where my reflection should have been, there was nothing. Then, something moved. Not me. Not Claire. Something behind her reflection, just barely visible in the darkened glass. A shape, shifting unnaturally, reaching out toward her. I grabbed her wrist and yanked her away from the mirror. The glass shuddered violently, as if something had slammed against the other side. Then, all at once, it stopped. The reflection was normal again. Without a second thought, I covered the mirror with a bedsheet. That night, we slept with the lights on. The next morning, it was gone. The mirror, the bedsheet, everything in its place was a blank wall, as if it had never been there. We moved out the same day, leaving everything behind. We never spoke about it again, but sometimes, when I pass a mirror in an unfamiliar place, for just a moment, I swear I see something moving behind me. My name is Nathan, and a month ago, my wife and I moved into our dream home. It was a beautiful Victorian house in a quiet town, nestled between rolling hills and thick forests. It needed a little work, but we were ready to turn it into our forever home. The first few nights were peaceful. We spent our time unpacking, painting, and imagining the future we would build together. But then, the knocking started. It was always at the same time, 3:12 a.m. 3 sharp knocks, always coming from inside the walls. At first, I dismissed it as the house settling. Old homes make strange noises, after all. But then, the knocking started moving. One night, it was from the kitchen walls. The next, from the bedroom. It was as if something was moving through the house, trying to find a way out. My wife, Emily, was the first to see it. I woke up to her screaming. She was sitting up in bed, her eyes wide with terror. She pointed toward the corner of the room, her hand shaking. There was someone standing there, she whispered, watching us. I turned on the light. The room was empty, but the air was thick, suffocating, as if something unseen was still lurking. Emily refused to sleep in that room again, so we moved to the guest bedroom, but the knocking followed us. Desperate for answers, I decided to check the basement. It was the only place we hadn't explored. As I descended the creaking stairs, a foul stench hit me: damp earth, rotting wood, and something else. Something metallic. I shined my flashlight around and froze. There was a door. A small wooden door in the farthest corner of the basement. One that hadn't been there before. My breath hitched. I stepped closer, running my fingers over the surface. The wood was old, but the nails were new. Someone had sealed it shut recently. Then, the knocking came again from inside the door. A shiver crawled up my spine. I should have left it alone. I should have grabbed Emily and run, but I was too far gone. Too desperate for an explanation. I grabbed a crowbar and pried the door open. The air inside was freezing. My breath came out in white puffs as I stepped inside. The space was barely big enough for me to stand in. The walls lined with old, crumbling brick, and in the center, a chair, a single wooden chair, covered in chains, rusted and broken. As I stared, a whisper slithered through the room, low and guttural. "You'll let it out." The basement door slammed shut behind me. I don't remember how I got out. The next thing I knew, I was outside, gasping for air, my hands covered in dirt. Emily found me sitting on the porch, shaking uncontrollably. I tried to explain, but the words wouldn't come. We left that night, left everything behind. The house still stands, waiting for its next owners. But now, the knocking has started in our new home, and this time, it's coming from inside the closet. My name is Julia, and when my Mark and I moved into our new house, we thought it was the perfect place to start our lives together. It was a charming old farmhouse with plenty of space, a huge backyard, and a wraparound porch. The price was almost suspiciously low, but we didn't question it. We were too eager to make it our own. The first few days were uneventful. We spent our time unpacking, painting the walls, and discussing wedding plans. It wasn't until the fourth day that I noticed something strange. I was upstairs, sorting books in the hallway, when I saw a door that I hadn't seen before. It was wedged between two rooms, a narrow wooden door with an old brass handle. I was certain it hadn't been there when we moved in. I called Mark, but he just laughed it off, saying it was probably a closet we had overlooked. But I knew every inch of this house by now. That door wasn't there before. Curious. I turned the handle and pushed it open. A wave of cold air rushed past me. The room beyond was small and empty, the walls covered in peeling wallpaper. The wooden floor was thick with dust, undisturbed. The ceiling slanted slightly, as if it had been part of an attic once. But what unsettled me the most was the overwhelming silence. Not the comfortable kind you feel in an empty house, but something deeper, something watching. I stepped inside. As soon as my foot crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me. My breath caught in my throat. I turned and grabbed the handle, twisting it frantically, but it wouldn't budge. I pounded on the wood, calling for Mark. My voice felt swallowed by the room, absorbed into the thick silence. Then I heard the whispering. It was faint at first, a soft murmur that I couldn't quite make out. But as I pressed my ear against the wall, the voices grew clearer. Low, hurried whispers in a language I didn't understand. Something shifted behind me. I spun around, my heart hammering. The room was still empty, but the air had changed, felt thick, suffocating. The wallpaper seemed darker now, almost pulsing. Then the whispering stopped, and the door creaked open on its own. I stumbled out, gasping. The hallway looked exactly as I had left it. Sunlight streamed through the windows, the smell of fresh paint still lingering in the air. But when I turned back to look at the door, it was gone. The wall was seamless, as if it had never existed. I tried to explain what had happened to Mark, but he only chuckled and kissed my forehead. "You probably just got turned around," he said. "Old houses are weird like that." I wanted to believe him, but that night, as I lay in bed, I heard the door again. It creaked open slowly, the hinges groaning in protest. I held my breath, squeezing, my eyes shut. My body was frozen, every muscle locked in terror. Then, I felt it, a breath against my ear, a voice, no louder than a whisper. "You shouldn't be here." I bolted upright, turning on the bedside lamp. The room was empty. Mark stirred beside me, grumbling at the light. I scanned the walls, the corners, anywhere that door could be, but there was nothing. The next day, I searched every inch of the house. There was no hidden door, no extra space where that room could have been. But deep in my gut, I knew it was still there, waiting. That night, I locked the bedroom door, but when I woke up, it was open and muddy. Footprints led from the bed to the spot where the door had been. My name is Ethan, and I was a police officer in the small town of Hollowbrook before I left for good. The town had always had its fair share of ghost stories, but I never put much stock in them. That changed the night I responded to a missing person's call near Black Hollow Road. It was late October, and a thick fog had rolled into town, swallowing the streets in an eerie haze. Dispatch received a distress call from a woman claiming her husband had vanished outside their home. She was frantic, saying he had stepped outside to investigate a noise and never came back. I arrived at the house, a small cottage at the edge of the woods. The fog was so dense I could barely see my own hands. The woman, Mrs. Calloway, met me at the door, her eyes wild with fear. She kept glancing over her shoulder, as if expecting something to come out of the mist. "He was just there," she whispered, pointing toward the porch steps. I heard him call my name, and then silence. I ran outside, but there was nothing. No footprints, no sound, just gone. I tried to calm her down, assuring her that we would find her husband. But as I stepped off the porch and into the fog, a strange sensation settled over me, like the air was thicker, heavier. The world beyond the mist felt wrong. I drew my flashlight and scanned the area. The beam barely cut through the fog, illuminating only a few feet ahead. The trees loomed like skeletal figures, their branches reaching out like twisted fingers. I called Mr. Calloway's name, my voice swallowed instantly by the unnatural silence. Then I heard it. A whisper. Low, distant, shifting in the mist. I turned sharply, my pulse spiking. Mr. Calloway. No answer. The whispering grew louder. A dozen voices speaking over one another, moving through the fog. My breath hitched as I realized the sound wasn't coming from one direction, it was circling me. Then, the fog shifted. A figure emerged, standing just at the edge of my vision. My flashlight flickered, struggling to stay on. The figure was tall and thin, its limbs unnaturally long. It had no face, just a dark, hollow void where its features should have been. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my legs refused to move. The thing tilted its head, as if studying me. Then, it raised one skeletal hand and pointed at me. The whispers turned into something worse. Laughter, deep, distorted, echoing from all around me. My flashlight died, plunging me into darkness. I felt the air shift, the presence moving closer. My heart pounded in my chest as I reached for my radio, but all I heard was static. Then, a voice cut through the noise. You shouldn't be here. A sudden force slammed into me, knocking the air from my lungs. I hit the ground hard, pain shooting through my ribs. My vision blurred, and for a moment, I swore I saw shapes moving in the mist, twisted, contorted figures watching me, and then, silence. The fog lifted just as quickly as it had come. I gasped for air, my hands trembling as I scrambled to my feet. I was standing in the middle of the road, my cruiser idling a few feet away. The house was gone. The trees were gone. There was nothing but an empty stretch of highway behind me. I drove back to the station in a daze, my mind struggling to process what had happened. When I reported the incident, my supervisor gave me a strange look. There's no Black Hollow Road in Hollowbrook, Ethan, I protested. But when I checked the town's maps, the road didn't exist. Neither did the Calloways, the house, the missing husband. The whispering fognan of it was real, but I know what I saw, and sometimes, late at night, I still hear the whispers. My name is Olivia, and I was a real estate agent before I quit my job for good. I used to think old houses were charming, filled with history and untold stories. That was before I encountered the Harper House. Harper House was an abandoned Victorian mansion in the small town of Ashwood. It had been on the market for decades, yet no one ever bought it. People in town avoided it, refusing to even look at it as they passed by. Some claimed it was haunted. Others said people who stepped inside never felt the same again. I dismissed the rumors. It was just another old house that needed the right buyer. I made an appointment to inspect it alone before listing it again. That was my first mistake. The house stood at the end of a long, winding road, surrounded by dead trees. The iron gates groaned as I pushed them open, rust flaking onto my hands. The air felt heavier as I stepped onto the front porch. The wooden boards creaked under my weight, but the house itself was silent. Too silent. I turned the key in the lock, and the door swung open with an unsettling ease. The air inside was stale, filled with the scent of dust and something else, something faintly metallic. I took a cautious step inside, my footsteps echoing through the vast, empty halls. The furniture was covered in sheets, the chandeliers coated in cobwebs. But it wasn't the sight of decay that unsettled me, It was the whispering, At first I thought it was the wind slipping through the cracks in the walls. But as I moved deeper into the house, the whispers grew clearer. Faint, hushed voices, overlapping one another. Some sounded desperate, others amused. I told myself it was my imagination, maybe an old pipe hissing, or my nerves playing tricks on me. I continued my inspection, trying to ignore the growing unease curling in my stomach. Then I heard my name, a whisper, distinct from the rest, slithered through the air. Olivia. I froze. My breath hitched. The name had come from the grand staircase leading to the second floor. The air around me turned ice cold, my skin prickling with unseen static. I should have left, but something compelled me forward. I climbed the stairs, each step heavier than the last. When I reached the top, the hallway stretched unnaturally long, doors lining each side like the ribs of a great beast. Then, one of them creaked open. A bedroom. The walls were covered in peeling wallpaper, the furniture thick with dust. A massive mirror stood in the corner, its surface dark and rippling like water, and in it, I saw her, a woman, standing behind me. She was gaunt, her skin a sickly gray, her eyes hollow, her mouth stretched open, forming words, but no sound came. Out. I turned, heart hammering. But the room was empty then. The whispers exploded, hundreds of voices, screaming, crying, laughing. The air grew dense, pressing against me like unseen hands. I stumbled back, my reflection warping in the mirror. The woman's mouth moved faster now, her expression desperate, pleading, "Get out." I ran. I don't remember how I got out of the house, but the next thing I knew, I was in my car. My hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. As I peeled away, I glanced in the rearview mirror. The front door of the house had shut on its own. I quit my job that night. Harper House remains unsold. No one goes near it. But sometimes, late at night, I hear it, my name, whispered through my window. My name is Daniel, and for the last 15 years, I have worked as a journalist, covering strange occurrences in small towns. I have heard my fair share of ghost stories, local legends, and bizarre tales, but nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered in the town of Ravenshade. It all started with a tip about a town where people were vanishing without a trace. No signs of struggle, no explanations, just entire families gone overnight. The locals refused to talk to outsiders, and those who did only whispered about the faceless ones. At first, I thought it was just another urban legend. I was wrong. I arrived in Ravenshade on a foggy evening, the streets eerily quiet. The town was unsettling. The houses were old and decrepit, and despite the town's size, I saw no children playing, no people walking around. It felt abandoned, yet I could sense eyes watching me from behind the tattered curtains. I checked into the only motel in town and decided to walk around before nightfall. As I explored, I found faded missing person posters pinned to telephone poles. Some so old the paper had nearly disintegrated. One caught my eye. It was dated over 20 years ago, yet the ink looked fresh. Then I saw him. A man stood on the corner of the street, his back turned to me. He wore a dark overcoat, his posture unnaturally stiff. Something about him felt wrong. I hesitated before calling out, "Excuse me, sir, you live here?" Slowly, the man turned. My stomach dropped. He had no face, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth, pale skin where his features should have been. My breath hitched as I stumbled backward. The man nor whatever. He was cocked his head, as if confused by my reaction. Then, from the houses around me, others began to step out. One by one, they emerged from the shadows. Dozens of them, their faceless heads tilting in unnatural synchronization. They did not speak, did not move, just stared at me with an empty, suffocating presence. I turned and ran. My heart pounded as I sprinted back toward the motel, the air around me thickening, pressing against my chest. The farther I ran, the more the town seemed to twist and shift. The streets changed, stretching unnaturally, houses rearranging themselves like a living maze. I reached the motel and slammed the door behind me. locking it with trembling hands. My breath came in ragged gasps. Had I imagined it? Was I losing my mind? Then I heard the whisper. Right outside my window, I turned slowly, dread curling in my gut. The faceless man was standing there, inches from the glass, his featureless face pressed against it, though he had no mouth. I swear I could hear him breathing. Then, in a voice that was not a voice, he spoke inside my head. You should not have come. Darkness swallowed me whole. I woke up in my car, parked at the edge of town. My notepad was gone, my phone wiped clean. The town of Ravenshade was nowhere to be found. Where it should have been, there was only an empty stretch of road, and an old rusted sign that read, Town limits Ravenshadista Boltus. Never. My name is Eric, and I made the worst mistake of my life when I decided to take a shortcut through Hallbrook. It was supposed to be a quiet little town, just a few miles off the highway. I'd never heard of it before, but the map showed a direct route leading through it. I was behind schedule, exhausted, and eager to get home, so I took the turn without thinking twice. I arrived just before sunset. The town looked off. The streets were too clean, the houses perfectly aligned, and every single lawn was precisely trimmed. But the strangest thing, there were no people. No children playing, no cars moving, no voices, just absolute silence. I slowed my car to a crawl, rolling past rows of identical houses. Each one had its curtains drawn, as if the town itself was holding its breath. The place felt frozen. In time, my fingers tightened on the steering wheel. Something about it made my skin prickle with unease. Still, I convinced myself it was just an old, forgotten town. Nothing sinister. Maybe the residents had moved away, or maybe it was one of those places where everyone turned in early. I spotted what looked like a gas station up ahead. The neon sign buzzed weakly, flickering in the dimming light. I pulled up beside the pump, but as I stepped out of the car, I noticed the pumps were rusted, the price per gallon outdated by at least a decade. The glass door of the station was covered in dust, and through it, I could see rows of empty shelves inside. No cashier, no sign of life. Then, I saw movement. A figure stood at the end of the street, barely visible in the fading light. My breath hitched. I waved, hoping for some reassurance that I wasn't alone, but the figure didn't wave back. They just stood there, watching. A chill crept up my spine. Something about the way they stood too still, too rigid made my stomach twist. I told myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. I decided to leave. Maybe it was just a strange, abandoned town, and I had no business being there. But as I turned the car around, my headlights illuminated something that made my blood run cold. More figures, dozens of them, standing on porches, sidewalks, in the middle of the street, all facing me, all UNMOVING. My hands shook as I gripped the wheel. I pressed the gas, heart hammering, but the car wouldn't move. The engine sputtered and died. I fumbled with the key, desperate to restart it. Then I heard it, a whisper, not from the outside, from the back seat. I turned, my breath caught in my throat. A woman sat there. Her face was pale and hollow, her eyes black as the night. She wore a faded, tattered dress, her hands resting lifelessly in her lap. Her lips barely moved as she whispered, "You shouldn't have come." I froze, unable to move, unable to breathe. The figures outside had started to move slowly, unnaturally, their heads tilting at odd angles as they advanced toward the car. Their footsteps made no sound, but the air around me seemed to thicken, pressing in like an unseen force. I yanked at the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. The woman in the back seat didn't move. She just kept whispering, over and over, "You shouldn't have come." The streetlights flickered, and for a moment, I thought I saw something beyond the figures, a shadow, taller than the rest, its form twisting unnaturally. Its presence alone sent a wave of nausea through me. I felt my vision blurred then. Everything went dark. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I woke up, I was still in my car. The engine was running, the radio playing static. The town was gone. I was back on the highway, miles from where I had last been. The road ahead was empty, stretching into the distance like nothing had happened. But when I checked the time, only a minute had passed, and in my rearview mirror, just for a second, I saw her dot sitting in my back seat, smiling. My name is Adam, and I grew up in the quiet town of Blackwood. Nestled between dense forests and mist-covered hills, it was the kind of place where nothing ever seemed to change. But there was one thing that set Blackwood apart from any other town. The old bell tower at the center of Blackwood Square. The tower was ancient, built over a century ago, with a rusting iron bell that hadn't rung in decades. The town elders always said it was broken, but we, the kids, knew better. Legends whispered through the town, passed down from generation to generation. They said the bell didn't ring for the passing of time, it rang for the passing of souls. And when it did, someone in town would disappear. I never believed the stories. I thought they were just old ghost tales meant to scare kids into staying away from the unstable structure. That is, until the night I heard it ring. It was a cold autumn evening, the wind howling through the empty streets. I had just finished my shift at the diner and was walking home, cutting through the town square. The moon hung low, casting eerie shadows across the cobblestone paths. The tower loomed over me, its presence unsettling, even though I had passed it 1,000 times before. Then, the air around me grew unnaturally still. The wind stopped. The distant hum of cicadas ceased. It was as if the entire town was holding its breath, and then it came. A single, deep chime rang out, echoing through the empty streets. My body went rigid. The sound vibrated in my bones, filling me with a primal fear I had never felt before. I turned toward the tower, my breath hitching in my throat, and that's when I saw him. A figure stood at the base of the tower, half shrouded in the shadows. He was tall, his frame draped in an old-fashioned coat, a dusty hat casting his face in darkness, but even in the dim light, I could see his grip, unnatural, stretching too far across his face. Then, he moved. One slow step forward. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. The bell tolled again, louder this time, reverberating through my skull. The figure took another step, then another, his movements unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. I finally broke free from my paralysis and stumbled backward. My breath came in ragged gasps as I turned and ran, sprinting through the square, my heart hammering in my chest. Behind me, the bell rang a third time. The last thing I remember was that awful grin, stretching wider, his face distorting, as the shadows swallowed him whole. Then, everything went black. When I woke up, I was in my bed. My mother was at my side, eyes red and puffy. My father standing at the door, pale as a ghost. They told me I had been missing for 3 days. But the worst part, the bell tower was gone. Not just the sound, the entire structure, as if it had never existed. I asked my parents, my friends, the town elders. No one remembered it. There was no record of it in the town's history, no pictures, no remnants of the foundation. It was like it had been erased from existence. Yet, every night, at exactly midnight, I still hear it. A single, deep chime echoing in the darkness, ringing just for me. And sometimes, if I listen closely, I hear footsteps outside my bedroom door. My name is Michael, and last Halloween, my family learned that some houses don't want to be lived in. We had just moved into a historic home at the edge of town, drawn in by its charming Victorian architecture and spacious rooms. My wife, Rachel, and our son Adam were excited to celebrate our first Halloween in the new neighborhood. The house had been vacant for years, but we didn't question why. We should have. Halloween night arrived, and everything started off normally. Adam dressed as a pirate, eager to fill his bucket with candy, while Rachel and I set up decorations on the porch. The neighborhood was alive with laughter and glowing jack-o'-lanterns, and for a while, it felt like any other Halloween then. The knocking started, not at the front door, from inside the house. At first we thought it was just the old pipes creaking, but as the night went on, the knocks became deliberate, slow, rhythmic, coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floorboards beneath our feet. Rachel and I exchanged uneasy glances, but we didn't want to scare Adam. We brushed it off, telling ourselves that old houses made noises. Then, Adam came running down the stairs, his face pale. "Mom, Dad, who's in my room?" Rachel and I froze. "No one, sweetheart," I said, forcing a smile. "You probably just imagined it." He shook his head. I heard someone whispering. They were calling my name. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "What did they say?" Adam hesitated. "They said, it's almost time." Rachel and I rushed upstairs. Adam's room was empty, but the air was heavy, thick with something unseen. The curtains swayed, though the windows were shut, and in the corner of the room, where Adam's toy chest stood, we saw something that hadn't been there before. A door, a small wooden door, built into the wall, as if it had always been there. But we knew it hadn't. We had unpacked this room ourselves, and now, the knocking was coming from behind it. Rachel grabbed Adam and backed away, while I stepped closer, my breath hitching in my throat. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle. The moment my fingers touched the wood, a whisper slithered through the air. "Let us out." The door rattled violently. I stumbled back, grabbing Rachel's hand. "We're leaving now." We didn't pack. We didn't turn off the lights. We just ran. That night, we checked into a hotel, shaken and exhausted. In the morning, I went back to the house alone, determined to prove to myself that we had just imagined it. The house was silent. Still, I went upstairs to Adam's room, my heart hammering as I approached the corner. The door was gone. No seams, no hinges, just a solid wall where it had been. We never went back. We sold the house without explanation, not wanting to burden another family with what we had seen. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I wake up to the sound of knocking, soft, patient, waiting for me to open the door. My name is Emily, and last Halloween, my family and I moved into a new neighborhood just in time for the festivities. The houses were beautifully decorated, the streets lined with glowing pumpkins, and the air buzzed with excitement. My husband, James, and I were thrilled to be part of such a lively community, and our 8-year-old son, Caleb, couldn't wait to go trick-or-treating. As we walked through the neighborhood that evening, something strange caught my eye. The house at the end of the cul-de-sac. Unlike the others, it wasn't decorated. No lights, no cobwebs, no skeletons. Just an eerie, dark house, standing in stark contrast to the festive glow of the street. The only thing in its yard was a row of large jack-o'-lanterns, their grins carved wider than usual, their eyes hollow and empty. "They look weird," Caleb muttered, pulling at my sleeve, "like they're watching us." I laughed nervously, brushing off his comment. "They're just pumpkins, sweetheart." But as we passed the house, a cold shiver ran down my spine. It felt like those lanterns were following us, their jagged smiles stretching wider in the flickering candlelight. Caleb hesitated near the sidewalk. "Mom, I think they moved." I turned to him, my stomach tightening. "Come on, buddy, let's keep going." That night, after Caleb had gone to bed, James and I sat in the living room, unwinding from the long evening. The doorbell rang. I frowned. It was almost midnight, too late for trick-or-treaters. James went to the door and peeked through the peephole. No one's there. Another chime echoed through the house. I walked to the door, a growing unease creeping up my spine. When I opened it, my breath caught in my throat. The Jack-O single quotes dash lanterns. They were on our porch now. I looked up and down the street. Nothing. No kids. No pranksters. No movement at all. James stepped beside me. How the hell did they? The flames inside the pumpkins flickered violently, as if disturbed by an invisible wind. Then, one by one, they went out, and the door slammed shut on its own. The house went dark. The silence was deafening. My heart pounded as I fumbled for the light switch. The bulbs flickered, barely illuminating the room. Then, a sound, a whispering, dry and raspy, coming from inside the house. James grabbed my arm. Upstairs. Now, we ran to Caleb's room, throwing the door open. He was still in bed, fast asleep. Then, the whispering stopped. For a moment, all was still. Then, I saw them. Shadows stretched unnaturally from the corners of the room, creeping toward Caleb's bed. They were long and twisted, their movements slow and deliberate. I reached for him, but the room suddenly plunged into darkness. The whispering returned closer now, surrounding us then. A single voice, breathy and cold. Carve a smile. Let us in. The lights burst back on. The shadows were gone. Caleb stirred in his bed, yawning, as if nothing had happened. James and I barely spoke as we took turns keeping watch for the rest of the night. At dawn, we gathered every single jack-o'-lantern in our yard and smashed them to pieces. We never saw them again. But I still hear the whispering sometimes, soft, waiting, just outside the door. My name is Brian, and last Halloween, my family experienced something that made us rethink ever celebrating again. My wife Laura and I had always loved the holiday, setting up elaborate decorations and making sure our house was the go-to place for the best candy. Our daughter, Sophie, was 6 years old and had been counting down the days until she could wear her little witch costume and collect as much candy as possible. Everything started out normal. Kids dressed as monsters and superheroes knocked on our door, shouting trick or treat as we handed out candy. Sophie went out with Laura, while I stayed behind to keep the house running. By 10 p.m., the crowd had mostly thinned out, and I was just about to turn off the porch light when the doorbell rang one last time. I opened the door, expecting a late-night group of teenagers. Instead, there was just one child. He was small, barely reaching my waist, dressed in an old-fashioned clown costume, something from another era. His mask was pale white, with painted-on features that looked too realistic. He didn't say a word, didn't hold out a candy bag, just stood there, staring at me. I forced a chuckle. "Hey there, kid. You're a little late, but I think I've got some candy left." The boy tilted his head slightly, but still said nothing. A chill ran through me. There was something deeply unsettling about the way he stood, completely motionless. The black void of his mask's eyes locked onto mine. "All right," I muttered, grabbing a handful of candy and dropping it into an empty bag hanging at his side. "Happy Halloween." He still didn't move. I cleared my throat, shifting uncomfortably. "Okay, kid, you should probably head home now. It's late." The boy's head twitched slightly, then he spoke. "Can Sophie come out to play?" My blood ran cold. I hadn't said my daughter's name. I hadn't seen this kid before. My pulse hammered in my ears as I slowly stepped back, gripping the door. "How do you know my daughter?" I asked, my voice unsteady. The boy didn't answer. He just stood there, the mask's painted grin stretching across his face. Then, the porch light flickered. For a split second, the mask didn't look like a mask anymore. I slammed the door shut, locking it as my breath came in short gasps. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone to call Laura. But before I could dial, I heard it a soft, rhythmic tapping on the window. I turned slowly. The boy was there, standing just outside the glass. his face inches from the window pane. "Sophie," he whispered, "come outside." I yanked the curtains closed and backed away. My heart pounded as I waited, every second stretching into eternity. Finally, after what felt like hours, I worked up the courage to peek outside. He was gone. Laura and Sophie returned home soon after, and I told Laura everything. She tried to calm me down, saying it was probably just a prank, but I could see the fear in her eyes. That night, I barely slept at 3 a.m. I woke up to a sound just outside Sophie's room. Laughter, small, childlike. I ran to her room, throwing the door open. She was asleep, safe in her bed, but the window was open, and on the windowsill sat a small, crumpled candy bag, empty. My name is Jessica, and my family has always loved Halloween. Every year, we decorate our house with glowing pumpkins, animatronic skeletons, and cobwebs draped over every surface. My husband, Matt, loves handing out candy, and my son, Tyler, enjoys dressing up and going trick-or-treating. It's always been a night of laughter and fun, but last year, something changed. It started with the candy bowl. Matt had picked up a large ceramic bowl from an antique shop in town. It was black with strange carvings along the rim, symbols I didn't recognize. "Looks spooky, right?" he had said with a grin, placing it on our porch and filling it with candy. I didn't think much of it at first, but as the night went on, I noticed something odd. The candy never seemed to run out. Kids came and went, grabbing handfuls of treats, but every time I checked, the bowl was still full. I assumed Matt was refilling it when I wasn't looking, but when I asked him, he swore he hadn't touched it. That was when Tyler came running inside, his face pale. "Mom," he whispered, "who's the man in the yard?" My heart skipped a beat. I rushed to the front door and looked outside. The street was filled with kids and parents, but no one unusual. "Where?" I asked. Tyler pointed toward the sidewalk. He was standing right there, just staring at the house. He was wearing a mask, but it didn't look like a mask. It looked like a face that wasn't finished. A shiver ran through me. "It's probably just a costume, sweetheart." I forced a smile. Nothing to worry about. But I was worried. The night wore on, and I kept an eye on the candy bowl. The kids continued taking candy, but the level never dropped. I reached in to take a piece myself, and my fingers brushed against something cold. I yanked my hand back. The candy shifted slightly, revealing something beneath it. A tooth. A human tooth. Yellowed and jagged. I gasped and knocked the bowl over. The candy spilled across the porch end underneath. More teeth. Dozens of them, scattered like forgotten relics. The front door creaked open behind me. Tyler stood there, his face blank. "Mom," he whispered. "He's inside." I turned, my breath catching in my throat. Standing in the hallway was a figure, tall and thin. Its face was smooth, unfinished, as if someone had started sculpting it but never completed the work. Its hollow sockets locked onto mine as it took a step forward. The lights flickered. The air grew thick and cold. I don't remember what happened next. Just darkness. The next morning we woke up in our beds. The candy bowl shattered on the porch. The house was silent. Nothing was missing. Nothing was broken. Except for one thing. Tyler's voice. He hasn't spoken a word since that night, and sometimes, when I pass by his room, I hear whispers coming from the dark dot, as if someone else is still there. My name is David, and every year, my wife and I go all out for Halloween. We decorate the house, carve pumpkins, and set up a haunted maze in our backyard for the neighborhood kids. It's our favorite time of year. But last Halloween, something happened that made me never want to celebrate again. It started when I found the mask. We were at a small thrift shop, looking for last-minute decorations, when I saw it hanging on the wall. It was unlike any mask I'd ever seen, pale, almost flesh-colored, with hollow black eyes and a twisted grin. Something about it made my stomach churn, but I couldn't look away. The shop owner saw me staring and smiled. "That one's special," she said. "One of a kind?" I asked where it came from, but she just shook her head. "If you like it, take it. No charge." I should have left it there, but I didn't. That night, as we set up the decorations, I put the mask on for a laugh, planning to scare my wife. The moment it touched my skin, a shiver ran through my body. It felt wrong, tight, like it was molding to my face. My vision blurred for a second, and I heard something a whisper. Faint, but clear. "Let me in." I ripped the mask off, my hands shaking. My wife laughed, thinking I was just playing along, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me as the night went on. The trick-or-treaters came and went, and I almost forgot about the mask. Almost. But then, around midnight, I heard footsteps outside. I opened the door, expecting to see leftover kids or pranksters. Instead, I saw him. A man stood at the end of our driveway, wearing the mask. My mask, except I had left it inside. My breath caught in my throat. The man didn't move, didn't speak. He just stood there, head tilted slightly, staring at me with those hollow black eyes. I stepped back, heart hammering in my chest, and slammed the door. I turned to tell my wife, but she was already looking past me, her face pale. "David, where's the mask?" I ran to the table where I had left it. It was gone. A slow knock echoed through the house. I grabbed a bat and threw the door open, ready to confront whoever or whatever was out there. But the driveway was empty. The only thing left was the mask, sitting neatly on the porch. I don't remember bringing it back inside. I don't remember anything after that moment. But the next morning, my wife found me in the backyard, standing perfectly still, the mask in my hands. I don't know what happened that night. I don't know where I went. All I know is that I can still hear the whisper, and sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see the mask staring back. My name is Thomas, and I never believed in the supernatural. That was before I spent a night inside the abandoned house on Hollow Street. The house had been empty for as long as anyone in town could remember, a relic of a forgotten era. Its windows shattered, its walls choked by ivy, but inside, everything was eerily preserved, as if someone had just left. The furniture was untouched, the floors clean, and the air carried the faint scent of something, floral something, that had no right to exist in a house left abandoned for decades. I was there on a dare. My friends bet me I wouldn't last the night. I laughed it off what could possibly happen in an empty house. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and my phone, I stepped inside. The air was stale, thick with the scent of old wood and dust. My footsteps echoed eerily as I moved through the grand hallway, its walls lined with portraits of people whose eyes seemed to follow me. The silence was thick, pressing against my ears, making every small creak sound deafening. At the end of the hall stood a massive mirror, its glass warped with age. Something about it unsettled me. It was too clean, too untouched compared to the decay around it, as if it was waiting. Then I saw the movement, not in the room, but inside the mirror. I froze. My own reflection stood motionless, mirroring me exactly. But then, it didn't. I raised my hand. My reflection didn't. A slow, crawling dread filled my chest. I took a step back. The reflection took a step forward. Then it smiled. I stumbled backward, my flashlight flickering. The reflection tilted its head, watching me with a grin too wide, too unnatural. The glass rippled like water, and before I could react, my hand reached out. I ran. The hallway stretched impossibly long, the door to the outside seeming farther away with every step. Shadows lengthened on the walls, moving in ways that had nothing to do with my own motion. The portraits along the hallway had changed, their faces twisted in silent screams. I don't remember getting out of the house. I don't remember the streets or the cold night air. I only remember the feeling of something just behind me, breathing down my neck. When I got home, I locked the door and collapsed onto my bed, my heart hammering in my chest. It was over. It had to be over. Then I heard it, a soft tapping from my bedroom mirror. And when I turned to look, my reflection was still smiling. But I wasn't. I tried to convince myself. It was just exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. But the tapping continued every night. At first, soft and rhythmic, then growing more insistent. One night, I covered the mirror with a sheet. The tapping stopped. I felt relief for the first time since leaving that cursed house, until I woke up. The sheet was on the floor, and my reflection wasn't facing me anymore. It had turned, looking over its shoulder, as if something was behind it. Something in the darkness of the glass, moving, shifting. Then I heard the whisper, low, breathless, coming from the other side. Let me out. I smashed the mirror that night. Glass shards scattered across my room, reflecting countless fractured versions of myself. The whispering stopped. The tapping ended. I felt safe again, until I saw my phone screen. The front camera was open, and my reflection was still smiling. My name is Jacob, and I've always been fascinated by abandoned places. There's something eerie yet alluring about houses left to decay, their walls whispering secrets of the past. But nothing could have prepared me for what I found inside the Holloway Manor. The house had stood for over a century, its structure barely holding against time. The locals told stories of strange lights flickering in the windows, of muffled voices echoing from within, but no one dared to step inside. I, of course, took that as an invitation. I entered through the front door, which groaned under my touch. The air was thick with dust, the scent of rot and mildew clinging to every surface. The grand staircase stood before me, its wooden frame, warped and splintered. A massive chandelier hung above, its crystals coated in cobwebs. As I shone my flashlight around, I noticed something odd. There was a second staircase. It was to the left of the main one, narrow, almost hidden within the wall, like an afterthought. The steps were pristine, untouched by dust or decay. It didn't belong. Every instinct screamed at me to ignore it. I started up the main staircase, but with each step, the air around me grew heavier, charged with something unseen. Then, the whispering began, faint, just at the edge of my hearing. I turned sharply, my flashlight flickering. The second staircase was closer now. I hadn't moved toward it, but it was there, inches away from where I stood. My breath caught in my throat. The whispering grew louder, more distinct. Words I couldn't understand, but somehow felt in my bones. Then I saw them, figures, shadowed shapes standing at the top of the second staircase. They weren't moving, but they were watching. A sudden chill crept up my spine. I bolted down the hallway, forcing myself to ignore whatever was behind me. Doors lined the corridor, some slightly open, others sealed shut, with rusted locks. My flashlight flickered again. Then the lights turned on. A deep, yellow glow filled the house, casting long, unnatural shadows. My heart pounded as I turned to look behind me. The second staircase was gone, but the figures, they were closer. A door at the end of the hall creaked open. I had no choice. I ran straight into the room, slamming the door shut behind me. The whispering stopped. I took a shaky breath and turned. The room was empty, except for a single, dusty mirror propped against the wall. And in its reflection, the staircase was still there. And so was IEXCEPT. My reflection wasn't moving. My name is Eric, and I have always been drawn to abandoned places. The thrill of the unknown, the history buried in dust-covered walls, it's an obsession. But I should have never stepped inside the house on Blackwood Lane. The house had been empty for over 50 years. No records of its last occupants. No history of who built it. It stood there, forgotten, its windows dark and hollow. The front door was locked tight, but a basement window had been shattered long ago. That's how I got in. Inside, the air was suffocating, thick with mold and something metallic. My footsteps echoed through the silence as I moved through the decaying rooms. The furniture was covered in tattered sheets, as if someone had left in a hurry, but planned to return. Then I found the door, a single wooden door at the end of the hallway, different from the others. It had no handle, only a rusted keyhole. Something about it felt wrong. The wood was unnaturally smooth, as if it had been replaced. The moment I touched it, I felt a deep, vibrating hum beneath my fingertips. A whisper just behind my ear, "Don't open it." I spun around. No one was there. My pulse pounded as I stepped back, but then I noticed something odd. On the floor, just beneath the door, a single, rusted key. I hesitated. Every instinct screamed at me to leave it alone, but the curiosity, the obsession was too strong. I picked up the key and inserted it into the lock. A low click. The door swung open on its own, revealing a pitch-black room beyond. My flashlight barely cut through the darkness. The walls were lined with deep scratches, as if someone or something had been clawing to get out. Then, a sound, breathing, shallow, ragged, coming from the corner of the room. My flashlight flickered as I stepped inside, my heart hammering in my chest. A figure sat in the corner, hunched, trembling. Long, tangled hair covered its face. The scent of decay filled my nose. I should have left. I should have run. But then it moved. Slowly, it lifted its head. Two sunken eyes, black voids, locked onto mine. A smile stretched across its face, natural, too wide, revealing jagged teeth. Its body convulsed as it pushed itself up, limbs cracking and twisting at impossible angles. Then it spoke. "You found me." The door behind me slammed shut. The flashlight died. The breathing was closer now, right next to my ear. The last thing I remember was the feeling of ice-cold fingers wrapping around my wrist. I woke up outside the house, sprawled on the sidewalk. My body ached, my clothes were torn, and my hands were covered in deep scratches. But the worst part, the key was still in my pocket, and the door in my apartment now has no handle. My name is Adam. I never should have entered that house. The abandoned mansion at the edge of town had always been the subject of whispers. Some claimed it was haunted. Others believed something far worse lurked inside. No one dared step foot past its rusted gate, except me. I was drawn to it not by curiosity, but by the dream. Every night for a week, I saw the same vision. A long, dimly lit hallway, peeling wallpaper. A door at the end, slightly ajar, and a voice calling my name. I had to see if it was real. The front door was locked, but the side window was broken. I climbed inside, landing on a thick layer of dust. The air was heavy, stagnant, carrying the scent of mold and something else, something sour. I turned on my flashlight and moved through the decaying house. Furniture sat untouched, draped in cobwebs. The floor creaked under my weight, the sound swallowed by the suffocating silence. The deeper I went, the more it felt like the house was watching me, breathing around me. Then I found the hallway, exactly like in my dream. The peeling wallpaper, the warped wooden floor, the door at the end, slightly open. My breath hitched. A part of me screamed to turn back, but that voice, low, distant, called my name again. I stepped forward. As I reached the door, my flashlight flickered. I pushed it open, revealing a small bedroom. A bed, a nightstand, a rocking chair facing the window, and then movement. The chair rocked back and forth, slowly, then it stopped. I shone my flashlight on the chair. expecting to see dust and decay. Instead, I saw him, a man, or what was left of one. His skin was stretched, too thin over his bones, his hollow eyes locked onto mine, his lips parted, but no sound came out, just a slow, rattling breath. My body froze. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. Then he stood. The chair tipped backward, crashing onto the floor. The man's mouth stretched open wider than humanly possible, his fingers twisting unnaturally as he reached toward me. The walls trembled, the air thickening with whispers and moans. The house came alive around me. I stumbled back, slamming into the doorframe. The man lunged. His fingers grazed my arm, ice cold and brittle like dried bone. My scream caught in my throat as I turned and ran. I don't remember how I got out. One moment I was inside, and the next I was outside, gasping for breath on the front lawn. The house loomed before me, silent and still, but the window to that room where the chair had been was open now, and he was standing there, watching me. I ran. I never went back. But the dreams, they haven't stopped. My name is Daniel, and I never believed in ghosts until the night I stepped into the abandoned house at the end of Raven's Hollow Road. The house had been empty for decades, its windows shattered, its walls covered in ivy. The town spoke of disappearances, shadows moving past the windows at night, and voices that echoed through the halls. I thought it was just another legend. I was wrong. I entered through the back door, which groaned on its hinges, as if warning. Me too turned back. Dust swirled in the beam of my flashlight, the air thick with the scent of decay. The silence was suffocating, heavy, as though the house itself was holding its breath. I took a cautious step forward, my footfalls muffled by layers of dust and debris. The first sign that something was wrong came when I reached the staircase. I saw footprints, fresh, distinct, leading up. Someone had been here before me or was still here. I followed them. Each step creaked beneath my weight. As I reached the top floor, I was met with a long, dark hallway. 5 doors, all slightly ajar. I hesitated, then chose the first room. It had once been a child's bedroom. Faded wallpaper peeled from the walls. Stuffed animals sat and rotted, heaps on the floor. A crib stood in the corner, covered in a tattered sheet. And then I heard it a soft lullaby, distant, echoing as if carried by the walls themselves. I turned sharply. No one was there. My pulse quickened as I backed out of the room and into the hallway. That's when I noticed it. The footprints I had followed up the stairs. They were gone. A slow creak sounded behind me. I spun around, my flashlight flickering. The door at the end of the hall, one I had not yet opened, was now wide open. A wave of cold air rushed past me, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something rotten. I stepped forward, heart hammering. Inside, the room was empty, except for a single chair positioned in the center. On it sat a photograph, its edges curled with age. I picked it up with trembling fingers. It was a picture of me, taken from behind, standing at the foot of the stairs. I dropped it and turned to run, but the hallway was different now. The doors had all closed, the wallpaper rippling like something was moving beneath it. The house groaned, the walls seeming to pulse, and then the whispers started. They were all around me, growing louder, overlapping, calling my name. My flashlight died completely, plunging me into darkness. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers trembling. A breath cold and damp brushed against my neck. "Leave," a voice rasped, but my feet were frozen. Then, the door at the end of the hall slammed, shut, and the house erupted into screams. I don't remember running down the stairs. I don't remember how I got out. I only remember the silence when I finally reached the street, the house standing there as lifeless as before, as if nothing had happened. But as I turned to leave, I caught one last glimpse of the upstairs window. A figure stood there, watching me, and it looked just like me. My name is Cold, and I took the night shift at this gas station because I thought it would be easy. A quiet job, minimal work, just a few late-night customers rolling in. But I was wrong. The graveyard shift is not for the living. It started a week ago. A black sedan pulled up to Pump 1 just after 2:30 a.m. The driver didn't get out. I waited. The car sat there, engine off, no lights. I checked the security cameras. The feed flickered, distorting for a moment. Then I saw it. The driver was looking at me. Not in the usual way. Not through the windshield. Through the camera. My breath hitched. The screen glitched again, and in the next frame, the car was empty. But I hadn't looked away. I stepped outside, cautiously, gripping the baseball bat we kept under the counter. The night was eerily silent. The air felt thick, charged, like the moment before a storm. The car door was open now, swinging slightly in the breeze. I leaned in. The interior was pristine, except for the back seat. The leather was shredded deep, gouges running across it, as if something had clawed its way out. A sharp crackle erupted from the station's radio inside. The sound made me jump. Then, over the static, a voice, low, distorted, crawling through the speakers. Let me back in. I bolted inside and locked the doors. The cameras flickered again. My pulse pounded in my ears as I checked the screens. The car was gone, but something else was there. A figure, standing just outside the door. Tall, thin, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its face was wrong, not blurred, not hidden dash, just ... unfinished, like a half-formed thought struggling to take shape. The lights inside flickered. The radio hissed. My reflection in the station's window didn't move when I did. Then, the figure raised a hand. The glass door rattled, and I felt it, not just heard it, felt it inside my skull. A pressure, a pulse, like something was trying to force its way in. I blacked out. When I woke up, the store was silent again. The cameras showed nothing. The receipt printer had spit out a single slip of paper. No transaction, no details, just one sentence, printed in perfect, unbroken text. We are already inside. My name is Jesse, and I've worked the night shift at this gas station for 3 years. I've seen my share of weird things, drifters with dead eyes, truckers talking to people who aren't there, but nothing prepared me for what happened. Last night it was just past 2 a.m. when the rumble of a diesel engine shattered the silence. A massive semi-truck rolled into the lot, its headlights piercing the darkness. It was one of those old rigs, the kind with a faded logo on the side that you can barely make out. The truck pulled up to Pump 4, but the driver didn't get out. Waited. Still nothing. The station's door chimed as I stepped outside. The air smelled of oil and something else, something metallic, like blood. The truck's engine idled low, but the cab was pitch black. I couldn't see a driver inside. I knocked on the door, no response. I stepped back, feeling uneasy. That's when I noticed something was off the truck's trailer. The metal siding looked warped, dented outward, as if something had been trying to push its way out. Then, a sound, a soft thump from inside the trailer. My stomach twisted. Another thump, louder this time. Then a long, drawn-out scraping sound, like nails dragging across metal. I turned to go back inside, but the gas station lights flickered. The cameras inside the store glitched, filling the monitors with static. A sharp click echoed through the lot. The truck's door had unlocked. It swung open slowly, creaking like old bones. I didn't want to look, but I did. The driver's seat was empty. The keys dangled from the ignition, swinging slightly as if someone had just let go of them. The air turned wrong, too thick, too heavy. My breath hitched as the trailer gave one last violent jolt, the metal groaning under pressure. Then the truck's radio crackled to life. It was a voice, but not just one. Hundreds of voices, overlapping, whispering, screaming. I ran. I bolted back inside, locking the doors behind me. My hands trembled as I checked the security screens. Static, flickering shadows, and then the truck was gone. Not pulling out, not driving away, just gone. The lot was empty. No tire marks, number, lingering smoke, nothing. But the pump's receipt printer suddenly spit out a slip of paper. I picked it up with shaking fingers. There was no payment, no credit card number, no transaction details, just 2 words, printed over and over again, filling the entire slip. Let me out. My name is Alex, and I work the graveyard shift at a gas station just outside of town. It's one of those places that looks abandoned even when it's open. The neon flickers, the pumps beep randomly, and the highway beside it stretches into miles of nothing. But the worst part, the thing that visits Pump 6, it started 2 weeks ago. I was on my break, scrolling through my phone, when I heard the chime of the station door. I looked up. No one was there. Then the security screen flickered. Pump 6 had a customer at first. I thought it was a glitch. The register showed an active transaction. But outside, the pump was still, the screen dark. No car, no customer, just empty pavement. A chill crept up my spine. I stepped outside, the cold night air pressing against me. The lot was empty, except for the flickering overhead lights. I turned toward Pump 6 and that's when I saw it. A shadow, not a person, not an animal, just a shape, darker than the night itself, standing perfectly still beside the pump. No features, no movement, just watching. I stepped back. The shadow didn't follow. It just stood there, waiting. The gas station door slammed shut behind me. The sound shattered the silence, and my body reacted before my brain could. I ran inside, locking the door, my hands shaking. I turned to the cameras. The shadow was gone. I barely slept after that. I tried to tell my manager, but he just laughed it off. Old stations glitch out all the time, he said. Nothing to worry about. He was wrong. The next night, at exactly 3:06 a.m., the station door chimed again. I didn't move. The cameras flickered, static crawling across the screen. Pump 6 had an active transaction, and then the whispering started at first. It was just a low murmur, like a conversation I wasn't meant to hear. Then, a single word, stretched and distorted like a dying radio signal. Leave. The room tilted, my vision blurred. I grabbed the counter to steady myself, but the sound was inside my head now, drilling into my skull. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it to stop, and then, silence. I looked up. The station door was wide open. The pumps outside were off. The street was empty. The cameras showed nothing, except for Pump 6. The screen read, "Transaction complete." I haven't checked the footage. I won't, but I know what I'll see. And I know that whatever paid for its gas last night, it wasn't human. My name is Tyler, and I work the night shift at a gas station off Highway 47. It's the kind of place nobody stops at, unless they have to. The neon sign flickers, the pumps are rusted, and the air always smells like rain, even on dry nights. But the worst part, the nights when something else stops by. I was halfway through my shift, nursing a stale cup of coffee, when I noticed the first odd thing. A car had pulled up to Pump 3, but no one had gotten out. I waited, expecting to see a door open, a driver step out, but nothing. Just the car sitting there, engine running, lights off. The security cameras flickered for a moment, static crawling over the screen. I stepped outside. The air was wrong, too still, too heavy. I approached the car cautiously, my breath clouding in the sudden cold. I knocked on the driver's side window. No response. I leaned in closer, peering inside. The car was empty. The driver's seat was vacant, the keys still in the ignition. the radio playing nothing but white noise. My stomach twisted. I stepped back, scanning the lot, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. The highway was deserted. The only sound was the buzzing of the overhead lights. Then the static on the radio changed. It was faint at first, hidden beneath the white noise, a whisper, garbled and broken. I turned toward the station. Every light inside had gone out. My reflection in the station's glass doors was wrong, distorted. Too tall, too thin, and then it moved. Not my reflection, something else. I stumbled back. The air around me thickened, pressing against my skin. My breath came in shallow gasps. The car at pump 3 was gone. Not driven away, just gone. The pavement where it had been was wet, as if something had melted into the ground. The static on the radio crackled louder, and this time, I understood the words. Let me in. The lights inside the station flickered back on. My reflection was normal again, my face pale and dripping sweat. The radio in the store behind me switched to a new station and old song, something from the 50s, playing like nothing had happened. But when I checked the security footage, the time between 3:14 and 3:16 a.m. was missing. 2 full minutes of black screen. The next night, another car pulled up, same pump, same empty driver's seat. I didn't go outside this time, but someone did. At 3:15 a.m., according to the cameras, the store door opened on its own. I was inside. I didn't touch it. There was no wind, no draft, just silence. Then, the chime rang, as if someone had stepped inside. But I was alone. I turned toward the counter, reaching for the baseball bat we kept beneath the register. My fingers curled around the handle, knuckles white. The security screens flickered, every camera now frozen on the same disturbing image. A second passenger. The driver's seat in the car was still empty, but now, in the back seat, a figure sat motionless. A woman with long black hair, her head tilted, unnaturally, as if her neck had been broken. Her lips were moving, but the cameras had no audio. Her fingers twitched against the window, as if trying to scratch her way out. I turned toward the lot. The car was gone, but as I stood there, frozen, the gas station lights dimmed again. The radio behind me whispered its usual static, but now, beneath it, I could hear her voice. I'm still here. My name is Tyler, and I work the night shift at a gas station off Highway 47. It's the kind of place nobody stops at unless they have to. The neon sign flickers, the pumps are rusted, and the air always smells like rain, even on dry nights. But the worst part, the nights when something else *****E stops by. I was halfway through my shift, nursing a stale cup of coffee, when I noticed the first odd thing. A car had pulled up to pump 3, but no one had gotten out. I waited, expecting to see a door open, a driver step out, but nothing. Just the car sitting there, engine running, lights off. The security cameras flickered for a moment, static crawling over the screen. I stepped outside. The air was wrong, too still, too heavy. I approached the car cautiously, my breath clouding in the sudden cold. I knocked on the driver's side window. No response. I leaned in closer, peering inside. The car was empty. The driver's seat was vacant, the keys still in the ignition, the radio playing nothing but white noise. My stomach twisted. I stepped back, scanning the lot, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. The highway was deserted. The only sound was the buzzing of the overhead lights. Then the static on the radio changed. It was faint at first, hidden beneath the white noise, a whisper, garbled and broken. I turned toward the station. Every light inside had gone out. My reflection in the station's glass doors was wrong, distorted. Too tall, too thin, and then it moved. Not my reflection, something else. I stumbled back. The air around me thickened, pressing against my skin. My breath came in shallow gasps. The car had pumped through it was gone. Not driven away, just gone. The pavement where it had been was wet, as if something had melted into the ground. The static on the radio crackled louder, and this time I understood the words. Let me in. The lights inside the station flickered back on. My reflection was normal again, my face pale and dripping sweat. The radio in the store behind me switched to a new station, an old song. Something from the 50s, playing like nothing had happened. But when I checked the security footage, the time between 3:14 and 3:16 a.m. was missing. 2 full minutes of black screen. The next night, another car pulled up. Same pump, same empty driver's seat. I didn't go outside this time, and I never will again. My name is Lucas, and I wish we had never gone back into that forest. After Logan disappeared, after the ritual site left its mark on us, we tried to pretend life was normal, but we knew better. Ryan, Daniel, Mark, and Iwi were cursed. The symbols carved into our skin weren't just scars, they were warnings. And then the dreams started. Every night I saw the same thing. A circle of figures in the woods, chanting, their hands raised toward the sky. The moon bled red, and in the center of the circle, something pulsed beneath the ground, something alive. And then I would wake up with the taste of dirt in my mouth. We agreed to never go back, but we had no choice. One by one, we woke up standing at the edge of the clearing, unaware of how we had gotten there. The stones had returned, forming a perfect ring, their surfaces slick with something dark. The torches were lit, casting long shadows that danced like living things. The symbols on our arms burned, pulsing in sync with the glow of the sigil carved into the ground. And then the chanting began. It wasn't coming from the trees. It was coming from us. I clamped my hands over my mouth, but the words still spilled out in a language I didn't understand. My legs moved against my will, stepping forward toward the sigil, toward the center where the ground had begun to crack. Something was waking up beneath us. Ryan grabbed my arm, his eyes wild. We have to break the circle. Mark wasn't moving. He was staring at the ground, his lips parted in silent awe. The cracks widened beneath him, and a thick black hand too long, too many fingers reached up and wrapped around his ankle. He didn't scream. He just looked at us, eyes full of something between terror and acceptance. Then he was gone. Daniel lunged toward the sigil, his hands tearing at the lines in the dirt, smearing them, breaking the pattern. The chanting stuttered, the firelight dimming. The air around us shook, the forest itself screamed, the ground beneath. The sigil caved inward, a pit of writhing shadows devouring the stone circle. The torches flickered and died, and in that silence, a whisper slithered through the air. Not yet. Then we were standing at the edge of the woods again. The clearing was gone. The sigil, the torches, the pit gone, as if it had never been there. Except for the missing space where Mark had stood. Ryan turned to me, his breath shaking. Did we stop it? Daniel didn't answer. He was staring at his arm, at the symbol that should have been there. It was gone, and in its place was something new, something worse. My name is Daniel, and I am not who I used to be. After what happened in the clearing, I wasn't the same. I could feel something inside me, something watching, something waiting. Ryan never spoke about it, but I saw the fear in his eyes whenever he looked at me. He knew, just as I did, that I didn't walk out of those woods alone. We tried to go back to our lives, but the symbols never faded. Not from our skin, not from our minds. The whispers followed us, lingering just beneath reality. I'd wake up in places I didn't remember going to. My dreams were not my own. And then, the others started disappearing. Mark was gone, swallowed by the earth itself. Jason had been taken long before that. Now, it was just me and Ryan. We should have run. We should have left town, burned those cursed woods to the ground, but it wouldn't have mattered. They had already chosen us. The night it happened, I woke up standing in the middle of my living room, my feet bare, my clothes damp with morning dew. The front door was wide open. I heard Ryan's voice calling my name, distant and desperate, but I wasn't afraid. I walked outside, and the world felt wrong. The air was thick, like stepping into another reality. The trees loomed taller, darker, their branches stretching toward me like grasping fingers. The moon hung too low in the sky, its light tinged red, and Ryan was waiting at the edge of my yard. His eyes were wide, his breath ragged. "Daniel," he gasped, "we have to go. Now." I shook my head. I didn't know why, but I couldn't move. I couldn't leave. The weight of something unseen held me there, like invisible chains wrapped around my limbs. Then the shadows came. They slid from the trees, forming impossibly tall figures with hollow faces. The earth trembled as they moved. The whispers swelled into a deafening chorus. My skin burned where the symbol had been carved into me, the pain sharp and electric. Ryan grabbed my arm and yanked me forward. "We can still fight it," he said. But I knew he was wrong. It was too late. A cold hand closed around my wrist. Not Ryan's. Something else. Something stronger. I gasped as my vision blurred, the world tilting. My body was no longer my own. The shadows pressed closer, their mouths yawning open, endless voids of nothingness. Ryan screamed my name. He tried to pull me away, but I didn't move. I smiled. The last thing I saw was his face, twisted in horror as the darkness swallowed me. Hold on. And then I woke up back in my bed. The house was silent, the air still, but I knew this wasn't my home anymore. My reflection in the mirror watched me with black eyes. My lips moved, but the voice that came out wasn't mine. The ritual is complete. My name is Ryan, and I should have never returned to those woods. It had been a week since we lost Jason and Logan, since the symbols had burned themselves into our skin, since we had barely escaped the horrors of the ritual site. But the nightmares never stopped. They weren't dreams, they were warnings. They showed me a path deeper into the woods, where the real ritual had yet to begin. And I was being called Mark, and Daniel refused to speak about it. But I could see it in their eyes. We all knew something had changed. We were no longer just bystanders. We were part of it now. One by one, we found ourselves drawn back to the forest. We didn't plan to go. We just woke up there, standing in the same clearing where everything began. And this time, we weren't alone. Figures moved through the trees, their shapes flickering like shadows cast by a dying fire. The symbols on our bodies burned, glowing through our shirts. A circle of stones had formed around us, sealing us in. The air was thick, heavy, humming with an unseen force. Then, Jason stepped forward from the darkness. He looked the same, but he wasn't. His eyes were empty, his face slack, as if something had hollowed him out and left his body behind. The moment he spoke, my blood turned to ice. "You were chosen." His voice was layered, distorted, as if 100 voices spoke through him at once. He lifted a hand, and the ground beneath us shuddered. The shadows solidified, stepping closer, their faces featureless voids. Mark screamed and bolted. He never made it past the stones. The moment he touched the edge of the circle, the ground opened beneath him. Black tendrils, writhing and pulsing, shot out and wrapped around his legs, dragging him down. His screams were cut short as the earth swallowed him whole. Daniel and I stood frozen, unable to breathe, unable to move. Jason, or whatever he had become, tilted his head, watching us like a predator sizing up its prey. The ritual must be completed. I wanted to run, to fight, to do anything but stand there, but my body no longer belonged to me. My limbs locked, my breath shallow. The shadows pressed closer, their mouths opening into endless, gaping maws. Then, Daniel moved, He didn't run. He didn't scream. He simply stepped forward, past the stones, straight toward Jason. The shadows hesitated, as if confused. "Take me," Daniel said. His voice was steady, empty. Jason smiled. The ground beneath him pulsed, the symbols glowing brighter. The figures stepped back, as if retreating from something unseen. Then, the air shifted, and Daniel fell to his knees. His body convulsed, symbols on his skin burning white-hot, before vanishing entirely. Then, silence. Jason was gone. The shadows faded. The stones crumbled to dust. The clearing was empty. Only Daniel remained. When I reached him, his eyes were shut, his breath slow and shallow. But as I touched his shoulder, his eyes snapped open. They were black, and he smiled. "My name is Daniel, and I should have never gone back." It had been 2 weeks since we stumbled upon the ritual in the woods. Since we ran for our lives and tried to forget what we saw, but Logan had changed. He barely spoke, he barely ate, and every night he woke up screaming, clutching his chest where the symbol had been carved into his skin. Then he disappeared. No note, no signs of struggle, just gone. I knew where he had gone. Deep down, I knew so. Against every instinct, I gathered the others, Mark, Ryan, and Jason, and we returned to the woods. The moment we stepped past the tree line, the air felt different. The forest, once filled with the usual hum of nature, was dead silent. Not a single bird, not a single rustling leaf. And then we saw them, the symbols, carved into the trees, glowing faintly in the dark. They hadn't been there before. They led us forward, deeper and deeper into the forest, until we reached the clearing again. It was empty now. No robed figures, no torches, no altar, just Logan. He stood in the center of the clearing, his back to us. His shirt was gone, and his skin. It wasn't right. The carved symbol had spread, branching out across his chest like veins of fire, pulsing with a sickly glow. His head tilted slightly at the sound of our footsteps. Then he turned. His eyes were black, hollow. He smiled, but it wasn't his smile. It was something else, something wearing his face. "We shouldn't be here," Mark whispered, but I couldn't move. Logan took a step forward, and the ground beneath us trembled. The trees around us groaned as shadows stretched unnaturally long. A whisper crawled through the air, growing louder, more urgent. "Run." I grabbed Ryan's arm, but he was frozen. Jason took a step back, his breath coming in short gasps. Mark was already turning when Logan, or whatever he had become, lifted his hand. The forest screamed. Wind howled as the ground cracked. The symbols in the trees flared bright, and figures emerged from the shadow stall. Featureless beings with elongated limbs and empty, yawning mouths. They moved toward us with impossible speed. I ran. Branches whipped against my face. My lungs burned, but I didn't stop. I could hear the others behind me, their frantic footsteps crashing through the underbrush. But something was wrong. The forest wasn't letting us leave. The trees shifted, the paths twisted. No matter which way we turned, we ended up back at the clearing. Back to Logan. He was waiting, smiling, his arms open wide, like a preacher welcoming his congregation. Jason screamed. The shadows surged, and then, nothing. I woke up outside the woods, my body covered in dirt and scratches. Ryan and Mark lay beside me, unconscious but breathing. Jason was gone. Logan was gone. The only thing left was the whispering wind and the symbol, now burned into my own skin. They let us go, for now. My name is Stefan, and I never should have gone into those woods. It started as a weekend camping trip, just me and 4 friends, looking to escape the city and enjoy nature. The forest stretched for miles, untouched and silent, the kind of place that felt disconnected from reality. We set up camp near a clearing, built a fire, and let the night swallow us in its quiet embrace. That's when we heard the chanting, faint at first, carried on the wind, a rhythmic, low murmur that sent chills down my spine. We exchanged uneasy glances. Logan, the skeptic of the group, chuckled. "Probably some weirdos messing around," he said, but the sound didn't stop. If anything, it grew clearer, more deliberate. Curiosity got the best of us. We grabbed our flashlights and followed the sound, weaving through the trees. The further we walked, the colder it became, the air thickening like something unseen was pressing against us. Then, the trees thinned, revealing a clearing bathed in moonlight, and we saw them. A circle of people in dark robes stood around a stone altar, their faces obscured by hoods. Symbols were carved into the dirt around them, shifting under the flickering torchlight. But what made my stomach turn was what lay on the altar, a deer, or what was left of one. Its body was mutilated, its flesh carved with the same symbols that surrounded the robed figures. The chanting stopped. Silence crashed over the clearing as every hooded head turned toward us in unison. Then they moved, not ran, not walked. They glided silent, swift, unnatural. Straight toward us. Logan cursed and bolted. The rest of us followed, tearing through the underbrush, branches slashing at our skin. The sound of footsteps, no. Something worse. Something in you. Closer. I dared to glance back. They weren't running, but they were keeping up. Their faces still hidden, their bodies untouched by the branches we crashed through. The symbols carved into the deer seemed to glow, pulsing like a heartbeat. Then, the whispers started. Not from them, from the forest itself. The trees, the wind, the ground beneath, lucid, all whispered. Words I didn't understand, but felt deep in my bones. I tripped. The whispers turned to screams as the figures closed in. Their hoods fell back, revealing faces that weren't human. Stretched, hollow, their eyes black pits that seemed to swallow. The light, a hand wrapped around my ankle. I kicked, scrambling back. The moment I broke free, the whispers stopped. The figures halted, their heads tilting in eerie unison. Then, as if we had never been there, they turned and melted into the darkness. We didn't stop running until we reached camp. We packed in silence, our hands shaking, our minds refusing to process what we had seen. The forest around us was quiet, too quiet, as if it had been watching, waiting. As we drove away, Logan finally spoke. His voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. They let us go. I turned to him, my stomach nodding. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer. He just lifted. His shirt, carved into his skin, as if by invisible hands, was the same symbol we had seen in the clearing, and it was still bleeding. My name is Michael. I inherited my uncle's house after his sudden disappearance. The place was old, standing on the outskirts of town, surrounded by overgrown trees and a looming silence that made my skin crawl. The basement was the worst, part stale air, damp stone, and an overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. I should have left it alone. The first week was uneventful, but then the noises started. At first, soft scratches, as if rats were burrowing beneath the floor. Then, faint whispers. I convinced myself it was my imagination, until the night I found the hatch. I was moving an old cabinet when the floor beneath it groaned. The wood was different, they're newer, less worn than the rest. I crouched and ran my fingers along the edges. A square outline, a hidden door. My heart pounded as I pried it open. A ladder led down into pitch blackness, a basement beneath the basement. The air was thick, damp, and wrong. My flashlight barely cut through the darkness. The walls were lined with decaying wooden beams, and the floor was uneven dirt. Then, I saw them rows of wooden coffins, stacked carelessly, some half open, A cold wave of nausea rolled through me. I should have climbed back up. I should have left that place sealed. But I stepped forward. The lids of the coffins were scratched. From the inside, a low creak sounded behind me. My flashlight flickered. The room was shifting, the darkness thickening, moving. I turned back toward the ladder and saw them. Figures stood between me and my only exit. Their bodies were skeletal. Their skins stretched too tight over their bones. Hollow eyes locked onto mine, their mouths opening in silent agony. One took a step forward, and then another. I bolted. I lunged for the ladder, gripping the rungs so hard my knuckles turned white. A hand-cold bony wrapped around my ankle. My scream echoed through the chamber as I kicked, scrambling higher. My flashlight tumbling into the abyss below. The whispers turned to shrieks. The air itself felt like it was closing in. I threw myself out of the hatch and slammed it shut. My breath came in ragged gasps. I waited, listening, my body trembling. Silence. I nailed the hatch shut that night, dragged the cabinet back over it, and left the basement untouched. But it wasn't over. The scratching started again 3 nights. Later, not from beneath the floor this time, from inside the walls. My name is James. When my wife and I moved into this old house, we knew it needed renovations. The basement was the worst damp, mold creeping up the stone walls, and a smell like rotting wood. I figured a good cleaning would fix it. I was wrong. At first, it was small things. Tools missing, the light bulb flickering, strange creaks at night, the kind you tell yourself are just the house settling. But then, one night, I found something I couldn't explain. I had been working late, tearing down a rotted shelf along the far wall. When I pulled the boards away, I found a door. Not just any door, it was steel, rusted and bolted shut. My gut twisted. Who seals a door inside their own basement? And why? I should have left it alone. Curiosity, as always, got the better of me. The bolts were old, weak. With enough force, they snapped free. The door groaned open, revealing a narrow stairway leading deeper into the earth. A second basement. The air down there was thick, stale, heavy with the scent of decay. My flashlight cast long shadows as I stepped inside. The walls were different, not the stone of our basement, but ancient brick, dark with moisture. At the center of the room stood a chair, wooden, its armrests bound in rusted chains. And beside it, a table covered in old, brittle documents. One caught my eye, a ledger. Its ink faded, names, dates, methods. Then I saw the last entry. My name. The date was today. My breath caught in my throat. A sharp creak sounded from behind me. The door, the one I had forced open, was slowly swinging shut. I lunged for it, but before I could reach the threshold, the flashlight flickered and I saw them. Figures, shifting in the dark, their bodies twisted and gaunt. Eyes that had long since rotted away, yet still fixated on me. Mouths hanging open in silent, eternal screams. The door slammed, the light went out, and then they moved. I felt something brush against my arm, cold and damp like flesh, long dead. My pulse pounded, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My flashlight flickered back to life for a split second, just long enough for me to see a dozen skeletal figures closing in, their hollow mouths stretching wider than humanly possible. I bolted. My hands groped in the dark, slamming against the walls as I scrambled toward where the door had been. My foot caught on something, a bone, a hand, and I crashed to the ground. The whispers swelled, turning into guttural, desperate moans. Then I heard it, a voice among the chorus, separate from the others, deeper, commanding. James, ... You should not have come. The flashlight flickered again. This time, I saw what was at the center of the room. Not just a chair, a pit, deep, endless, and filled with writhing bodies, hands clawing upward, mouths gaping in silent agony. The smell of rot and iron filled my nostrils as something unseen yanked me closer. I kicked, scrambled, my fingers clawing at the stone floor. The whispers grew deafening. I felt fingers curl around my ankle, pulling with a final desperate lunge. I threw myself forward. My hand struck the metal of the door. I had seconds to act. I pushed with every ounce of strength left in me. The door groaned, resisted, then gave way. I stumbled through, my body slamming onto the cold basement floor. The second I was out, the whispering stopped. Silence. I scrambled to my feet, panting, my heart hammering against my ribs. The steel door stood open, but the darkness beyond it was still waiting. A low, distant creak echoed from within. I didn't stay to see what would happen next. I ran. That night, I bolted the basement door shut. I told my wife nothing. I told myself it was over. But the house doesn't let go. That is Lee. The scratching started 3 nights later, coming from beneath the floorboards. My name is Daniel, and I have always feared the basement of my childhood home. Not because of the usual childhood fears, monsters in the dark, or imaginary creatures, but because of something real. Something my mother warned me about before she disappeared. She would always say, "Never step on the loose floorboard. Never listen to the voices beneath." At the time, I thought it was just another one of her strange quirks, a remnant of the paranoia that had taken over her mind. But when I returned home after years away, the basement beckoned me with an eerie silence. I should have left it alone. I should have sealed the door shut the way my father did after she vanished. But curiosity, as it always does, led me down those rotting wooden stairs. The basement was just as I remembered, damp, filled with old furniture, covered in sheets, and heavy with the scent of mildew. But then I saw it. The loose floorboard near the center of the room, the one I was never allowed to touch. My heartbeat quickened as I approached it. The air around it felt different, charged, as if something below was waiting. I knelt and pried the board loose. Beneath it was a dark cavity, a tunnel leading downward. A metallic odor seeped out, and then I heard it, the whispering. Countless voices, hushed and frantic, like a chorus of pleading souls. My limbs stiffened. Logic screamed at me to stop, to close it back up and leave, but I leaned in closer, straining to understand their words. Then the floor beneath me gave way. I plunged into the abyss, the tunnel collapsing behind me. My flashlight flickered wildly as I landed on cold, damp ground. The air was suffocating, thick with the scent of decay. My breathing was shallow as I realized where I was. A chamber, a forgotten place beneath my home. The walls were lined with crude markings, symbols I didn't recognize. And in the center stood a wooden chair, old and splintered, with rusted restraints on its arms and legs. The whispers became a wail, the sound coming from every direction. My pulse thundered in my ears as a shadow moved in the darkness beyond. Then I saw them dot, figure skeletal, hollow-eyed, their flesh barely clinging to their bones. Their mouths moved in silent agony. My flashlight flickered, and I caught a glimpse of something worse. My mother, her eyes sunken and lifeless, locked onto mine as she raised a single, bony hand. "You should not have come." Darkness swallowed me whole. My name is Mark, and I should have never entered my grandmother's basement. She passed away last month, leaving behind an old Victorian house filled with antique furniture and dust-covered memories. While sorting through her belongings, I discovered a locked door in the basement that no one in the family had ever mentioned. The lock was rusted but weak. With little effort, I pried it open and stepped inside. What I found was not a storage room, but a place that felt untouched by time. The air was thick, stagnant, and carried a metallic temps. A single wooden chair sat in the middle, its arms wrapped in brittle leather straps. Chains hung from the ceiling, rusted but still intact. The walls were covered in scratch marks, as if someone or something had tried to claw its way out. Then I saw the photos. Old black and white images lay scattered on a dusty table. They all depicted the same thing: a boy, no older than 10, strapped to the chair. His face was gaunt, eyes sunken with terror. The dates on the back spanned decades, yet the boy never aged. A chill crawled down my spine. My flashlight flickered as the air shifted, carrying a faint whisper. My breath hitched. The room suddenly felt smaller, as if the walls were closing in. And then, a sound, a shuffle, slow and deliberate. From the darkness beyond the chair, I turned sharply, my heart hammering against my ribs. A shadow loomed in the corner, shifting unnaturally. The whispering grew louder, transforming into a low, guttural moan. My legs locked in place as the figure took a step forward. The boy from the photos. His face was the same, frozen in time, but his eyes, they were empty voids. His lips parted, and a single word escaped, in a voice so distorted it made my skin crawl. Stay. The door behind me slammed shut. My flashlight sputtered, casting frantic beams across the room. The boy took another step, his movements jerky, unnatural, like a puppet on invisible strings. A cold wind howled through the room, rattling the chains hanging from the ceiling. Then, the walls began to change. The scratch marks deepened, shifting into symbols I didn't recognize. The air grew thicker, suffocating. My ears rang with whispers, rising into a chorus of tormented voices. I pressed my hands against my ears, but the voices pushed through, seeping into my skull. Then, something else moved in the darkness, not just the boy. Shadows stretched unnaturally, forming twisted figures that slithered along the walls, their elongated limbs reaching toward me. My breath came in short gasps. My legs refused to move. The boy's mouth stretched open, wider than it should have, a black void swallowing his entire lower face. A scream erupted, raw and otherworldly, shaking the very air around me. The shadows surged forward. I bolted toward the door, clawing at the handle. It wouldn't budge. The room seemed to pulse, the very walls breathing, closing in. Hand-skinned skeletal grasped at my arms, my legs. Their touch burned like ice. In a final act of desperation, I slammed my shoulder into the door. Once, twice, the wood cracked. On the third strike, I burst through, tumbling into the basement beyond. The moment I crossed the threshold, the screams cut off. I scrambled to my feet and slammed the door shut, pressing my weight against it. Silence. The air outside the room was still, the basement unchanged. But the whispering, it hadn't stopped. It had just moved. It was inside me. My name is Ethan. I never thought my childhood home would become the stage for my worst nightmare. It all started the night I moved back in, after years away, following my father's passing. The house stood frozen in time, dusty, silent, and heavy with memories. But the basement was different. Growing up, my father forbade me from entering it. "It's just old storage," he'd say, whenever I asked. But something about the way his voice trembled made me doubt him. Now, with him gone, the lock on the basement door was mysteriously unlatched. It was as if the house was inviting me to uncover whatever secrets lay beneath. The first time I stepped down those creaky wooden stairs, a suffocating cold wrapped around me. The air was thick, damp, and carried an odd metallic scent. My flashlight flickered as if warning me to turn back. The basement was cluttered with old furniture, broken tools, and forgotten relics of the past. But then, in the farthest corner, I saw it, a door, slightly ajar. I didn't remember a second door in the basement. It was made of dark wood, its frame lined with deep scratches, as though something had desperately tried to claw its way out. Every rational part of me screamed to leave it alone. Instead, I reached for the handle. The second I touched it, a sound erupted from behind the door. A low, guttural growl, followed by what I can only describe as whispering hundreds of voices, overlapping, speaking in a language I didn't recognize. My blood ran cold. My instincts told me to run, but my curiosity kept me frozen. Slowly, I pushed the door open. Darkness. The flashlight's beam barely cut through it. The room beyond was vast, much larger than the basement should have allowed. The walls were rough stone, the floor uneven. In the center stood a wooden chair, with restraints on its arms and legs. The air carried the scent of decay, old and sour. But the worst part, the whispering stopped the moment I stepped inside. Then, a movement. A figure, hunched and trembling, emerged from the shadows. It was human at least. It had been once. Its skin was stretched too thin over its bones, its eyes sunken and hollow. The moment it saw me, it let out a sharp, agonized scream and lunged, stumbled backward, slamming the door shut just as its clawed fingers scraped against the wood. The whispering returned, louder now, like a chant. The door shook violently, as if something or many things were trying to break free. I ran up the stairs, locking the basement door behind me. My chest heaved, my hands trembled. I told myself it was a hallucination, a trick of my mind. But deep down, I knew the truth. My father hadn't been storing old furniture down there. He had been keeping something trapped, and now I had set it free.